Punks vs. Zombies by John Cronshaw. Chapter 1. The buzz vibrated through Tommy's fingertips as he struck the opening E string, tuning his guitar one last time before the chaos. Mickey paced behind him, tapping each drumstick methodically against his thigh to the beat of some internal metronome. Layla stood off to the side, eyes closed, plucking a bass line and mouthing the words to herself. This was it. 924 Gilman Street. The Gilman. A rite of passage for any punk band worth their weight in spit and safety pins. The chance they'd been waiting for. A make-or-break gig that could launch them from a no-name trio with a couple of DIY singles under their belt to becoming the real deal, keeping company with the greats who'd graced this stage before them. No pressure. Tommy plucked the A string, listening to it ring out. Too sharp. He tweaked the tuning peg until the note sang true. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Layla glancing at something on the wall. Sick, she muttered. His gaze followed hers to a faded flyer tacked up backstage. It was an original promo poster for a show here, featuring one of their biggest influences, the legendary punk band Discharge. Seeing that relic of punk history in this sacred space, it really hit him. They were about to stand on the same stage where their heroes had shredded. Can you believe we're actually playing Gilman? Layla turned from the poster. This is where it all started. We're part of history here. He nodded, feeling that weight on his shoulders, but it was a good weight. They had a duty tonight, to live up to the legacy of this stage and give the crowd a show worthy of Gilman lore. No time to get sentimental, though. Mickey's drumstick taps accelerated, his dark eyes blazing with that manic intensity Tommy had come to expect before a show. Let's do this. Layla opened her eyes, letting her bass guitar hang at her side. We've got this. Tommy nodded, fingers gliding over the strings, riffing a quick warm-up. This is it. Our shot. We give it everything we've got tonight. No holding back. Right? Hell yeah, Mickey said, spinning a drumstick in the air before catching it in his fist. Layla raised her chin. Punk means no compromise. We do this on our own terms. That's right. Tommy slung his guitar over his shoulder. Let's show these West Coast bums what Philly's made of. They bumped fists, the three of them coming together in a tight huddle. Then Layla turned and stepped through the curtain, her bass thrumming as she took the stage. Mickey twirled his sticks one last time and followed. Tommy took a deep breath, psyched himself up with a few furious strums across the strings, and went to join them. Showtime. Chapter 2. The crowd's roar hit Tommy as he strode on stage. Blinding white lights shone down from above, illuminating the dark sea of faces. He blinked a few times, letting his eyes adjust. The venue was packed, not an empty spot in sight. Hardcore fans crushed up against the stage, staring up as he took his place at the mic. Layla stood to his right, decked out in torn fishnets and a studded denim vest, her natural afro adding an extra foot to her height. Her fingers flew over the fretboard, laying down a driving bass line that reverberated through the floor. Behind him, Mickey was a blur of motion, twirling and bouncing on his stool as he assaulted the drums. His tatted arms glistened with sweat under the hot stage lights. Tommy stepped up to the mic, guitar pick pinched tight between his fingers. Looking out at the faces, he was reminded why they did this. These people were here for the music, for the message, for the shared experience of being part of something real. We're crab versus lion, his voice boomed through the venue. And this is lies, lies, lies. Layla and he locked eyes, nodding in unison. On the downbeat, they launched into the opening riff, guitars roaring in sync, the crowd surging forward in a tsunami of flailing limbs and pumping fists. They powered through the end of the song, the last note still ringing out as he stepped back to address the riled-up fans. How's it going, Gilman? 100 middle fingers shot up in response, making him grin. We've got a lot more in store for you crazy mofos tonight. But first, I want to talk to you about something that matters. He took a breath, ready to launch into the speech he'd prepared. This was their chance to speak on the issues they cared about, to really connect with the fans. He wanted to make the most of it. But just then, Layla's bass cut back in, rumbling through the floor. He glanced back to see Mickey clicking his sticks together 4 times. The speech would have to wait. Tommy turned back to the crowd and let loose a primal scream into the mic, feeding off the energy as the music transported them to somewhere beyond words. He launched into the frenetic opening riff of Sucker Punch, his fingers flying over the frets. The crowd surged forward as Mickey's drums kicked in right on cue. He stole a glance at Mickey. Something still seemed off. The timing was on point, but the playing lacked its usual fire. Worried Mickey might be slipping, Tommy tried to catch his eye. But Mickey's gaze stayed locked on his snare. Tommy looked to Layla instead, hoping she'd picked up on it too. Her brow was furrowed, her head nodding along to the beat. They were only one song in, but cracks were starting to show in Mickey's facade. Tommy knew he had to snap him out of it. As they moved into the bridge, he broke script and ripped into a blistering solo. The crowd went nuts. Perfect. Tommy got right in Mickey's face, leaning over his drum kit and shredding with everything he had. Mickey finally looked up, and Tommy could tell he wanted to one-up him. Mickey dug his sticks in hard when the chorus hit, pounding the drums with newfound intensity. By the last few notes, Mickey was back, playing like a man possessed. When they finally crashed into the outro, the pure joy was back on Mickey's face. Tommy shot Layla a relieved look, and she just smiled, her fingers still working her bass with ease. They powered through the rest of the set. The mosh pit raged, bodies slamming in chaotic unison. Tommy fed off the energy, matching the crowd's fever pitch. This was it, their chance to prove they deserved to stand where so many punk legends had stood before. No more playing tiny clubs or house parties. Tonight, they showed Gilman what they could do. Tommy glanced over at Layla and Mickey. Layla's face was stoic, her eyes scanning the crowd intently as she bounced on the balls of her feet. The neon lights glinted off Mickey's piercings as he twirled a drumstick, amped up adrenaline radiating off him. Tommy strummed out the opening chords to their new song, No More, his pick scraping across the strings. The crowd exploded, the floor vibrating beneath his boots from the sheer force. Layla's bass kicked in, the deep throbbing notes syncing up with the frantic downstrokes of Tommy's guitar. Mickey clicked his sticks together, then unleashed a barrage of machine gun drumming that whipped the crowd into a frenzy. They were off and running. The music took over, instinct and muscle memory guiding Tommy. He was only dimly aware of his surroundings now. Only the band and the crowd existed. This was their purpose, why they sacrificed so much. It was for these moments. Tommy honed in on a girl in the front row, her eyes blazing with passion as she screamed the words back at the band. She understood. They all did. Tommy leaned into the mic, pouring everything he had into the vocals. The lyrics spoke of disillusionment and defiance. Behind him, Mickey was a whirlwind, his sticks bouncing off the drums with reckless power. Layla anchored them, her bass line steady and hypnotic. She was their guide, keeping them true to their ideals even when the world collapsed around them. Her eyes were closed, lost in the music, but her righteous spirit shone through. The crowd had lost any sense of separation. They were one swirling mass united by sound. Bodies crashed against each other, carried by the current of distortion and drums. It was violent but not malicious. This was how they exorcised their demons. One kid couldn't have been older than 14, his spiked denim vest hanging loosely on a skinny frame. But his eyes were shut tight, lost in some transcendent headspace as he thrashed about. Tommy hoped the music spoke to his soul, that it offered him some temporary refuge from whatever turmoil awaited back home. A girl with a half-shaved head had tears streaming down her face, streaking her black mascara. She sang along to every word, matching the band lyric for lyric. Then there was the older punk with a weathered face, his leather jacket covered in patches from decades past. He watched them intently, nodding along in approval. Tommy lived for these connections, even if fleeting. To reach someone, to have the music resonate in their core. That's what gave him purpose. Punk had saved him once, and now he hoped to pay that gift forward. Mickey counted them in, and his sticks clicked together. Then the thundering blast of his drums filled the venue as he launched into a solo. Arms flailing, hair flying, he attacked the kit with precision and power. But as Tommy watched him closely, he noticed a few hesitations, subtle flubs that the untrained ear wouldn't catch. Layla glanced his way, her eyebrows raised. She had noticed it too. The crowd ate it up regardless, heads banging in time with Mickey's manic tempo. He rallied after those initial missteps, his solo building to an impressive climax. When he finished, the audience erupted in cheers. Mickey stood, breathing heavily, and flashed his signature grin, but Tommy sensed the smile was just for show. As they huddled to discuss the next song, Tommy put his hand on Mickey's shoulder. "You good, man?" He avoided Tommy's eyes. Yeah, just first gig jitters." Layla and Tommy shared a knowing look. First gig jitters? They'd been touring for months now. Something wasn't right, but the show had to go on. "All right." Tommy gave Mickey's shoulder a squeeze. "Let's finish this thing off strong." He hoped whatever plagued Mickey could wait until after the gig. They had come too far for distractions now. As Tommy turned back to the mic, the crowd's expectant roar fueled him. It was time. Layla and he locked in, ready to carry Mickey through this final stretch. Layla launched into the punchy bass line of their second single, No Surrender. She owned that intro, her fingers flying over the frets, her afro swaying as she grooved. The audience ate it up, surging forward, their hands reaching up towards her. In that moment, she was their punk goddess. Their screams washed over her. Tommy looked over to Mickey, who nodded, the music starting to swell within him. Tommy stepped up to the mic, his fingers wrapping tightly around its cool metal frame. His words sliced through the air, lashing the crowd with their bitter anger and existential yearning. They were an army now, fueled by the merciless energy coursing through the venue. And as they launched into the chorus, Tommy felt it. The indescribable sensation of losing oneself in the music, the lyrics, the moment. It was an intoxicating blend of power and vulnerability, where everything and nothing mattered. By the time they wrapped up their final song, the audience was in a feverish state, chanting for an encore. Tommy glanced back at Mickey and Layla, both soaked in sweat but exhilarated. He nodded, a silent agreement passing between them. One more song, for the fans, for themselves, for the sacred halls of Gilman that had nurtured countless punk icons. As Tommy strummed the opening chords to their finale, Revolution's End, he looked out at the sea of faces. Young, old, broken, hopeful. They were the living testament to punk's enduring relevance. And tonight, they were one. Chapter 3. As they stepped off stage, the roar of the crowd still rang in Tommy's ears. The final screech of feedback fading to nothing. They headed down the cramped hallway to the green room. "That was insane!" Mickey clapped a hand on Tommy's back. "Did you see how nuts they were going out there?" Tommy felt the adrenaline still pumping through his veins. "For real, I don't think we've ever had a crowd that hyped." Layla grinned at him. "Well, it is the Gilman. We just became part of punk history tonight." She gave Tommy a friendly shove. "And when you called out no gods, no masters, perfection. Really drove home our message." Tommy smiled back. "Thanks, just speaking the truth, you know?" They filed into their backstage room, the others settling onto the grimy couch. Tommy stood in the doorway, noticing an old punk flyer hanging lopsided on the wall, remnants from another era. Mickey leaned forward, his tone turning serious. "I've got to be real, though. I was struggling tonight. My timing got all messed up." "We've got your back, man." Tommy held his gaze. "That's what bandmates do. We carry each other through the rough patches." Layla nodded. "Nobody's perfect, but we killed it out there." Mickey sank back into the couch. "You guys are the best. I don't know what I'd do without you." Layla grinned. "Probably play drums for some corporate pop band." They all laughed, the tension from earlier dissipating. Mickey looked up at Tommy with watery eyes and patted the seat next to him. "You sitting down?" Tommy shook his head. "I'll catch up with you guys later. Need to make a call." Tommy headed down the graffiti-lined hallway, the shouts and thrashing guitars of the other bands fading behind him. As he settled into an alcove, he took out his phone and called Neve. After 2 rings, her voice soothing and familiar filled his ears. "Hey, how was it?" "Killed it. The pit was insane." The video clicked on, revealing Neve with her auburn hair falling over a Ramones tee. Beside her, their son Sean banged on a tiny plastic guitar. "He's been shredding all day. Little guy misses his dad." Something twisted in Tommy's gut. "I miss you both too." As they said their good nights and Tommy slid the phone back into his pocket, He took a moment to breathe. But first, they had to finish this tour. Pushing off the wall, he headed back down the graffiti-lined hallway. The thrum of guitars grew louder as he wove through the maze of band members and fans until he spotted Mickey and Layla chatting by the bar. "There he is," Mickey greeted him, clapping him on the back. "How's the family?" "They're good, man. Sean's getting so big already." Tommy twisted off the cap of a water bottle. Layla sidled up next to him and gestured to the bottle. "Aw, cute. You're still sticking to the straight edge thing then?" Tommy shrugged. "You know I don't mess around with that stuff anymore." Layla rolled her eyes. "We're not asking you to get messed up with us. But you've got to loosen up a little. We just played the Gilman, damn it." Tommy sighed, aware of the tightrope he was walking. I know. It's your lives. Do what you want. I just don't want us to lose focus out here. We came to play music, not to party." Mickey slung an arm around Tommy and Layla's shoulders. "We get it, man. And we appreciate you keeping in line. But you've got to let loose every now and then, too. What happens on tour stays on tour, right?" Tommy managed a small smile. All right. I'll try to chill out a bit, but no promises once we're back in Philly." Chapter 4. The stench of stale sweat tinged with old vomit hit Tommy as he paused in the green room's doorway, his eyes adjusting to the dim lighting. Shadowy figures slouched on ratty couches and leaned against graffiti-tagged walls. Mickey shuffled in behind him, fingers twitching at his sides. Tommy knew Mickey was jonesing for a fix. He needed to learn to resist it or he'd drag them all down with him. Tommy threaded through the crush of bodies, ending up near the cooler of drinks in the corner. But the sight of all those beer cans made his stomach turn. He couldn't touch that poison, not if he wanted to make it through the rest of the tour with a clear head. This was going to be a long night. He took a long swig of water. The lukewarm liquid soothed his dry throat. A woman with pink hair and sleeve tattoos joined them, her eyes on Mickey. "You're the drummer from the last band, right?" She bumped his fist. "I'm Roxy. You guys slayed up there." Mickey blinked. Yeah, thanks." "That drum solo was sick," Roxy said. "You've got some serious skills." Tommy watched as the compliment seemed to diffuse some of the tension in Mickey's shoulders. "I'm Tommy." He offered a hand to Roxy. "Vocals and guitar. This is Layla on bass." "The Furious Minks are up next," Roxy said. "You should stick around. Check us out. I'd love to pick your brains about some collaborations too. It's not often we find bands we vibe with around here." "Sounds great," Tommy said. "We'll be right up front for your set." Roxy smiled, then disappeared into the crowd. Tommy nodded at Mickey, hoping the encouragement from Roxy would be enough to keep him steady. Layla must have noticed too. She slid up beside him, slinging an arm around his shoulders. "You reckon their bassist is as good as she thinks she is?" Mickey gave a weak smile. "I hope so." Chapter 5. Layla and Mickey weaved through the green room, Tommy close behind. The air was thick with sweat and ambition. Each band thought they could make it big, take the underground scene mainstream. But the odds were stacked high against them. Most would crash and burn. Tommy glanced over to see Zero, guitarist for Anarchy's Child, sneering in their direction. They'd crossed paths a few times. His band rocked, but the man was a prick. Well, if it isn't the Junior League punks. Before Tommy could reply, Layla wheeled around, eyes blazing. "You got something to say, Zero?" The room seemed to freeze, everyone waiting to see if this would escalate. Layla didn't back down easily, but tonight, they couldn't afford the trouble. "Forget it," Tommy said softly. "He's just trying to get a rise out of us." Layla hesitated, then finally turned away, shaking her head. Zero chuckled. "That's what I thought." Tommy bit his tongue and kept moving. Roxy leaned against the wall laughing. A tall guy with a blue mohawk cracked open a beer while regaling the others with some wild story. Tommy's eyes lingered on the beer. He drew his attention to Mickey. "You good, man?" Mickey met his eyes, then nodded. "All good." Tommy clapped Mickey on the shoulder and kept moving, wending towards the small, grimy bathroom. As he passed, conversations blurred together, words like quarantine and reports from LA rising above the din. He leaned against the sink, staring at his reflection. His mind wandered home, to Neve and Sean. Just 2 more weeks on the road. He just had to hold it together until then. Then he could go back to what really mattered. He took a deep breath and steeled himself before stepping back out into the green room. The other bands buzzed with pre-show energy. As he made his way towards Mickey and Layla, a grating voice cut through the din. "What's it feel like performing sober?" Zero asked, voice dripping with contempt. "Bet you can't even loosen up enough to get into the music." Tommy met his glare evenly, refusing to take the bait. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mickey's hands curl into fists. He put a hand on Mickey's arm. "Leave it." Zero smirked, raising his beer in mock salute. "Righteous dudes, keep fighting the good fight." As he sauntered off, Mickey shook his head. "Asshole." Tommy nodded, trying to push Zero's dig out of his mind. Layla appeared, an old friend in tow. "Guys, you remember D, right? Used to be in Bleeding Eardrums?" Tommy smiled. "Course. How's it going, man?" "Good." D bumped their fists. "Long time no see. Layla was just catching me up on life with you lunatics." He pointed to a woman with black cropped hair standing next to him. "You met Kim?" Tommy grinned. "Let me guess, bass player, right? Let me guess, cocky frontman looking for a kick in the nuts?" He dipped his head. "Maybe right about the first part. Could do without the kick in the nuts, though." She cocked a pierced eyebrow and turned to someone else. They made small talk with D, reminiscing about past gigs at smaller venues, before everything blew up with the second single. Soon, D left to rejoin his bandmates. Across the room, Mickey leaned against the wall, his face half hidden in shadow. Even from here, Tommy could see the sheen of sweat on his skin, the restless tapping of his foot. Part of him ached to go to him, but a larger part held back, uncertain. They'd been down this road before. Layla followed his gaze. She stiffened, her eyes narrowing. "Hey, did Mickey seem off to you tonight?" "I don't know. Maybe he was just amped up like the rest of us." "Tommy, you know we love Mickey, but we gotta talk about whatever he's going through. The band comes first, right?" He exhaled, his shoulders slumping. She was right. Mickey was family, but if he kept this up, everything they'd built would come crashing down. "It's just complicated, you know." He leaned back against the wall. "Mickey's been battling some demons. I want to help him, but he's got to meet us halfway." Layla folded her arms, her brow furrowed. "Look, I get it, but we took a stand. No more messing around with that junk. It goes against everything we are." He ran a hand through his hair. "I know. But it feels cold to just cut him loose. He's family." "Of course he is." She let out a sigh. "But we've got to draw the line somewhere." He nodded, even as his gut twisted. She put a hand on his shoulder. "We're in this together, okay? Whatever happens." He managed a small smile. "You crushed it tonight," Layla said, breaking the silence. The crowd was eating up every note. "Yeah, we were really locking in, especially on that last song." He smiled to himself. "Remember when we first started going to gigs? We were just a couple of kids then, barely old enough to sneak out at night." Layla chuckled. "Barely tall enough to see the bands. Never thought we'd end up on this side of the stage. It's like we're actually doing it. We've worked hard. It's crazy to think we just played on the same stage as Rancid, AFI, Jawbreaker." Layla smirked. "Don't forget Operation Ivy. They changed everything back in the day. Hell yeah. Op Ivy took punk and made it their own thing. Made me want to start a band the first time I heard Energy. You know Green Day got their start here?" It was his turn to smirk. "Those sellouts? Who gives a crap if they sold out? I bet most bands here got into them and blink before the proper stuff. Bit like a gateway drug to punk, you know." He shrugged. "I guess. But it's insane that we're a part of the Gilman's legacy now too. It really is surreal. Our band name will be etched in this wall soon." Her smile sagged. "But we can't keep turning a blind eye when it comes to Mickey. I feel like we're on the edge of something here." "You're right. We should speak to him." Layla squeezed his arm. He nodded. This could go either way. Chapter 6. Mickey stood across the green room, knocking back a shot with some guys Tommy didn't recognize. Mickey's glazed eyes and sloppy grin told Tommy everything he needed to know. Layla tensed up. "Let's get this over with." As they made their way over, Mickey caught sight of them. "Hey, there's my bandmates. Come do a shot with your boy." "We need to talk, Mickey." Tommy lowered his voice. "Alone." Mickey's face fell for a split second before he forced another grin. "Whatever you say, boss man, let's powwow." He threw an arm around Tommy's shoulder and steered him out the door, Layla close behind. The sounds of the party faded as Mickey led them down the hallway. Leaning against the wall, Mickey's eyes were bloodshot and unfocused. "So what's up, compadres?" He looked between them and tilted his head. "Don't tell me this is an intervention." Tommy rubbed the back of his neck. "We're worried about you, Mickey. This isn't you." Mickey scowled. "Oh, so now you know me better than I know myself. I'm just having fun, living a little." "Mickey, you're our brother," Layla said. "But this can't go on. The band, the music, it has to come first." Mickey slammed his fist against the wall, causing Layla and Tommy to jump. "The band? It's always about the goddamn band with you two. What about me, huh? What about what I need?" Tommy thought about the nights he'd stayed up with Mickey, talking him through the darkness, the times he'd cleaned him up and lied to cover for him. "We know you're hurting, man," Tommy said. "But the partying, the drugs, this road won't end well." Mickey looked at him, his eyes brimming with tears. In that moment, Tommy saw the friend he'd grown up with peering back at him from behind the fog. "I don't know how to stop, man. I'm not as strong as you. I can't just go straight edge like you." Tommy pulled him into an embrace. "You've got us, brother. We're in this together." He felt Mickey's body shaking with quiet sobs. Layla put a hand on Mickey's shoulder, her eyes misty. Layla was the first to break the silence. She pulled back, looking at Mickey with a mix of sadness and resolve. "Things can't stay the way they are. The band, the music, it means nothing if we lose you." Mickey wiped his eyes, sniffling. "I know. I'm sorry. I feel so lost sometimes." "You don't have to go through this alone," Tommy said. "But you've got to want to get clean. No more lies or excuses." Mickey nodded. "I'll do it. For real this time. I don't want to be that person anymore." Layla took his hand. "One day at a time. We'll be with you every step." Tommy put his hand on top of theirs. Mickey managed a small smile. "It'll be tough," Tommy said, his voice strained. "But we'll get you help. There are places you can go, people you can talk to." Mickey shook his head. "I can't leave the band, the tour, the album." Tommy gripped his shoulder. "None of that matters if we lose you. Your health comes first." Layla stepped closer. "Take the time you need to get better. When you're ready, your spot will be waiting." Mickey's arms trembled, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he fought back sobs. He wiped his eyes and gave them a shaky smile. "I don't deserve friends like you, but I promise, I'm gonna fix this." Tommy clapped him on the back. "Damn right. We're family, no matter what." As Tommy stepped back into the green room, the PA crackled. "Attention, please remain inside the building. We have an emergency situation." Silence descended, thick and heavy. Eyes darted around, questions hovering on lips. Layla edged closer, her brow furrowed. "An emergency situation?" Mickey frowned. "What the hell's that mean?" Voices bubbled up, sharp with worry. Bands clustered together, arguing about what to do. Mickey swayed on his feet, his face drained of color. His eyes met Tommy's, round with fear. Tommy jumped up on a chair. "Yo, listen up." His voice rang out sharp, cutting through the clamor. All eyes turned to him. "We've got to keep our heads, all right? Freaking out won't solve nothing." Layla nodded, arms crossed. The others quieted. "What's going on, Tommy?" Roxy asked. "You know something?" He shook his head. "No clue, but we'll get answers. Whatever this is, we'll handle it." He nodded to the others as he stepped down from the chair, trying to project a confidence he didn't feel. Mickey swayed again, his face now tinged green. Before Tommy could reach him, Mickey stumbled out of the room. Lila shot him a worried look. "I'll check on him," Tommy said, following Mickey out. The hallway stood empty, the silence heavy after the buzz of the green room. He hurried past peeling posters and graffiti-tagged walls. As he neared the bathroom, retching echoed from within. He pushed open the stall to find Mickey, hunched over a toilet bowl, vomiting violently. Mickey looked up at him with bloodshot eyes, his face dripping with sweat. Tommy grabbed some paper towels and helped clean Mickey up. His skin felt hot to the touch. "Let's get you back to the others." Mickey leaned heavily against him as they shuffled forward. They returned to the green room and Tommy set Mickey down on the couch. The cacophony of ringtones sliced through the chatter, dozens of different notifications, bleeding out in unison. Around him, people froze mid-sentence, hands diving into pockets and bags to retrieve their phones. He fished his out, his pulse quickening when he glimpsed the lock screen. 20 missed calls, too many texts and news alerts to even count. With a sense of dread, he opened one of the news apps. Chaos in West Berkeley as infection spreads. Zombie outbreak. Residents urged to stay inside. Every headline was more alarming than the last. He scrolled through frantically, bile rising in his throat as shaky videos loaded, scenes of bloody violence straight out of a Romero film. This wasn't a prank or some kind of hoax. This was the goddamn zombie apocalypse. Chapter 7. Tommy looked up, meeting Layla's wide eyes. Without a word, he tilted the screen her way, watching the color drain from her face. She gave a tiny nod, her jaw set with grim determination. Soon, everyone was glued to their phones, sharing panicked whispers and pointed looks. A few people made a beeline for the exit, only to be held back by their bandmates. The urge to flee pulsed through Tommy's veins. "Guys, hang on." He stepped into the center of the chaos. "We can't just run out into the streets blind. We need a plan." Layla appeared at his side. "Tommy's right, it's not safe out there." Her eyes flicked to Mickey, who was staring into space, disconnected from the panic around him. "We should barricade the place," Tommy said. "Turn it into a stronghold, block the doors and windows with anything we can move." There were nods and murmurs of assent. People sprang into action, shifting amps and drum kits, piling up chairs and tables. The doors were sealed off with finality, but it did little to shut out the harsh reality now crashing down upon them. Someone pulled up a live news feed on their phone. Men and women huddled around the tiny screen, a dozen heads craned together. On the cracked display, scenes of unthinkable violence played out in real time, just miles away. Berkeley was burning. Tommy stood transfixed on the images, the weight of responsibility bowing his shoulders. He thought of Neve, of the 2-year-old son awaiting his return. He might never see their faces again. Swallowing hard, he steeled himself. What came next? He didn't know. But he'd be damned if he didn't do everything in his power to get back to them. He took a deep breath and turned to face the group, his bandmates and the others looking to him expectantly. "All right, listen up. I know everyone's scared. Believe me, I am too." He met their eyes one by one, his own fear reflected back. "We've got to stick together, watch each other's backs, conserve food and water, take shifts keeping watch. We've got the numbers and resources to ride this out for a while." He glanced at the barricaded entrance. "As long as we lay low, don't draw attention, we might just be okay." A petite girl with a ruby-red mohawk spoke up. "But for how long? We can't stay cooped up here forever." He raked a hand through his hair. "I don't know. All I know is we need to be smart, make a plan. We'll figure the rest out as we go." A tense silence settled over the room. Then Layla stepped forward. "Tommy's right. We look out for each other now, y'all hear? Ain't no zombies gonna mess with a bunch of punks like us." A ripple of laughter broke the tension. As the group dispersed, Layla sidled up beside Tommy, worry etching her face. "Where's Mickey?" "I'll find him. You help the others divvy up supplies and take guard duty." Layla gave his arm a squeeze. As he moved through the room, he caught glimpses of the news footage still playing on various phones. Each image was like a punch to the gut. This was really happening. He found Mickey huddled behind a stack of amps, pale and trembling. His pupils were dilated, hands scratching at his arms. Tommy crouched down beside him. "Mickey, hey, look at me." Mickey lifted his head slowly. "I ain't gonna make it, man. I need some plez like now." Tommy gripped his shoulder. "You're stronger than your cravings. We're gonna get you through this." Even as he said the words, he wondered if he was telling the truth. He helped Mickey to his feet, keeping a firm hold on his arm as he swayed. His skin was cold and clammy. "Come on, let's get you some water and something to eat." As they made their way across the room, he noticed Layla and the others hauling furniture and equipment to block the doors and windows. An amp crashed to the floor, the discordant twang of an unplugged electric guitar following it. Tommy sat Mickey down against the wall and grabbed a bottle of water from the green room mini fridge. Mickey gulped it so fast some dribbled down his chin. He looked up at Tommy. "We're all gonna die, ain't we?" "No one's dying on my watch." Tommy tried to sound firm, confident. But inside, doubt gnawed at him. He didn't know if he could protect anyone. Not from this. He squeezed Mickey's shoulder, then headed over to help Layla and the others barricade the entrance. They had to hold this place down, for as long as they could. It was all they could do. Tommy nodded at Layla as he joined her and some of the other bands barricading the front entrance. They pushed a couple of heavy amps up against the doors, then stacked chairs and mic stands on top. It wouldn't stop a horde of zombies, but it might slow them down. "How's Mickey holding up?" Layla asked, her voice strained as she shoved an amp into place. "He's freaked out. We all are." Tommy rubbed his chin. "Once we get this barricaded, we should do a supply check. Take inventory of what we've got here to survive on." Layla opened her mouth to respond when a shriek pierced the air. They both snapped their heads towards the sound. On the small backstage TV, a shaky video showed absolute chaos on the streets of San Francisco. People running, screaming, dark shapes lumbering after them, blood splattering the pavement. A hush fell over the room as they all stared, frozen. This was real. It was here. The video kept playing as they all stood in horrified silence. More scenes of carnage and panic flashed by. A mob smashing store windows, soldiers opening fire on infected civilians, bodies littering the streets. Tommy tore his eyes away and scanned the room. Mickey sat hugging his knees in the corner, eyes glazed over. Roxy was pacing back and forth, chewing on her lip, muttering under her breath. The other bands looked various stages of freaked out and shell-shocked. He grabbed a hammer and some boards, securing the back door while trying not to think about Neve and Sean back home. Were they safe? Had the infection spread to Philly yet? His stomach churned with worry, but he forced himself to focus on the task at hand. Barricade now, freak out later. Once the back was secured, he moved to help Layla reinforce the front. They worked in silence, the weight of their new reality hanging thick in the air. "You really think we can make it through this?" Layla asked. "Honestly, I have no idea, but we have to try. Staying together here, keeping our wits about us. It's the best chance we've got." Layla nodded, hammering another board across the door. "Well, I'm with you either way. You know that. We'll get through this, however we can." Tommy stepped back as they finished the barricade, sweat beading on his forehead. The gravity of their situation sat like a stone in his gut, but the work gave him purpose, kept the panic at bay. He almost laughed at the absurdity of it all, but one look at Mickey's pale, sweaty face killed any humor he felt. The bloke was in bad shape already, and this chaos wasn't helping. "Hey," Tommy said, gripping Mickey's shoulder. "Just stay close to me, all right? We're gonna be okay." Mickey nodded, eyes wide and fearful. Chapter 8. The stale air clung to Tommy like a second skin as he scanned the crowded green room. Fear and desperation charged the atmosphere, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. They were sitting ducks here at the Gilman. That much was clear. The barricades wouldn't hold forever against the undead. Roxy shoved through the crowd. "We gotta get the hell out of Dodge." She jabbed a finger at the boarded-up windows. "Let's grab the vans and get on the road. The Bay Area's swarming with those things, and it's only gonna get worse if we stick around." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. Even Zero nodded, his face grim. "You sure that's smart?" Tommy asked. "We got no idea what it's like out there. Maybe better to stay put." Layla moved to his side, uncertainty clouding her eyes. "Time's wasting, Tommy boy," Mickey said, with a hollow laugh. He looked dreadful, face gaunt and pale, dark circles under his eyes. Tommy wanted to argue, to make them see reason, but the tide had already turned against him. With a sigh, he hoisted his guitar case. His fingers hesitated on the door handle. Guitars, amps, merch boxes, and duffel bags cluttered the hallway as everyone scrambled to pack up their belongings. Tommy caught Zero's eye as the latter heaved a couple of bass drums toward the back door. Zero shot him a tense grin that didn't reach his eyes. Grab anything useful, yeah. No telling when we'll restock. Tommy scanned the room for anything that might increase their chances of survival out there. A glint from the corner bar caught his attention. An untouched bottle of Jameson. He quickly snatched it up, feeling the weight of the full liter in his hand. Closing his eyes, he set the whiskey back down and crammed a couple of water bottles into his backpack, along with some t-shirts and a dog-eared copy of Kerouac's On the Road. If these were his last hours on Earth, he wanted a few familiar comforts close by. He swung his pack over his shoulder and headed outside to where the vans were parked. Most of the gear was already loaded up, although a few band members were still scrambling with last-minute items. A drumstick clattered to the pavement. Mickey's fingers trembled as he tried grabbing it, the stick jittering just out of reach. "Need a hand?" Tommy asked. Mickey's bloodshot eyes flicked up at him, dark circles pooled beneath them. "I got it." Tommy watched him fumble for the stick, his hands shaking badly. "We've got a roll," Tommy said. "Just let me help you with that kit." Mickey grimaced, his jaw clenched. Behind him, Layla shot Tommy a worried glance as she loaded up the van. He reached for the bass drum. Mickey's hand snapped out, grabbing his wrist. "I said, I got it!" His fingers dug into Tommy's skin. He met Mickey's eyes. "When's the last time you slept, Mickey?" He dropped Tommy's wrist, turning away. "Leave it, man." "Or shut up? How bad are the cravings?" Mickey whirled, face twisted in anger. "You don't know." "Guys," Layla appeared between them. "Fight later, survive now, we need to move." Mickey scowled but stayed silent. They finished packing up, the drums thudding heavily into the van. Layla slammed the back doors shut. Tommy sidled up next to her. "You doing okay?" She glanced at him, lips pursed. "As okay as any of us can be right now. I just hope we have enough fuel and food to get us far from here." He nodded. "Me too." She offered him a weak smile. "Well, guess we're committed now." He smiled back. "Let's get this show on the road." Roxy hopped into the driver's seat of the lead van. Tommy slid open the side door of their van and climbed in next to Layla. Mickey was already sprawled across the back seat, eyes closed. "You good?" Tommy asked. Mickey mumbled something incoherent. Layla gave him a knowing look as she started the engine. "Here we go." The van lurched forward, following the others. As they pulled out of the parking lot, he took one last look at 924 Gilman Street. Who knew if they'd ever be back here? Where they were even going now was still uncertain. Chapter 9. They drove in tense silence for a while, trailing behind Roxy and Zero's vans in the dark. Tommy fiddled with the radio, but got nothing but static. Layla passed him her phone and gestured for him to plug it in and secure it on the dashboard. "Call Roxy." The ringing tone pulsed through the van's speakers. "Yeah," Roxy said. "So what's the plan?" "We'll take the 580 towards the Central Valley. Should be safer out there." Tommy wasn't convinced. The highway was sure to be a nightmare. But before he could object, Layla shot him a look that said, "Not now." He slumped back with a sigh, bracing himself for the long road ahead. Running off into the unknown seemed reckless, but Roxy was right about one thing. Staying put was getting riskier by the minute. Layla ended the call and turned to him. "You think this is the right call?" He shook his head. "No, not at all. But it's not like we had much choice." Up ahead, the street was vacant, save for the occasional shambling figure in the distance. A toppled streetlight jutted across the asphalt like a felled tree. "Any idea where we're even headed?" Layla shrugged one shoulder. "Your guess is as good as mine, but we stick together and I guess we'll figure the rest out on the go." He knew she hated acting without a plan. But for now, aimless momentum was all they had to go on. He kept his eyes glued to the road, trying to ignore the creeping dread in his gut. Tommy took a deep breath and focused on the dark stretch of road ahead, illuminated only by the van's dim headlights. Just yesterday, They were gearing up for a show at 924 Gilman Street, high on the pre-gig rush that comes before taking the stage. Now they were fleeing from the place they'd dreamed of playing for years. He knew they didn't have a choice. Berkeley had become increasingly dangerous by the hour, those things swarming everywhere, drawn by the chaos. Perhaps Roxy was right. Staying put at the venue would have been suicidal. Yet, part of him questioned the decision. Were they just delaying the inevitable? Tommy glanced over at Layla. Her forehead was creased with worry, her eyes fixed on the road. "You hanging in there?" Layla exhaled shakily. "Trying to. This is insane," he finished for her. She nodded. "What if we've made a mistake? What if it's not better out here?" "It's too late to turn back now. We'll figure this out, we have to." Layla didn't look convinced, but didn't argue. They drove on in tense silence, the van's rumbling engine, and the occasional moan from Mickey in the back, the only sounds. "How's the gear holding up back there?" Layla sniffed. "The way things are going, I'm not sure how useful guitars and a drum kit will be in the goddamn zombie apocalypse." "Hey, you never know. Nothing like a protest song to lift spirits during the end times, eh? If you break into Kumbaya, I'm throwing you and your guitar out the window." Mickey twisted around, his eyes ablaze. "Would you two shut up already? In case you haven't noticed, the world is ending here. Have some goddamn respect." "We know, man." Tommy raised his hands. "And we're going to get through this, okay? All of us. But we're just having a joke. Keep the spirits up." They drove on in silence. The streets were choked with abandoned cars, smoke rising in the distance. Screams and gunshots echoed through the empty buildings looming around them. Tommy's eyes stayed fixed on the road, but his mind wandered. He thought back to the early days when it was just him and Mickey playing in his mom's garage. Mickey had been a force of nature behind the kit, and Tommy had fed off that energy. Then drugs came into the picture, pulling Mickey down a rabbit hole. Tommy glanced at Mickey, his pale, clammy skin and bloodshot eyes revealing the extent of his troubles. "How you holding up?" I'm okay, man." "Bull crap," Layla snapped. "You're not okay, talk to us." Tommy watched as Mickey groaned, his face glistening with sweat. "What do you want me to say? I messed up, but I'm gonna get clean. Just please don't kick me out of the band." "We're not kicking you out," Tommy said, "but you need professional help." "No clinics, they'll lock me up." "That's not an option anymore," Layla said. "Your habit has gone too far." Tommy nodded. "We'll find a way that keeps us together, but you can't do this alone. And you can't do it on the road." Mickey looked down, shaking. After a long pause, he looked up. "Okay, if we get back to Philly, I'll do whatever it takes." Layla dodged abandoned cars and panicked pedestrians. She winced when a mob spilled across an intersection ahead. A cyclist swerved suddenly in front of the van. Layla slammed the brakes, the tires screeching as they slid to a halt, just inches away from a collision. "Get off the road, dickhead." Layla shoved the van back into gear. They continued, one intersection at a time. All they could do was keep moving. Reaching the outskirts of Berkeley, the knot in Tommy's chest loosened slightly. The streets were clearer, but the path ahead was filled with unknowns. The van's engine roared as they hurtled down the streets. Mickey's cries of pain echoed through the vehicle, and Tommy's heart ached, knowing he could do little to alleviate his friend's suffering. "Talk to me, Mickey," Tommy said. "Tell me about playing your first show. Remember how pumped we were?" A flicker of recognition crossed Mickey's feverish eyes. Yeah, the place was... I smashed the drums. So hard." He chuckled weakly. "Thought my hands would bleed." "But you kept playing," Layla said. "You were amazing. The crowd loved you." Mickey managed a weak smile. "Hell yeah, we killed it." His energy soon faded, his face twisting in pain once again. Tommy gripped the arm of his seat as they zoomed through the streets. The van fishtailed around another overturned car, its alarm blaring, its lights still flashing. The clock tower loomed ahead, resembling a massive tombstone. "Zombies," Layla pointed as a mob of stumbling figures emerged from behind the stone columns. "How are we supposed to get through that?" Tommy sat straight. "We'll wreck the van." Layla slammed the brakes, causing Mickey to tumble off the back seat. "We make a path." Tommy blinked. We do what? Get weapons. They scrambled, grabbing whatever they could swing or stab with. Drumsticks, microphone stands, a tire iron. Tommy tossed Layla a heavy wrench and she caught it one-handed, her jaw set. Ready? Layla met his eyes. He nodded. Let's do this. Layla flung open the side door and leapt out, tire iron arcing through the air to crush the first zombie's skull. Tommy was right behind her, taking down 2 more with a guitar stand used as a bat. Mickey dropped his weapon, a drumstick, which clattered to the asphalt. He stared at it as the zombies closed in. Zero from Anarchy's Child appeared beside Tommy, wielding a bass guitar like a battle axe, his bandmates helping to push back the undead. Members of the Furious Minx joined in, clearing a path through the mob. Back inside, everyone, Roxy pointed to the vans. Go, go, go. Tommy clambered back inside. Layla slammed her foot down on the gas, speeding away. Her hands clenched the wheel tight. Mickey sat slumped in the back, staring at his shaking hands. That was too close, Layla said. You nearly died out there. Sorry, Mickey said. We can't have weak links. You need to focus. I know, Mickey said. I'll do better. Layla glanced back at him. Make sure you do. There's no room for any more screw-ups, you understand me? Mickey nodded. I said I'm sorry. Geez. Chapter 10. Crashed cars and wandering zombies clogged the streets ahead. Layla swerved to avoid them, jerking the wheel sharply to miss a zombie lunging into their path. It thudded against the side of the van before staggering away. Too close, she muttered. Tommy nodded, his hands pressed firmly against the dashboard. They drove in tense silence for a few more minutes. When Tommy spotted a store up ahead, he cleared his throat. We should pull in and stock up. Let's make it quick. Layla signaled to the other vans and came to a stop. They stepped into the cold night air. The area looked deserted. Tommy tried the door. Locked. Step aside, children. Zero approached with a tire iron, smashing the window. Layla rolled her eyes. Subtle. Tommy climbed through the broken window into the mess inside. While Layla gathered snacks and lighters, Tommy grabbed water bottles and maps. Where you headed? Zero asked. Philly, Tommy said. We're headed back to Pittsburgh. Should stick together, strengthen numbers. Yeah. Returning to the van, Tommy jumped into the passenger seat, Layla taking the wheel. Tommy glanced back at Mickey, his eyes glazed, his body still shaking. Navigating the empty streets towards the highway, Layla swerved around a lone, staggering zombie. She gunned the engine as she weaved between abandoned cars and debris, the van's worn shocks bouncing them around like pinballs. Layla sighed. We need to find more weapons at the next stop. Maybe a gun store? She shook her head. No guns. We can't afford to attract more of those things with noise. And if we've got guns, we'll need bullets. That'll be a lot of weight to carry around. Tommy nodded. She was right, of course. They'd have to get creative. What about a sporting goods store? Baseball bats, golf clubs? That could work. Anything silent but deadly. She paused, biting her lip. Do you think Mickey is up for this, for any of it? Mickey sat curled against the window now, eyes closed. I don't know. But what can we do? We've survived worse. She turned to him, eyebrows raised. Worse? Worse than a goddamn zombie apocalypse? He grinned. What about those late-night van breakdowns? That club owner in Chicago where the promoter did a runner and we had to beg for gas? Or that dive in Newark that ended up being full of Nazis? She laughed. When you put it like that. After a while, they approached a small town. An old-fashioned main street. Brick storefronts. Tommy caught Layla's eye and nodded. Time to gear up and face whatever came next. She pulled the van up onto the sidewalk and cut the engine. No signs of zombies. The other bands parked up behind them. They slipped out, weapons in hand. Layla with her bass guitar, Tommy clutching a busted drum stand. Mickey trailed behind, holding a single drumstick. Zero stepped in and jimmied the lock on the nearest shop, a mom-and-pop sporting goods store called Frank's. A bell jangled as they entered the dark space. Tommy hurried to the back wall, grabbing the biggest baseball bat he saw. Lila found the golf clubs and shoved some into her bag. Tommy's eyes lit up. Hey, an axe section. Layla joined him as he selected a small fireman's axe. perfect for lopping off zombie heads. He also grabbed a hunting knife to strap to his belt. They gathered up rope, flashlights, and other gear before slipping back out of the shop. Layla held up a hand, gesturing for quiet. Distant moans reached them, echoing through the empty streets. The zombies were coming. Tommy rushed back to the van. As the noises grew louder, Layla slammed the van door shut. "Let's get out of here," she said. "We're as ready as we're going to be." She slammed her foot down on the gas, speeding off down the street. The moans faded behind them. After a few minutes, Mickey spoke up. "So what's the plan? We can't just drive forever." Layla turned around to face him. "We need to get out of the cities. Find an isolated place we can fortify and wait this out. Somewhere rural. A farm, maybe." "A farm?" Mickey scoffed. "Seriously? We're a punk band, not farmers." Layla rolled her eyes. "It was just a suggestion. We need self-sufficiency right now." Tommy shook his head. "We're heading back to Philly. That's the beginning and end of the plan for me." He thought about Neve and Sean. Were they safe? He had to get back to them. A scraping sound came from above. All three of them looked up. A zombie crawled across the van's roof, peering down through the front windshield. Its milky eyes locked with Tommy's. Layla screamed and slammed the brakes. The zombie slid off the hood with a thud. Mickey sat up straight. What the hell? More zombies emerged ahead. Layla threw the van in reverse, narrowly missing the Minx van behind them. "Brace yourselves." Tires squealing, she whipped the van around in a chaotic three-point turn. The zombies lurched towards them. Layla sped off in the other direction, gripping the steering wheel tight as they sped away. The image of the zombies' milky eyes etched into Tommy's mind. What the hell were those things? "That was too close for comfort," Layla said. "We need to be more careful." "No more main roads," Tommy said. "We'll stick to the side streets from here on out." Layla gave a terse nod. They drove in tense silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After a while, the glowing vacancy sign of a roadside motel beckoned. Good enough for a few hours' sleep at least. If open. Layla pulled into the empty parking lot and killed the engine. "Let's get a room and try to rest." Tommy nodded. "Good call. We can figure out our next moves in the morning." Layla and Mickey both looked dead on their feet. They grabbed their meager supplies and headed for the motel office, hoping for a few precious hours of safety. Tommy was surprised when a woman greeted them at the front desk. She didn't seem fazed by 3 punk bands turning up after midnight. None of them mentioned the zombies. Room key in hand, Tommy unlocked the door to their dingy motel room, and they shuffled inside. Mickey collapsed onto one of the twin beds, not even bothering to take his boots off. Layla set her bag on the other bed. At least someone's gonna sleep tonight. Let him rest for now. We'll figure this out. Tommy did a quick sweep of the room to make sure it was secure. They'd stayed in worse places. He grabbed a couple of sodas from the mini-fridge and handed one to Layla. They sat at the small table by the window, looking out at the parking lot bathed in the red glow of the vacancy sign. Layla tapped a rhythm on the table. "So what's next? It's a long drive back to Philly." Tommy took a deep breath. "I think we need to find him some help. Get him to a doctor, maybe get some methadone or something." Layla nodded. "That could work. But where? Everything's chaos out there." "We'll figure it out." He finished his soda and tossed the can into the trash. "Let's get some rest. We can talk to Mickey in the morning." Layla agreed. They did one more check of the room, then finally laid down to sleep. Chapter 11. A loud knock jolted Tommy awake. He got up and moved to the door. "Who is it?" "It's Roxy." He opened the door and met her fear-filled eyes. "Hey, what's up?" "We've got a situation, Tommy." Her usually melodic voice was tight, clipped. "It's Kim." Tommy and Layla gathered their things and roused Mickey awake to follow Roxy out to the parking lot. Members of her band stood near their van in the gray morning light. "Show them," Roxy said to Kim. Kim jutted out her chin and yanked up her sleeve. The wound was unmistakable, a savage crescent-shaped bite mark, flesh ragged and oozing, the telltale sign of infection. "Damn." Mickey took a step back. "How'd it happen?" Tommy asked. "Back at the clock tower, Roxy said. But she says she feels fine. No fever, nothing. She held up her hands. We don't know what to do. There's a lot we don't understand about this virus, Tommy said. Maybe she can fight it off. We shouldn't make any rash decisions. Layla's eyes blazed, her mouth a hard line. She needs to leave. Now. If that thing spreads, it's the only responsible thing to do. Let's think this through. Tommy rubbed the back of his neck. We can't just abandon her. Layla glared at him. What if she turns into one of those freaks and kills us all? We don't know if that's how this stuff works. Roxy shook her head. We do. News says it spreads through bodily fluids, bites, scratches, and then it takes over. The words hung in the air, heavy as lead. Tommy glanced at Kim, at the fear lurking in her eyes beneath the defiance. I think Layla's right. Roxy wrung her wrists. We have to contain this. No. They all turned as the Minx drummer stepped forward, his gravelly voice low but firm. We don't abandon bandmates on the road. Roxy glowered at him. But she might have it. Spike shrugged. And she might not. Tommy raised a hand. How about this? The back of your van's separate from the cabin, right? Roxy nodded. You mean like quarantine her in there? Exactly. It's gonna be a squeeze. Tommy jerked a thumb behind him. Split a few of your guys between the vans if you have to. Just keep Kim separate. Spike nodded. Yeah. Isolated, but not abandoned. Roxy let out a sigh. I guess we can keep an eye on her. Reassess once we know more. Without protest, Kim climbed into the back of the furious Minx van, her eyes meeting Tommy's for a brief moment before the door slammed shut. Spike came over and seemed to force a smile. All right if I ride with you guys? Tommy nodded. Sure. They climbed back into their vehicles, engines rumbling to life. Tommy took a deep breath as he watched the Minx van pull away, Kim's face peering from the back window. Layla sat next to him, arms crossed. This is a mistake. You know what needs to be done, you're just too soft to do it. He bristled at her words. There's no need to be so extreme. Kim's still human. We owe it to her to at least try. Layla scoffed. She's not human anymore, and the longer we pretend she is, the more danger we're in. She turned to the window. Maybe Layla was right, but he couldn't accept it. Not yet. Mickey leaned between the seats and clapped a hand on his shoulder. You did good, man. We'll figure this out. He nodded, hoping Mickey was right. As Layla pulled away from the motel, Tommy couldn't shake the feeling that the hard choices were just beginning. Spike stared from the window, air whistling through his nose. He told them about Kim, how they'd grown up together, been best friends since grade school. If anyone had the right to an opinion here, it was him. What do you think, Spike? Tommy asked. About all this? Spike remained silent so long Tommy didn't think he'd respond. This whole thing is bullcrap. She's still Kim, still family. We don't turn our backs on family. Tommy let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. We can't abandon her when she needs us most. Layla's head whipped around. So that's it then? We just ignore the very real danger and pretend everything's fine? He held up a hand. No one's suggesting that, but we need to be smart, take precautions without being cruel. Layla opened her mouth to argue, but Mickey interrupted. Look, we're all on edge here. It's been a mess since the Gilman, but we've got to stick together or we don't stand a chance. Kim's one of us. We look out for our own. Layla sighed but didn't push back. An uneasy silence settled over the van as they continued down the deserted highway. All right, Tommy said. The best we can do is keep an eye on her condition. At the first sign things are taking a turn, we deal with it. You saw those eyes, right? That's how we'll know. Layla's lips pressed into a thin line, but she gave a curt nod. Over the next few hours, the atmosphere in the van was subdued. Tommy kept glancing in the side mirror, watching the Minx van following close behind. Kim was in there, alone and dealing with whatever was happening to her. Part of him wondered if they'd made the right choice. Were they helping her, or just delaying the inevitable? There were no easy answers anymore. All they could do was take it 1 mile at a time and hope they'd make the right turns. For the next hour or so, Tommy stared out the passenger window. his forehead creased with worry. In the back, Mickey jiggled his leg relentlessly, while Spike just sat there. Tommy wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but nothing came. Roxy flashed her van's lights. Layla slowed and pulled over to the shoulder. Mickey groaned. What now? They climbed out and gathered around the Minx van. Kim lay inside, looking paler than before. It's getting worse, Roxy said. She needs help. Help we can't give her, Layla said. We need to do something. A war raged in Tommy between sympathy and uncertainty. Let's give it a little more time. We can keep monitoring her, try to make her comfortable. Roxy narrowed her eyes. We need to do something. What if she attacks? We need to make the tough choice here. All eyes turned to Tommy. He took a deep breath. I'll keep an eye on her. Layla shot him a glare. You'll do what? We'll still isolate her in the van for now, but I'll stay back there too, keep an eye on things. He raised a hand to silence Layla's protest. It's the best compromise we've got. He looked down at his hunting knife. And if things take a turn? Chapter 12. Tommy climbed into the back of the van with Kim while the others returned to their vehicles. She gave him a smile, but her skin had a grayish pallor that turned his stomach. He tried to make small talk, to keep things light, but the specter of her worsening condition hung over them. They drove on through the day, his gaze switching between Kim's occasional dozing and the road retreating behind them. This whole zombie business had escalated so quickly. Just yesterday, their biggest concern was making it to their next gig on time. Now they were literally fighting for their lives. He glanced over at Kim. She was curled up on the floor, clutching her injured arm. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead even as she shivered. How are you holding up? She blinked up at him. Oh, just casually turning into a brain-eating monster. He laughed awkwardly. Really thought I'd at least make it to 30 before that happened. He gave a sad smile. Try to get some rest. I bet we'll be stopping soon to gas up and figure out our next move. Yeah. She closed her eyes, her head rocking in time with the van. They sat in silence for a long time, the stench of death cloying in the back of Tommy's throat. She stirred, her face tightening as she clutched her arm. The wound seemed more inflamed now, an angry red mark snaking its way up her forearm. You pissed me off when we first met, you know? Tommy frowned. Huh? That thing you said about me being a bassist because I'm a woman. Tommy blinked, taken aback. No, it's not like that. I was just thinking, some of the most kick-ass bassists I've ever known were named Kim. Kim Deal from the Pixies, Kim Gordon from Sonic Youth. Kims have a reputation, A corner of Kim's mouth twitched into a half smile. That's a relief. Thought you were going down the women should stick to bass route. No way. Tommy shook his head and grinned. There's Key, too. The pair laughed and Tommy opened his palms. That was a joke, by the way. I know. I'd never underestimate anyone based on anything like, especially in this scene. We're all fighters here. Good to know. For a moment, Tommy almost forgot the unspoken dread that occupied the back of the van. As Kim shifted, she winced, gripping her arm tighter, and Tommy felt his stomach churn. What if her condition worsened? What if she turned? What if she attacked? Tommy, Kim's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. You're looking at me like I'm about to eat you. He forced a smile. Sorry, just a bit tense, It's all so crazy. Yeah. She looked down at her festering wound, her eyes closing. Crazy. Tommy leaned back and watched the broken landscape roll past, willing the miles to go by faster. The isolation and uncertainty were almost worse than the smell of Kim's wound. A sudden thump from the front of the van made him jump. Roxy's voice filtered through the window, separating them. Got trouble up ahead. Big accident. Cars overturned. There's crap everywhere. We're going to have to go around. As they slowed, hulking shapes of wrecked vehicles lined the highway. I'm telling the others we're going off-road. Hold tight. Gripping a strap that hung from the ceiling, Tommy braced himself. With a lurch, the van veered off the asphalt. His grip tightened as they jolted onto an unpaved road. Thumps and groans resonated from below as the wheels skidded over ruts and loose gravel. Trees blurred past the back window, their skeletal branches swiping at the sky. He clenched his jaw, fighting the rising tide of nausea. His stomach twisted, roiling with the sensation of being in a shaker. He didn't want to imagine how Kim felt. Amp stacks and drum cases slid across the floor. A guitar case teetered on a ledge. Just as it seemed about to fall, Tommy lunged forward, grappling it back into position. His hand brushed against Kim's leg. Instinctively, he recoiled. The virus, he couldn't afford to forget that even for a second. The van dipped suddenly, descending into what felt like a shallow ditch before jolting upwards again, tires finding purchase on the uneven terrain. Drumsticks and leads became airborne missiles. He threw himself over Kim, shielding her from the cascade of falling equipment. Cymbals clashed in dissonance, almost drowned out by the roar of the engine. Kim screamed. A high-pitched screech tore through the van as Roxy accelerated, metal scraping rock below them. The van burst out of the makeshift road, tires skimming over soft earth, and then back onto smooth asphalt. Geez. Kim was visibly shaken, her eyes darting back and forth. Are you all right? She nodded, wrapping her arms around herself as though hugging away the last few minutes. I think so. The van slowed, and Roxy's voice piped up again. We're back on track. How's everything back there? Tommy looked around at the chaotic mess of musical equipment, at Kim's ashen face, at his own trembling hands. We're still alive. Good. Let's keep it that way. A few minutes later, Roxy slammed the brakes. Tommy's head crashed into an amp while his posterior found itself nestled between some drums. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Geez, Roxy, what's the big idea? Looks like the military or something. Damn it. Tommy rubbed the sore spot on his head. This can't be good. Understatement of the year, Kim mumbled, her voice barely audible. What do we do? Stay cool, I guess. We haven't done anything wrong. Right. Her voice quivered. No big deal. Exactly. Tommy turned to the front. Roxy, anything new? I think it's the National Guard. Peering through the back window, he saw the other vans in their convoy screech to a halt. Soldiers already aiming their rifles at them. He turned to Kim. You should probably hide. Without protest, Kim scrambled behind one of the larger amps, her face pale and terrified. Out of the vehicle, now! A stern-looking soldier tapped his rifle against the back window. Taking a deep breath, Tommy tried to keep his cool as he stepped out of the van. The tension weighed heavy. His heart thumped in his chest. Morning, officer. Tommy forced a smile. Nice weather for an apocalypse, huh? Cut the wisecracks, the soldier snapped. What are you doing here? Us. We're just some punk bands trying to get home. He gestured towards the vans. Had to cut the tour short. All right, punk, the soldier sneered, eyeing him like he was something he'd stepped in. Where are you lot from and what the hell are you doing out here? My lot are from Philly. Those lot are from Pittsburgh, and these guys, Columbus, Ohio. Tommy tried to keep his voice steady despite the icy grip of fear twisting his gut. You're in a rock band? Punk rock, yeah. Maybe you've heard of us? I'm from Crab vs. Lion. We've got Anarchy's Child and the Furious Minx, just made our debut at the Gilman. Never heard of any of you. His lip curled. And I don't care for your kind of noise anyway. You punks are all the same. Nothing but trouble. Tommy raised his hands. We're just making music. No, Billy Joel makes music. I wouldn't call screaming and smashing stuff music. Tommy shrugged. Guess it depends on what you're aiming for. Still doesn't answer what you're doing on the roads. There's a stay-at-home order in effect. And we're just trying to make it back home now. The soldier raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. To Philadelphia? Yep. And how are you planning to do that? Driving, mostly. He motioned towards the vans. Just follow the road and hope for the best, right? Hope won't get you far, kid. But I guess it's all you've got. Just remember, there are worse things out there than zombies. Thanks for the advice. The soldier looked Tommy up and down. You know, driving across country is a bad idea right now. Look, man, I just want to get back home. I need to get back to them. Uh-huh. And how do we know you're not infected? Tommy raised his hands in mock surrender. We've all got our problems, but turning into zombies ain't one of them. Keep your hands still, and don't try anything funny. We're not here to play games. Neither are we. Tommy held his voice steady. We just want to get back home safe to our families, same as you, I'm guessing. The soldier studied Tommy for a moment, his eyes searching. His gaze shifted to Mickey, slumped against the van. Hey man, don't worry about him. Tommy gestured to Mickey. He's not infected or anything, just going through some withdrawal. The soldier narrowed his eyes. What kind of withdrawal? Plez, Mickey said. But I'm kicking it. Fantastic. The soldier sneered, rolling his eyes. Just what we need, more junky scumbags to deal with. Hey, we're all just trying to survive here, Tommy said. The soldier shook his head at Mickey. Pathetic. Any chance you've got some methadone on you? Tommy asked. It'd sure make our journey a hell of a lot smoother. Sorry, kid, we're fresh out, the soldier said. Right, of course. Have any of your party been bitten? The soldier's eyes scanned their faces. Party? Tommy grinned at the others. This your idea of a party? The soldier raised his rifle. Answer the question. Have any of your group been infected? Bites, scratches, any sustained bodily contact? Tommy glanced towards the Minx van, praying the soldier wouldn't notice. I think we're all good. Hey Tommy, Zero called out, phone in hand, capturing the entire scene. Gotta document harassment like this, right? Tommy sighed. Zero, don't antagonize them. Hey, another soldier barked at Zero. Put that away and let us search your vehicle. Oh, no can do, buddy, Zero said. Fourth Amendment. You need a warrant or probable cause, and you've got neither. Are you really going to pull that card now? The first soldier snapped. Zero smirked. Damn straight I am. You know this is part of the globalists' plan, right? You even know who your true masters are? Look, another soldier said. You should all just go back to your homes. It's safer there. Do you think we're out here joyriding through Zombieville, USA because we like the scenery? Tommy said. We're trying to get home. Tommy, Roxy glared at him. Chill out, yeah? Right, Tommy agreed. Sorry, officer, it's been a rough couple of days. Understandable, the soldier's expression softened. But seriously, go home. Thanks, Tommy said through gritted teeth. The soldier leaned closer. I shouldn't be telling you this, but if you're looking for somewhere relatively secure, Lake Tahoe has been cleared. It's probably your best bet right now. Tommy nodded. Thanks for the tip. I'll let the others know. It's about as safe as anywhere can be these days, the soldier said before walking away. Tommy relayed the information as they returned to their vans. Great, a vacation spot, Roxy muttered. Maybe we'll find some jet skis and have a little fun while we're running from the zombies. Or maybe we'll find some peace and quiet, away from all this crap, Layla said. Either way, Tommy said, we've got to keep moving forward. All right, everyone back in the vans, Roxy said. We've got a long drive ahead and we're burning daylight. Damn pigs, Zero said. Always gotta flex their muscle even when the world's going to hell. Shut up, Zero, Layla said. Just be thankful we got through. They could have made things a lot more difficult for us. By what, trampling on our rights? You see that as a difficulty? Zero shot her a condescending look. Rights? You think this is the time to be having a debate on civil liberties? We're dealing with an apocalypse, for God's sake. Well, you never know when tyranny starts to sneak in, do you? Gotta keep an eye out, Zero said, raising an eyebrow. This is all part of the plan. Zero, in case you haven't noticed, we're slightly more concerned with zombies ripping us to shreds than some dystopian fantasy. Ah, the zombies, Zero sneered at the roadblock. The perfect distraction, aren't they? Keep the sheeple scared and they won't even notice their freedom slipping away. Layla blinked at him. Are you even listening to yourself? People are dying, Zero. We've probably lost friends, family. This is not some conspiracy theory. This is real life. And that makes it even more important to question the reality we're given, Layla. Layla took a deep breath. You know what, Zero? You're right. Let's just let anarchy reign while the world burns. Happy now. We're supposed to be punks, remember? He grinned and clapped his hands. Always had you lot down for a bunch of cosplayers. You know what I mean. Not everything has to be a battle against the man. Better than blind obedience. Right. Because anarchy has worked out so well for us so far. Before Zero could respond, Tommy stepped in. Guys, enough. We've got bigger problems. Like how we're going to survive the next few days. Zero shrugged and sauntered to join his bandmates. Spike from the Furious Minx approached Tommy as everyone shuffled back towards their respective vans. Hey man, thanks for looking out for Kim back there. Really appreciate it. Tommy nodded. Of course. We've got to stick together, don't we? Listen. A serious expression settled on Spike's face. Why don't we swap places for a bit? You've been running point with those soldiers and keeping things steady. I should be there for Kim. You sure? Yeah, be better having someone she knows with her, you know? Nothing personal. Of course, man. Do what you need to. I'll head back over to our van and you can join Kim. Cheers, Tommy. Means a lot. Take care of her. Tommy patted Spike's shoulder before making his way back towards the van. Tommy settled back into the passenger seat and smiled at Layla. Hey. Hey yourself. How's Kim? Not great. Spike's going to look out for her. Makes sense. She looked Tommy up and down. She didn't. I'm fine. You think she'll, you know. Tommy shrugged. We'll deal with that if and when it comes. He glanced back at Mickey, who managed a weak grin. The door slid open, and Jimbo from Anarchy's Child hopped in. Mind if I join the party? What are you doing here? Layla asked. Needed a break from Zero's crap, didn't I? Dude's doing my head in. Welcome aboard, Tommy said, offering a smile. Jimbo settled in, crossing his arms. So, Lake Tahoe, yeah? That's the plan, apparently. Soldiers say it's cleared out. Could be a safe haven for us. Or a trap, Mickey said. Either way, we've got to keep moving forward, Tommy said. We don't have many options left. All right, let's do this. Layla started the engine. Lake Tahoe, here we come. Chapter 13. Layla turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. Vibrations pulsed through Tommy's skull as he leaned back against the headrest. Behind him, Mickey stared from the window, his eyes vacant, his skin pale and slick with sweat. Tommy turned to him. You good? Mickey jolted, eyes darting around the van before settling back on the road. Yeah. Fine. In the side mirror, Tommy saw Roxy slam the back doors of their van shut, trapping Kim inside. She barked orders at the rest of the minx, her expression twisting into a scowl. Tommy turned on the stereo, filling the van with the sounds of Rancid through the blown-out speakers. Mickey's fingers tapped against his thigh, still avoiding eye contact. Jimbo cracked open a can. Road trip, Layla revved the engine once more. In the side mirror, the other vans started to move. Layla pulled onto the street, leading the way. The van's engine hummed under Layla's steady hand, the wheels eating up mile after mile of uncertain road. Tommy's fingers drummed on the dashboard. Hey, lighten up, folks, Jimbo grinned. We're punks on tour, remember? He knocked back his beer. Next stop, Zombie Palooza. Mickey snorted, a sound more like a grimace than a laugh. Yeah, headlined by the Undead, I suppose. Jimbo chuckled. Ah, they always kill it on stage. The word kill hung heavy in the air for a moment. So, how's the tour been for you lot? Jimbo leaned between the front seats, looking between Layla and Tommy. Any memorable gigs before the world decided to end? Had it only been yesterday that they'd played to a packed house at 924 Gilman Street? God, it felt like a lifetime ago. We've played some decent venues, Tommy said. Last single got us a lot of attention on some of the bigger sites. It's like people are starting to pay attention. Enjoy it, dude. That first push is the best. We're about to record our third album. Jimbo sighed. Mind you, with the way things were going, it was a coin toss whether we'd make it through as a band. Mickey inclined his head. Trouble at mill, huh? Jimbo shrugged, his gaze fixed somewhere on the van's peeling ceiling liner. Let's just say creative differences had turned into creative warfare, almost made the actual apocalypse seem like a good team-building exercise. He threw himself back into his seat. I don't want to keep doing retreads, you know? We need to rip it up, start again. Do what Fugazi did, really push the possibilities. Tommy raised an eyebrow. So, you're bored of punk? I'm bored of stock punk. I'm bored of all these wannabes who fall into some nicely structured rebellion. They're conformists, dude, and they don't even see it. They think they're punk, but they're still dressing like it's 1977. Punk's supposed to be more than just a label, more than just a framework you can slot yourself into. It's about breaking down the walls. So, what? You gonna start doing a post-punk thing or something? Throw in some jazz, a bit of beatboxing? Anything's better than rinse and repeat, you know, Layla sniffed. And let me guess, Zero's not into that? Jimbo shook his head. I tried playing him some other music, experimental stuff, electronica, shoegaze, grime. It's like, if it's not punk or hardcore, he doesn't want to know. He calls himself a purist, but it's falling back on the same old, same old. So limiting. Layla nodded. Well, if you survive this, you'll probably survive anything as a band. Survive? I plan to thrive, dude. Jimbo drummed his fingers on the back of Tommy's seat. First band to tour Post-Apocalypse? Imagine the cred. Could launch a new type of punk rock. Call it zombiecore. Tommy grinned. Yeah, you could have some zombies growling on backing vocals. Jimbo chuckled. Yeah, probably have to keep them on leashes though. Oh crap, our backing guy's just bitten another kid on the front row. Urgh. Jimbo's laughter filled the van, brightening the gloom if only for a moment. They'd have to sign waivers to see us. That's real hardcore. Tommy nodded along to the music as the empty highway slid by. Abandoned cars lay scattered along the shoulders, some with doors ajar, others marred with dark stains. Mickey shifted in his seat, casting a glance Tommy's way. So what's the plan, once we hit Lake Tahoe? Tommy shrugged. Regroup. Get supplies. And then what? I don't know if you've noticed, but we're a long way from Philly. We need to take it one day at a time, man. We'll get there. We just need to keep focused on the now. A bitter laugh escaped Mickey. We're so screwed. Maybe. Tommy frowned. But we've got each other. We'll figure this out. Mickey shook his head, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Tommy cranked up the volume, allowing Tim Armstrong's gritty vocals to drown out the uncertain future looming before them. He watched Mickey from the corner of his eye as they drove, taking in his twitchy movements. There was no doubt that withdrawal was hitting Mickey hard. Though he had his demons, he always came through for the band when it mattered. But if Mickey derailed now, they were all in trouble. Lila's phone rang and she pressed to answer. Yeah? Hey you. A gravelly voice came through the van's speakers. Layla smiled at Tommy. It's D. Damn right it's D. How you guys holding up in there? Oh, living the dream, as always. You know me, cool as a cucumber. D laughed. I'll believe that when I see it. We've got to do something to lighten the mood around here. I'm starting a game of I Spy. Roxy's already playing along. Sure, knock yourself out. All right, I spy with my little eye something beginning with S. Layla looked down at her hands. Steering wheel? Nope. Try again. Tommy smirked and scanned the area. Sky? Getting warmer, but no cigar. Mickey blinked and glanced around the van. Something. Dee burst out laughing over the speakers. That's almost too clever. But no, it's not something. I mean, it is something. But it's not the word something. So it is something? Mickey asked. Yeah, it's something, but it's not something something. Layla snorted. I'm confused. Tommy glanced back at Mickey and grinned. We all are. All right, my turn, said Jimbo, leaning between the seats. Is it a sentient sausage? What? Layla almost swerved the van. Tommy chuckled. Jimbo, what kind of world do you live in, man? A world where sentient sausages could absolutely be a thing, given everything else that's going on. I mean, you're completely fine with zombies shambling among us, but the idea that a sausage might have an opinion about the drapes is somehow odd to you? Mickey laughed. I mean, Dee hasn't said it's not. It's not, Dee said, but his logic is flawless. Tommy gazed from the window. Is stereo? Nope. Layla sighed. Just tell us what it is, Dee. I'm bored now. A street lamp, Dee said. But I've got to say, the sentient sausage was a close second. Thanks for the distraction. Speak soon. Layla ended the call and Rancid came back through the speakers, the laughter subsiding as a blood-soaked zombie staggered into the road ahead. Layla slammed her foot on the brake pedal, the van screeching to a halt just inches from the thing. The zombie let out a guttural moan and lurched towards them, its fingers clawing at the windshield. Tommy grabbed his guitar from the back, shoved the door open, and leapt outside. He swung with all his might, bashing the zombie's head in, with a sickening crunch. Dark blood and brain matter splattered across the asphalt. Layla jumped out and smashed the zombie off the road with her baseball bat. Tommy turned to Layla. You good? I'm good. Why aren't you using your bat? Tommy glanced down at his guitar and flicked gore off its body. I forgot. Old habits? She nodded, breathing hard. Barely scratched the paint at least. Lucky. Yeah, real lucky. He peered down the highway, spotting more zombies in the distance. They needed to get moving. Layla fired up the engine and Tommy hopped back inside, grabbing a rag to wipe his hands. Mickey groaned, pressing his forehead against the window. Wow, Jimbo said. You two make zombie slaying look like a punk show. Headbanging has never been so literal. Layla chuckled. You didn't fancy joining in the melee? Jimbo raised his eyebrows. You see, I was providing moral support. Very important, that is. Someone has to be the cheerleader, and I was waving my metaphorical pom-poms from the back seat. Tommy grinned. Pom-poms, huh? I didn't know you were so multi-talented. Maybe when this thing's over, we can have you as a dancer at Zombie Palooza. Jimbo sucked his teeth. Don't underestimate the power of morale in the apocalypse. Also, someone had to keep an eye on Mickey here. Make sure he didn't make a meal for our dead friend. Mickey groaned, but managed a weak smile. You're too kind. Jimbo nodded. I'm selfless like that. You go out, smash some zombie skulls, and I make sure the home front is secure. Tommy glanced at Mickey, his face a pallid mask. Here. Tommy fished an unopened bottle of water out and handed it back to him. Stay hydrated, man. Mickey took a few sips and leaned back, closing his eyes. Layla's phone interrupted the music. Who is it? It's Roxy. Tommy gestured to the screen. Probably checking we haven't been zombified, Layla said. Tommy answered the call. Hey, Rox, what's up? You've got to stop getting out every time there's a deadhead in the way. We'll never make it to Tahoe at this rate. Layla narrowed her eyes, her jaw twitching. Tommy shifted in his seat. How's Kim? She's still with us. Spike doing okay? Yep. All right then. Layla slammed the brakes again. Up ahead, Zero stood at the roadside, his phone aimed at a pack of zombies tearing into a corpse. Layla leaned forward, her mouth gaping. What the hell's he doing? Before Tommy could stop her, she jumped out and stormed over to him. Tommy grabbed his guitar and caught up to her. You got a death wish, dumbass? Layla snatched Zero's phone away. Zero shrugged. Thought the footage might be useful. Useful for what? Tommy snapped. Freaking TikTok? Zero didn't respond. After a silent stare down, Zero swiped his phone, climbed back into his van, and took off. Layla and Tommy exchanged frustrated looks. Tommy slid back into the passenger seat, his nerves on edge. Jimbo leaned forward. Zero, ever the aspiring filmmaker. Probably thinks he's going to make zombies go viral. Again. Tommy shook his head. Going viral isn't much use if you get eaten. It's pointless and dangerous. Jimbo grinned. Well, you've got to admit, if it gives Zero something productive to do, then it can't be all bad. The last thing any of us want is for Zero to get bored and start thinking. Thinking about what? Layla asked as she shifted gears. Connecting dots. Jimbo made exaggerated air quotes. But not just any dots, mind you. These are the kinds of dots that only Zero can see. The flimsiest of details becoming a full-fledged conspiracy theory. Tommy laughed. Oh, so you think he's cooking up some kind of story in that brain of his? You bet. Probably something to do with the globalists, or chemtrails, or how the zombies are actually a false flag operation set up by Big Pharma to bring in martial law. The guy's a gold mine of bullcrap. Tommy frowned. I didn't know you could mine bullcrap. Jimbo sat back and gazed from the window. You'd be surprised what crap you can dig up if you know where to look. Still though, Tommy said, someone needs to keep an eye on him before he gets us all killed for the sake of his art. He watched Zero's van in the side mirror. We can't afford to take stupid risks. Jimbo sighed. It's a far cry from worrying about who drank the last beer in the dressing room, eh? Layla laughed. Yeah, those were the days. As they sped down the road, Tommy tried to call Neve, but couldn't connect to the network. Layla reached over and gave his hand a squeeze. We're gonna make it. Tommy nodded. I hope you're right. There's no hope about it. We're gonna make it. From the back seat, Mickey groaned. Tommy met his eyes. Hey man, you doing okay? Been better. Mickey seemed to force a smile. Got any plez on you? Layla shot Mickey a look. You know, we don't. Yeah, well, maybe you should start. Layla's phone rang. It's Dee, Tommy answered. Yeah? Knock knock. Huh? Knock knock. Tommy frowned. What are you talking about, Dee? Who's there? Layla said, her tone flat. Zombies. Zombies who? Zombies gonna eat your brains if you don't drive faster. Dee cackled and ended the call. Layla and Tommy both shook their heads. Jimbo leaned forward from the back seat. Well, that was crap. Didn't even make sense. He raised a finger. Knock knock. Layla rolled her eyes. Who's there? Zombie Chew. Zombie Chew who? Tommy asked. Zombie chewed my arm off, but I'm all right now. Got a spare one in the back. Layla's brow furrowed. That's worse than Dee's. Wait, I've got another. Knock knock. Tommy groaned. Who's there? Dead. Dead who? Dead tired of all these zombies. Anyone up for a nap? Mickey gave a brief chuckle. Layla shook her head. Don't encourage him, Mickey. The shimmering blue waters of Lake Tahoe eventually came into view, stretching out to the horizon. For a brief moment, all Tommy's worries seemed to fade away. The lake was untouched, pristine. Part of him wanted to pretend just for a second that everything was normal, that they were a band on a road trip, taking in the natural beauty of the high Sierras. No zombies, no chaos, no constant gnawing fear that every moment might be their last. But the images flashing by the van's windows, reflected in the side mirror, made the harsh reality impossible to ignore. Overturned cars, shattered storefronts, dried blood staining the broken asphalt. He glanced over at Layla. Her dark eyes were fixed on the road ahead. Wordlessly, he reached over and put his hand on Layla's shoulder. She met his eyes and gave a slight nod. The van shuddered to a stop. Tommy peered through the grimy window at the still waters of Lake Tahoe, glimmering under the setting sun. A sheen of sweat coated his skin. He prodded Mickey's knee. We're here, man. You coming? Mickey wiped a shaky hand across his forehead. Nah, I'll catch up. With a sigh, Tommy slid open the van door. The fresh air hit him like a punch in the face. He took a deep breath, the scent of pine doing little to hide the stench from his armpits. Layla and Jimbo stood lakeside, gazing across the water. Tommy's boots crunched on the gravel shore as he approached. It's so calm, Layla said, like nothing's changed. Do you reckon zombies can swim? Jimbo squinted, as if expecting one to pop out of the water at any moment. Tommy glanced at Layla, then shrugged. I doubt it. Most can barely walk straight, let alone perform the breaststroke. Jimbo chuckled. Right, but what if they just sort of sunk to the bottom and did a zombie walk along the lake bed? That's... Layla paused. Actually, not a bad question. Dude, think about it. If they're supposed to be undead, why would they need oxygen? I've seen some of these things climb fences, Tommy said, so it wouldn't surprise me if they adapted somehow. But are they adapting? Layla asked. Or are they just operating on some kind of instinct? Tommy pondered this for a moment. It seems more like instinct. If they were sentient, we'd be in much deeper trouble than we already are. Jimbo nodded. Do we think there's any sort of, cure? Or a way to recover someone who's been zombified? Layla sighed. I think that's beyond our capacity to answer. We're musicians, not scientists. Yeah, but think about it, Jimbo said. What if the solution is musical? What if we find out that a specific chord or rhythm can snap them out of it? Tommy laughed. A resurrection by rock theory, huh? Exactly. Jimbo's grin fell. But it raises questions, you know? Tommy frowned. What do you mean? Jimbo's shoulder jerked. Like if they find a cure and, we've maybe smashed in a few hundred zombie skulls. What's that make us? Tommy's jaw tightened. This wasn't a question he was willing to dwell upon. It makes us survivors. Chapter 14. Roxy and Zero's van sputtered to a stop. Lake Tahoe stretched out before them, its surface a mirror reflecting the early evening sky. One by one, the members of the Furious Minx and Anarchy's Child climbed out of their vans. Tommy, Layla, Jimbo, and Mickey were joined by Roxy, Dee, Zero, and Nix. Look at this view, Roxy said. Isn't it something? Spike climbed down from the back of the Minx van, his face pale, and headed over to join the group. How's Kim? Tommy asked. She's in a bad way, but she hasn't turned yet. Christ, it reeked in there. Dee stretched his legs and rubbed his backside, flashing a grin. I've lost all feeling in my ass sitting for so long. Jimbo spread his arms wide as if embracing the landscape. This would be a stellar location for Zombie Palooza. Can you imagine? A punk festival right here? Zero snorted. Doesn't surprise me it's so quiet here. Probably the globalists using the zombie virus to clear out the cities. Ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones? It's all there. Nix shook his head at Zero. Always chasing ghosts. Got no time for that crap now. We need to find a safe spot to sleep and figure out how to get supplies. Tommy nodded at Nix. He's got a point. As fascinating as it would be to talk about Zombie Palooza or globalist agendas, we've got immediate issues to handle. Lila pursed her lips, her gaze meeting each of theirs in turn. We're all tired, we're all stressed, but we've got each other, and right now that's what counts. Roxy chuckled. Look at us, getting all sentimental by the lakeside. Who would have thought? She skimmed a stone across the lake's surface, ripples spreading out in concentric circles, disrupting the stillness. Layla sidled up to Tommy. It's getting dark. We need to find somewhere to stay. Tommy consulted the map. There's a campsite not too far from here. We can make it before nightfall if we haul ass. Tommy turned to check on Mickey. He stood slumped against the van, his forehead dripping with sweat. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor that set Tommy's nerves on edge. Mick, you good? Mickey flinched at Tommy's voice and made a weak smile. Yeah, just needed a quick break. I'll be right behind you. Tommy clapped his hand. All right, let's move out, people. We're almost there. The others drifted back towards their vans. Tommy paused by Mickey on his way to the driver's seat. You sure you're good to go, man? Mickey avoided his eyes. Yeah, like I said, right behind you. Tommy studied him for another moment, then climbed behind the wheel. He turned the key in the ignition, and the van rumbled to life. Layla sank onto the passenger seat as Jimbo clambered into the back. Tommy tapped on the steering wheel as Mickey remained standing outside, leaning on the van. Killing the engine, Tommy hopped out and crossed over to Mickey. Mick, time to go, brother. No response. He grabbed Mickey's shoulder and gave him a shake. Mickey. Mickey's eyes fluttered open, glazed, and unfocused. Huh. Oh, yeah, I'm coming. As Mickey fumbled for the door handle, his legs gave out. Tommy caught him before he face-planted the asphalt. Whoa, 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 easy there. Sliding Mickey's arm over his shoulder, he supported most of his weight as he guided him to the van. Layla opened the side door, concern etched on her brow as she helped Mickey inside. What's wrong with him now? Just the withdrawal. Let's get moving. We'll figure this out on the road. Layla nodded and slid the door closed once Mickey was settled. Tommy jumped back behind the wheel, his pulse quickening as he calculated the dwindling daylight against the distance remaining. Foot on the gas pedal, the van rolled out. Tommy kept his eyes locked on the road while the van tore down the empty highway, the sky darkening. Beside him, Layla fidgeted with the radio, static cut in and out between bursts of faint classical music. Tommy's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his pulse a rapid drumbeat. After a few long minutes, the van's tires crunched on gravel as Tommy pulled into the lakeside campground. He cut the engine, letting the sudden silence fill the air. He swept his gaze across the clearing framed by towering pines and the glassy lake beyond. No signs of life, nor of death. So far, so good. He gestured to Mickey, slumped in the back seat. Let's get him out first. Careful, though. Go slow. Together, he and Layla eased Mickey from the van. Tommy exchanged a worried look with Layla as they half-carried, half-dragged Mickey towards the fire pit. Once they had Mickey settled, Layla kept watch over him. Roxy hopped out of her van, stretching her arms overhead. How's it looking? Tommy hesitated. Not great. Mickey's really out of it. Roxy glanced over at Layla, who was crouched next to Mickey's inert form. Is it, you know? Withdrawal. Damn. You've got to keep an eye on him. Could get bad quick. The bassist in our old band got into Plez. Let's just say it didn't end well. Tommy swallowed hard and nodded. Shadows stretched long across the ground. And what about your current one? Roxy glanced towards the van and shrugged. Not checked since we last stopped. She shook her head. I don't know, man. We're getting like Spinal Tap with drummers. Tommy laughed despite himself. He spun at the sound of boots crunching on gravel behind him. Jimbo ambled over, guitar case slung across his back. Who wants to go for a swim? A half smile almost formed on Tommy's face, but his gaze involuntarily shifted back to Mickey. Jimbo followed the line of sight, his own smile dimming. He's not doing so hot, huh? No. Tommy exhaled. Setting his guitar aside, Jimbo placed a hand on Tommy's shoulder. He'll get through this. We'll make sure of it, yeah? For a long moment, they stood together in silence, the dying rays of the setting sun casting its glow through the trees. All right, enough moping. We need to lighten the atmosphere around here. Jimbo cupped his hands around his mouth. Who wants to help me set up the first annual Zombie Palooza? Layla let out a laugh. Tommy found himself chuckling too. I'm in, Dee called out, springing to his feet from his spot by the water's edge. Layla rolled her eyes. You're ridiculous, both of you. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Jimbo swung his guitar back over his shoulder. We've got an entire lakefront stage here. I'm envisioning pyrotechnics, perhaps some hydraulic lifts. Screw punk rock, man. We can be like Kiss. Tommy shook his head, a quiet laugh escaping his lips. Even Zero managed a rare grin. Chapter 15. As the sun dipped below the trees, Tommy turned to the others. Let's get a fire started. Nix, can you take first watch? Sure thing. As Jimbo and Zero dragged logs over to the fire pit, Layla scrounged up some kindling. The ensuing crackle and warmth of the flames loosened the tension knotting Tommy's shoulders. They passed around cans of lukewarm beans, eating without conversation. After they finished, Tommy took over the watch, keeping his bat close at hand. One by one, the others' breaths transitioned from wakefulness to sleep as they nestled into their sleeping bags near the fire. Tommy's eyes remained fixed on the dark outline of the forest, his ears straining for any telltale sounds. A distant howl sliced through the silence, jolting him upright, his hands gripping his bat. He strained his eyes, trying to pierce the inky blackness that enveloped their makeshift camp. The howl echoed again, this time from a different direction. Were they wolves, coyotes, or something far worse? He debated waking the others, but they needed their rest, and raising a false alarm could only serve to deplete and demoralize them further. He paced the perimeter of their camp, scrutinizing the darkness for any signs of movement. A twig snapped in the trees to his left and he whirled around. A minute stretched out in tense silence. A groan reverberated from the woods. No animal produced a sound like that. Guys, up now! Mickey sprang to life, scrambling to his feet, while the others roused, bleary and disoriented. We've got company. Zero nodded, marching off with his rifle at the ready. I told you we couldn't trust those pigs. Tommy took his position, facing the narrow path that led up to their camp. Quiet descended upon them. Even the nocturnal choir of crickets and frogs had ceased their noise. The sound of shifting debris came through the trees. Steeling himself, Tommy tightened his grip on the bat, ready to swing at the first hint of movement. His muscles coiled, ready to strike as a zombie staggered from the trees. Its eyes, milky and vacant, locked onto him. It emitted a guttural moan as it shambled forward. With a surge of adrenaline, Tommy swung his bat, the impact resonating with a sickening crack against the zombie's skull. It crumpled to the ground, lifeless once more. 2 more burst from the trees. Zombies! Tommy's call echoed around him, his nerves tingling with adrenaline. He swung again, catching another undead square in the face, sending it careening into a bush. His comrades were on their feet now, hastily arming themselves. Lila, wielding a tire iron, joined Tommy in the fray, each swing a brutal dance. Behind them, Dee wielded a tree branch like a makeshift spear, dispatching a zombie with precision strikes to the ear or neck. "Tommy, on your left!" Tommy swiveled at Layla's warning, narrowly avoiding the snapping jaws of another assailant. A swift, brutal strike to its knees brought it down, allowing Layla to deliver the coup de grace to its skull. Gunshots cracked from high in a tree as Zero took out a dozen zombies with his rifle. They stood waiting, but only silence came. Tommy's breaths came thick and fast, his chest heaving. "Is that all of them?" Layla scanned the darkness. "I don't know." Zero let off another gunshot, and the forest fell silent again. "We're clear." After several minutes of tense vigilance, it appeared they had weathered the onslaught. They had survived. But remaining in this vulnerable position was out of the question. "We should get moving," Layla said. "No telling if more are coming, so let's get as far away from here as possible." "Agreed," Tommy said. "Let's grab what we can and get going. Any suggestions on where we head next?" "Let's just pick a direction and keep going," Dee said. "We'll find something, surely." "Dee's right," Tommy said. "We head east, along the highway. We keep our eyes peeled for shelter and supplies. We'll get through this, one day at a time." Nods and muted agreements followed his statement. As they prepared to move, Tommy locked eyes with Roxy, who offered a weak smile. Bat slung over his shoulder, Tommy cast a final glance at the scattered dead they were leaving behind. Then it came. A low, mournful groan. Everyone froze, their eyes meeting in shared alarm. The groan sounded again, undeniably closer. Grabbing a torch, Tommy gestured for Zero to accompany him. With a grunt of irritation, Zero followed as Tommy moved along a game trail. Sweeping the torch beam from side to side, Tommy sought the origin of the noise. A glint in the distance caught his attention. His body tensed, ready for flight. Torchlight shone into a pair of eyes. Tommy stared at those glowing eyes in frozen silence. "Just Bambi having a freak-out," Zero said, his voice tinged with nervous relief as the animal bolted through the trees. Whatever had alarmed that deer was still potentially lurking in the shadows. "Let's head back." Tommy met Zero's eyes. "You sure it's clear?" "Pig said it was clear, right? So it must be clear." Tommy held up his hands. "What else did we have to go on? For all we know, he could have been telling the truth. More likely leading us into a trap. Not everything's a conspiracy, you know." Zero sniffed. "No, you're right. We should do exactly what the man tells us all the time." "That's not what I said." "Nah, it's fine. You're one of the sheeple. I get that. Takes a while to undo globalist programming. You need to take the red pill, man." Tommy sighed. "Because this reality's so amazing? Did you even watch The Matrix?" "Yeah, I watched it. Predictive programming, that's why we fight. That's why we have to resist every single goddamn day." Tommy swept his torch beam through the trees. "Maybe you're right, but we need to get back to the others. Just need to make sure it's clear of those things." "Yeah, it's clear." Zero stomped off ahead. "We're good." As they returned to the campsite, all eyes turned towards them. "What was it?" Layla asked. "Just a freaked out deer," Tommy said. "Nothing to worry about." "You sure about that, Tommy?" Roxy said. "Looks like you two saw a ghost out there." "Honestly?" Tommy shrugged. "I think that deer was running from something. Don't know what it was, but..." His voice trailed off. Silence enveloped the group, the weight of his words settling in. "So what's the plan then?" Mickey asked. "We can't just sit here waiting for whatever's out there to find us." "You're right." Tommy took a deep breath and turned to the others. "All right, everyone, listen up. We need to move now. It's not safe here anymore." Murmurs of assent rippled through the group. "Let's gather our things quickly and quietly. We'll head east on the highway like we planned. see if we can find shelter in one of the small towns on the way. The campsite erupted into motion as everyone packed up their belongings. Sleeping bags were rolled, scattered cans collected, and bags stuffed into the vans. All the while, Tommy kept his baseball bat gripped tightly, his eyes and ears strained for signs of another attack. Within a few minutes, they had loaded the last of their supplies. Tommy did a final sweep of the darkened trees surrounding them before gesturing to the group. "All right, let's move out." He climbed into the driver's seat, his fingers tapping on the cracking vinyl steering wheel as the others filed in. Layla took the passenger seat next to him and squeezed his arm. Tommy turned the key in the ignition, and the van rumbled to life. Headlights glowed in the side mirror as the other vehicles lined up behind Tommy. He took one last deep breath, then pulled the van onto the deserted rural highway, the velvet blackness of the woods enveloping them on both sides. An air of uneasy anticipation settled over the van as they drove onward into the unknown night. Chapter 16. For the first hour, they passed only dark, abandoned towns. Tommy kept the speed slow, wary of crashed cars or other hazards lurking on the road. His head throbbed, but he tried to ignore it, focused only on getting them as far away from Lake Tahoe as possible. Around the 2-hour mark, the pain was becoming hard to disregard. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead despite the chill air blowing through the open windows. Layla stirred and eyed him. "You need a break?" "No, I'm good." "Bullcrap, you look like you're about to pass out. Let me drive for a while." With a resigned sigh, he eased the van to the roadside and swapped seats with Layla. As Layla pulled the van back onto the road, Tommy struggled to keep his eyes open. Despite his best efforts, he soon slipped into restless sleep, punctuated by vivid nightmares of reaching zombie hands and milky eyes peering from the darkness. A few hours later, Tommy jolted awake with a gasp, momentarily disoriented. The van was no longer moving. He peered from the window. They were parked at an abandoned gas station. The others stood by the pumps, keeping watch with weapons ready as Dee attempted to get the fuel flowing. Tommy opened the van door, feeling somewhat recovered after his rest. He walked over to where Layla stood watching the tree line. "Any signs of trouble?" She shook her head. "All quiet. Ran into a bit of luck. These pumps still work. Once we fuel up, we should be good to keep moving." While the others filled gas cans to take with them, Tommy stepped into the small station shop in search of supplies. The place had been looted, shelves picked clean. But after rummaging around behind the counter, he unearthed a forgotten box of protein bars. It wasn't much, but every little bit helped. Back on the road, Layla once again took the driver's seat. "Get some more rest." Tommy didn't argue. As they continued their eastward journey, he alternated between fitful dozing and staring out the window at the empty, unlit towns they passed. The first faint glow of dawn broke across the horizon when Tommy awoke again. Layla looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes as she drove on through the gray morning light. "Hey, let me take over for a while," Tommy said. "You need a break." Layla pulled over and they changed places. The sun continued to rise as they drove, revealing a landscape still devoid of any signs of life. After a while, a supermarket loomed ahead of them. Tommy signaled for the others to stop. Layla stirred. "What's going on?" "Supermarket." He pulled into the parking lot. "Let's get stocked up." Killing the engine, Tommy turned to Mickey and Jimbo in the back. "Grab anything you can use as a weapon. We do this quick and quiet, get what we need and get gone. No unnecessary risks." They nodded. Tommy picked up his baseball bat, feeling the comforting solidity of it. His eyes met Mickey's, who was slouched on the back seat. "You gonna be okay staying here?" Mickey bit down on his bottom lip. "If it's all the same, I'm coming with you." Tommy nodded. "All right, just take care, yeah?" Taking a deep breath, he turned to Layla. "Time to go." The door creaked open, and Layla stepped out. Tommy followed, stretching his back. Mickey stumbled out from the back seat, Jimbo following close behind. From the other vans, more of them emerged. Roxy climbed out and gazed at the supermarket's entrance. Zero, his rifle slung across his back, scanned the deserted parking lot, his jaw set tight. Dee popped out next, followed by Nix wielding a fire axe. Spike staggered out from the back of the Minx van, his features drawn. The group converged, casting wary glances at the supermarket. For a moment, no one spoke. Tommy broke the silence. Seems quiet, but I'm not sure what we'll find in there. Could be trouble. Stay sharp. Nods and quiet murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Tommy pointed his bat towards the dark maw of the supermarket's entrance. Let's go in quiet. Stay together. Grab essentials only. Food, meds, batteries, no unnecessary noise. He approached the front doors ahead of the others, alert for any sound or sudden movement. Damn it. It's locked. With a deep breath, Zero shot off the lock and kicked open the door. Tommy tensed, expecting an ambush, but the place was still and silent. Zero swept inside, his rifle aimed and ready. Clear. Tommy stepped inside, sweeping his flashlight beam over chaotic aisles. Shelves lay tipped and ransacked, contents strewn across the tiled floor. The beam glinted off shattered glass and debris as he moved deeper into the cavernous interior. He motioned for the others to follow. Layla and Roxy broke right, while Dee and Spike went left. Nix and Mickey followed Tommy down the center aisles, while Zero remained on guard, near the door. Only their muted footsteps and the buzzing of freezers filled the air. They gathered what intact supplies remained, stuffing them into backpacks and duffel bags. Tommy remained on high alert, his bat clenched tight. Each small noise made him flinch, a pill bottle rattling across the floor, glass crunching underfoot. As Nix rifled through the health section, Tommy kept watch at the end of the aisle. A hint of movement caught his eye. He jerked the light towards it. Only a dangling strip of plastic. He signaled for Mickey and Nix to hurry up. Regrouping in the central aisle, they compared hauls in hushed tones. It was more than they could have hoped for, enough to sustain them for several days if rationed. Let's round up the others and get the hell out of here. They jogged towards the rear of the store. Tommy's shoe skidded on something, almost sending him flying. A dark puddle shimmered under his flashlight. Blood. Tommy's throat went dry. He swept his beam to the left, revealing more thick pools of it trailing off into the shadows. Guys, we need to go. What's up? Dee asked. Tommy shone his torch at the blood. Dee inclined his head. That looks pretty fresh. Could be from the meat section. A crash reverberated through the store. Tommy spun around and aimed his flashlight towards the noise. Dudes! Jimbo called. Deadheads! Moaning and dragging footsteps echoed around them. From the depths of the stockroom, a shuffling horde of zombies emerged. Grabbing a can of peas, Tommy hurled it at the nearest one. Looks like dinner's served, you ugly mothers. The can struck the leading zombie squarely between its milky eyes, causing it to stagger back, its arms flailing. Jimbo laughed and seized a can of beans, lobbing it into the horde. It bounced off a zombie's forehead with a hollow thunk. As more zombies shuffled forward, Layla took up her tire iron, cracking skulls with precision. Tommy grabbed a nearby shopping cart, rushing forward, and plowing into the crowd of undead, sending bodies flying. Roxy leapt forward, wielding a broken wine bottle, stabbing, slashing. From the hardware section, Zero revved up a chainsaw. The machine's roar drowned out the moans of the advancing zombies. This solo's going to bring the house down, Zero charged forward. The whirring blades made quick work of necks and limbs. Severed body parts flew through the air, trailing arcs of blood. Without a word, Mickey charged forward, brandishing a frozen turkey. One tried to grab his arm, but Mickey shook it off and swung the turkey, sending the zombie sprawling as Layla finished it off with her tire iron. Having fun over there? Tommy asked. Mickey grinned. Just keeping the beat, bro. Behind you. Starting at Tommy's warning, Mickey swung the turkey into the zombie's torso with all his might, sending it crashing into two others. Zero jumped in to finish the job with his chainsaw. In the distance, Dee's laughter echoed from the freezer aisle. Tommy jogged over as Dee slammed a freezer door shut, muffled groans emanating from within as zombies pounded against the metal. Chill out in there, you rotting freaks. Tommy shook his head. What the hell are you doing, Dee? Just having a bit of fun, Tommy boy. Lured him in here with a trail of stakes. Hansel and Gretel style. Worked like a charm. Through the small windows, Tommy saw at least 6 undead faces leering back at him, snapping jaws biting at empty air. "There's more," Spike yelled. Layla and Mickey took positions on either side of the entrance, their weapons at the ready. Tommy glanced at the baby products, a pang of sadness hitting him. Bottles, nappies, tiny clothes, all reminders of the normal life he used to have. Of his son Sean and his girlfriend Neve, waiting for him back home in Philadelphia. Were they even still alive? He closed his eyes, picturing Sean's chubby face, his giggle as he bounced him on his knee, the smell of baby shampoo in his soft hair. No, he couldn't think about them now. He had to stay focused. Tommy turned to the others. "Spike, Roxy, take either side of that aisle. Get ready to flank whatever's back there." They moved into position without argument. "Zero, you're with me. We'll go straight down the center, move fast and quiet." Zero revved his chainsaw and grinned. "Let's rock." The groans grew louder. Another moan. This one closer. Tommy clicked on his flashlight. The beam illuminated a pack of zombies feasting on one of their own. One looked up, its mouth dripping with blood, and snarled, alerting the others to their presence. Before the zombies had time to stand, Zero charged forward, his chainsaw roaring as it carved up a zombie's skull, spraying blood and flesh. Tommy swung his bat wildly, splitting a zombie's skull open, spewing rotten brain matter across the freezer cabinets. Jimbo struck out with a frying pan, each hit striking a hollow clang. Spike and Roxy appeared, stabbing and slashing with frenzied intensity. But more zombies came. "Fall back," Tommy shouted. The zombies pursued them mindlessly. Layla wielded her tire iron with lethal grace, felling zombie after zombie. Dee spilled a bottle of olive oil across the floor, causing zombies to slip and stumble. Zero shoved past, cutting the fallen zombies with his chainsaw. More zombies staggered towards them. Tommy ripped a metal bar off a shelf and swung it at the nearest zombie, its skull caving in with a thick crunch. Layla grabbed a jar of salsa and smashed it over another zombie's head. Red chunks of tomato splattered everywhere. Mickey ran by wielding his frozen turkey, yelling incoherently. Tommy bashed and crunched his way through the mob, splintering bone and pulping rotted flesh. Swinging his bat in a wide arc, he cracked 3 zombie skulls in quick succession, their bodies crumpling to the floor. Layla grabbed a fire extinguisher off the wall. As a zombie lunged at her, she pressed the lever, blasting it point blank with freezing vapor. The zombie recoiled, its face coated in frost. She slammed the canister down on the zombie's head, driving it to the ground. Tommy sprinted towards a row of propane tanks, banging on the metal shelves to lure the remaining zombies. They shuffled after him in a mindless herd. He grabbed a cloth from a nearby shelf and stuffed it into a tank's nozzle. Mickey tossed him a lighter. With shaking hands, Tommy flicked it on and held the flame to the cloth. "Get to the front door. Now." He waited for the zombies to get closer before turning to run. The tank exploded just as he dove through the entrance, the concussive force knocking him off his feet. He hit the ground hard as flames erupted behind him, swallowing the store and the zombies within it. His ears rang from the deafening blast. As the smoke cleared, silence fell over the parking lot. Mickey helped him up, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Nice work, boss." Tommy nodded, adrenaline still pumping through his veins. Layla gestured to the doors. "Did anyone actually grab any food before blowing up the damn supermarket?" "I did," Dee said. "But, I used it as zombie bait." Man, that was intense. Jimbo tossed his dented frying pan aside. "But we kicked their rotten asses." "Hell yeah, we did," Dee said, giving Jimbo a high five. Tommy did a quick head count. They'd all made it somehow. Spike gave a thumbs up from the entrance. "All good. No stragglers." "Then let's get the hell out of here," Layla said, "before more show up." They trudged away from the burning supermarket, the acrid smoke stinging their eyes. Tommy's ears still rang from the explosion, muffling the distant crackle of flames. Layla coughed and waved her hand in front of her face. "So much for picking up supplies. Now what?" Tommy shook his head, trying to clear the haze clouding his thoughts. "We keep moving. Find a safe place to hunker down before nightfall." Beside him, Mickey shuffled. Man, that blast fried my last nerve. I need a fix bad. Tommy gripped Mickey's shoulder, locking eyes with him. Not now, Mickey. You've got to stay sharp. Mickey yanked his shoulder away. You don't get it, man. I can't just turn this off. Hey, cool it, you two. Layla eyed them both, her lip curled. We've got bigger problems, you know. Mickey sniffed and marched back towards the van. Layla lit a cigarette with shaking hands. That was too close. Tommy nodded, rubbing his eyes. The grisly scenes from the supermarket kept flashing through his mind, refusing to fade away. Taking a deep breath, he turned to help as Spike and the others began unloading their haul. They'd scraped together a better stash than he'd initially thought. Bags stuffed with canned foods and medical supplies. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Layla joined them and started sorting through it all, dividing the rations between the three groups. You should eat something. She handed Tommy a can of peaches. You haven't had anything since yesterday. Tommy shook his head. I'm fine. Save it for the others. But Layla set the can down and narrowed her eyes. Tommy, you need to keep your strength up. We need you at your best right now. Managing a tired smile, he accepted the offered can. All right, but just half, okay? Mickey likes these too. A shout rang out across the parking lot. Roxy ran towards them, almost breathless. Has anyone seen Kim? Chapter 17. Tommy approached the Minx van, the asphalt black and silent beneath his feet. As he neared, the stench hit him, a miasma of death and decay that clawed at the back of his throat. Inside, the van's guts were laid bare in disarray. Instruments lay scattered. The space where Kim had been quarantined was now a void. A pang of loss twinged in his chest, not just for Kim, but for the semblance of life the instruments once represented. He reached out to right an overturned guitar, its neck cracked, its strings limp. Smells like the grave. Roxy leaned against the van's frame, her arms folded across her chest. We should have never let her stay back here alone, not like this. Tommy nodded. We thought we were doing the best for her, for all of us. He glanced at Roxy, her features drawn tight. We need to find her. We can't just leave her out there not knowing. Roxy's eyes met his. Then we find her, she said, pushing away from the van. Let's just hope to hell she's still. Her voice trailed off, leaving the unsaid words hanging between them. She's gone. Kim's gone. It's like she evaporated, Spike said, peering into the murky glass of the van's rear window. This isn't good, Dee said. Not good at all. Tommy scanned the others' faces, their expressions tight with a dread that twisted his insides. All right, listen up. We're not splitting up, we're not getting sloppy. We move as one and we find Kim. Eyes open, stay sharp. Bad idea. Eyes open. Bad idea. Layla's expression hardened as she stepped forward. She can't have gone far, not on her own. We should spread out in small groups. Do a quick sweep of the area. Tommy nodded. All right, but we shouldn't be alone. We need to have each other's back, all right? They branched out into two groups, feet crunching over debris. Shattered glass littered the lot, reflecting back the pallid light. Tommy let his instincts lead, Roxy and Zero close behind. The bushes at the edge of the lot bore the scars of a struggle. Branches snapped, leaves trampled. A path of disruption in the otherwise untouched foliage. The grip on his bat tightened with each step. Kim. Roxy's voice cracked the silence. Here. Tommy stopped and gestured to a discarded bandage stained with darkening blood. Boot prints staggered and swirled in disarray. Over here, Roxy said, her voice low and urgent. Tommy's pulse hammered in his ears as they stepped through the bushes. But as they emerged into the clearing, they found nothing. We'll keep looking, Tommy said. We'll find her. We owe her that much. They pressed on, and after a minute or so, Roxy stopped and held up a hand, her head tilted to one side. Tommy joined her. What is it? Shh. A soft rustling came through the trees, a collective pause, a shared intake of breath, and then the sound came again. Tommy exchanged a glance with Roxy and Zero gave a silent nod towards the movement. Amid the dense growth, a shadowy figure sat huddled, poking something on the ground. Kim? Roxy's mouth gaped as Kim turned to them, the remains of a crow hanging from her mouth. Tommy met those milky eyes and his throat turned dry. Roxy's hand flew to her mouth, and Zero's expression hardened. Kim's skin, once the color of warm life, was now a sickly pallor. She gazed emptily at the group. The change was undeniable. She was one of them. Tommy stood frozen. Zero stepped forward, his eyes hard, his rifle drawn. Tommy glared. "What are you doing, Zero?" "There ain't another way. This is it. This is what we do. What we have to do." Roxy shoved him aside. "Come on, there's gotta be something we can't just..." Zero held his rifle firm. "But we can, she's gone. What's left ain't Kim, it's a walking corpse." "She's one of us," Tommy said. "We don't just give up on our own." "No." Zero's voice came out in a flat tone. "She's one of them. We can't rush this. There's no coming back from this, Zero." "Back from what?" Layla's voice cut through the tension. Mickey, Spike, Dee, and Jimbo close behind. Tommy gestured towards Kim. "She's turned, and Zero wants to take her out." Layla looked between Zero and Kim. "Ain't no way I'm gonna let you shoot her." Zero sniffed. "You speak like she's still alive. She's gone, and that thing is a danger to us." "I'm with Zero," Spike said. "She said if she turned, this is what she wanted, for us to survive, to not end up like that." "What if it were me?" Mickey gestured to Kim. "Would you do the same? Just leave me to be that?" Zero's jaw clenched. "If it gets to that, yeah, it's what any of us would have to do." The crease on Lila's brow deepened. "What if there's a cure? Or something? Some way to what? Turn her back?" Zero shook his head. "This ain't a fairy tale. There ain't no magic kiss to wake her up." Kim rose to her feet, a groan erupting from within. The crow's remains tumbled from her mouth. She stepped forward, her movements disjointed, jerky. A single shot rang out through the trees. Kim fell, a marionette with severed strings. Time stuttered. Everyone stood motionless. Layla's eyes met Tommy's, but neither of them spoke. Roxy stared down at Kim lying face first in the dirt. "Is she..." Zero gave a single nod. "It's over." Roxy whirled on him, fury etched across her face. "You didn't have to do that. We could have helped her. We could have..." Her voice broke and tears rolled down her cheeks. Zero lowered the rifle, his jaw set. There was no helping her, she was already gone. He gestured to Kim. "That wasn't Kim anymore, and you all know it. I did what had to be done." "By murdering her?" Roxy shot back. "She deserved better than that." "Yeah? And what about what we deserve?" Zero's nostrils flared. "Or does our safety not matter anymore?" "Of course it matters," Tommy said. "But we're family. We don't just give up on each other." Zero let out a hollow laugh. "Family? Is that what you think we are?" He shook his head. "I'm looking to survive. That thing," he nudged Kim's body with his boot, "would have ripped us all apart given the chance." Tommy's hands curled into fists. He moved towards Zero, but Layla grabbed his arm, holding him back. "Arguing won't help anything now," she said. "What's done is done." Tommy wrenched his arm free. "Yeah, Zero murdered Kim. That's what's done." Zero sneered. "Get off your high horse. I did what I had to do to survive. Not all of us can afford your precious morals." "Maybe we should keep moving," Spike said. The gunshot was loud. It might attract more of them. A guttural moan echoed through the trees, followed by the sounds of snapping twigs and rustling underbrush. Everyone froze, exchanging alarmed glances. Zero hefted his rifle. "Just more to put down. I'm not afraid to do what needs doing." Spike grabbed his arm. "Don't be stupid, man. There could be dozens of them out there. Save your ammo." More moans filtered between the trees, seeming to come from multiple directions. Tommy pointed towards the parking lot. "Back to the vans, now." They took off, running, stumbling over the uneven ground. The moans grew louder behind them, mixed with the sounds of pursuit. "Go! Go!" Tommy crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping against his face. Risking a glance back, he saw the zombies shambling after them. Beside him, Roxy slipped on a mossy log and went down with a cry. Tommy skidded to a stop and hauled her to her feet, just as a zombie lurched from the bushes towards them. Gripping his bat, Tommy swung with all his might, the crack of the impact ringing through the woods. The zombie collapsed, its skull caved in. "Come on!" Tommy pulled Roxy along as they sprinted to catch up with the others. Just ahead, Spike gave a strangled shout as gnarled hands grasped at his jacket from behind a tree. Layla rushed to his aid, plunging her tire iron into the zombie's eye socket, black ichor spurting. The group ran on, the snarls of the undead horde at their heels. Tommy broke through the tree line into the parking lot, but between them and the vans staggered at least a dozen zombies, blank white eyes turning towards them. "We gotta fight through," Tommy shouted. "We get to the vans no matter what." With cries of effort and determination, they charged into the shambling mob, weapons swinging. Tommy smashed in head after head, the crunch of bone, the splatter of rot. All around him, bandmates battled for their lives. A zombie latched onto Dee's arm. Mickey slammed a shoulder into its ribs, sending it sprawling. Another grabbed Jimbo's leg. Roxy darted in and hacked at the zombie's wrist with her machete, severing its hand. But for every zombie they took down, more seemed to arrive. Tommy bashed a path to the lead van's door. "Get inside! Hurry!" One by one they scrambled in, Jimbo bleeding from his mouth. Tommy vaulted into the driver's seat last and gunned the engine. "Floor it," Layla said. The van's tires spun, kicking up gravel as they shot forward. In the side mirror, Tommy glimpsed another cluster of zombies break from the tree line. They staggered after the vehicles, but quickly fell behind, disappearing as the convoy sped away. He turned to Jimbo in the back. "What happened to your mouth? You haven't been—" "No, dude." Jimbo raised his hands. "Got smacked in the mouth by a thorn bush or something." He wiped the blood with a sleeve. "Damn it, that stings." Layla dragged a tissue from the glove box. "Here." Jimbo dabbed his mouth. "Thanks." They drove without speaking, putting as much distance between themselves and the supermarket as possible. The reality of the situation, Kim dead by Zero's hand, the group once again fleeing into the unknown, threatened to overwhelm him. He pushed it down. They needed leadership now more than ever, and there was no way he'd let Zero take charge. After 15 tense minutes, Tommy cleared his throat. "We should pull over soon, figure out our next move." Jimbo's eyes stayed fixed on the road. "Where? Those things are everywhere." "I know, it's Kim, man, I can't get her out of my head, you know?" Jimbo leaned forward. What choice did he have, Tommy? Kim was one of them. That wasn't Kim anymore. Layla sniffed. And what if there's a cure out there? What if we just need to hold on, keep them secure until then? Jimbo spread his hands. I don't know, dude. There's so much we don't know about any of this. We just gotta keep on keeping on. And maybe that means we look out for the living until this whole thing's done with. But what if they're still in there somewhere? Aware? Feeling? Trapped? Her question hung between them. The thought twisted in Tommy's mind. He hadn't allowed himself to dwell on the possibility, the notion that each one they put down might be a prison of flesh, holding a consciousness screaming for release. Layla sighed. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about who we are, who we become in the face of all this. The silence returned. Jimbo looked down, his hands clasped between his knees. Maybe Zero did us a mercy. Maybe he spared her from becoming a monster in her own mind. Mickey leaned back, his gaze distant. It's messed up, isn't it? We're fighting to stay alive, but what are we doing to keep hold of who we are? Tommy didn't have the answers. He stared ahead, focusing on the road. Chapter 18. The empty highway stretched before them, a gray ribbon cutting through the landscape. Tommy's fingers tapped on the steering wheel as he drove, keeping pace with the beat of his racing heart. Beside him, Layla stared from the passenger window, her forehead resting against the glass. The horrors they had witnessed that day had taken a toll on her. He could see it in the hard set of her jaw, the tension in her shoulders, the haunted look in her eyes when she thought no one was watching. In the back, Mickey slumped in his seat. Every now and then his leg would bounce with nervous energy before settling again. Jimbo kept craning his neck to peer behind them, as if expecting the nightmares to come at any moment. They were musicians, not warriors. It wasn't fair. but the universe didn't care about fair. "How much longer until we stop?" Mickey asked, breaking the tension. Tommy shrugged. "Maybe 60 miles. Mickey sighed. "I just want to rest up somewhere, man. I'm sick of having to bash in zombie skulls. Is that too much to ask?" Layla turned from the window. "We need to move forward together, not start questioning each other." "We're still a long way from Philly," Tommy said. "Yeah, dudes," Jimbo said. "Chin up and spirits high, yeah?" Mickey nodded. The van roared down the empty highway. The stench of death and decay hung thick in the air despite their speed. Looking out the window, he could see shuffling figures dotting the landscape. Lone zombies wandering aimlessly or feasting on long-dead remains. His mind drifted to images of Neve and Sean. How long had it been since he'd spoken to them? Were they still alive? He tried to push the thoughts from his mind and focus on the road ahead. Just get back to Philly. That's all that mattered. Rounding a bend, Tommy slammed the brakes as a mass of zombies swarmed the road. Rotting bodies packed together, oblivious to the van barreling towards them. "Bloody hell," Jimbo gripped Tommy's headrest. "Where'd they all come from?" There's thousands of them," Layla whispered. Mickey slumped back. "We're screwed, totally screwed." Jimbo elbowed him. "Stow it with the doom and gloom crap. We'll get out of this. Tommy knows what he's doing. Don't you, Tommy?" What could he say? The odds of fighting their way through a horde that size were 0, but giving up wasn't an option. Not yet. They had to keep trying, had to keep moving. "Hold on." Tommy slammed his foot on the accelerator and the van surged forward. The speedometer needle swept past 60 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour, 80, as the van rattled and shook violently. Jimbo whooped. "Go, baby, go!" Tommy yanked the wheel to the left, barely avoiding an overturned trailer. "There's too many of them!" Layla shrieked, her gaze sweeping across the undead horde ahead of them. "Just keep driving, don't stop," Mickey said. The horde was a churning sea of gnashing teeth and grasping arms, threatening to overwhelm them if they slowed even for a moment. Tommy jerked the wheel hard to the right, tires screeching in protest as he took the off-ramp at breakneck speed. "Hold on tight." Tommy yanked the wheel to the left and the van bumped up over the curb, rumbling back up over the grassy embankment to rejoin the highway. When the other vans appeared in the side mirror behind them, Tommy let out a breath. "How are you holding up back there?" "We're all good," Jimbo said. "Looks like everyone broke through." "Mickey?" "I'm fine. Head hurts, but I'm fine." Tommy tapped Layla's arm. "You okay?" She turned towards him, her eyes bleary with exhaustion. "I'll make it. We don't have a choice." He nodded. They lapsed back into watchful silence. Eventually, Layla's head started drooping. "Get some sleep," Tommy said. "I can keep going." She mumbled in protest, but her eyes were already closing. Within minutes, she was slumped against the window, breathing slowly in deep sleep. They were alive. They were together. For now, at least, that was enough. After a while, Jimbo opened the map on his knees and traced a long route towards the east coast with a finger. "What you thinking?" Tommy asked. Jimbo gave a wry smile. "How you at blackjack?" Tommy frowned. "What do you mean?" "Looks like we're headed to Reno." Episode 9. Chapter 19. Tommy squinted against the harsh midday sun, one hand on the wheel as he guided the van along the desert highway. Beside him, Layla was dozing, her head resting against the window. In the back, Mickey fidgeted restlessly, while Jimbo stared out at the scrubby vegetation passing by. The silence hung heavy in the van, the grim events of recent days weighing on them all. "How much longer till we reach Reno?" Mickey asked. "Should be there in an hour or so," Tommy said, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Jimbo leaned forward, clapping a hand on Mickey's shoulder. "We'll be resting our weary bones soon enough." He glanced at Tommy. "Maybe even try our luck at the tables, eh?" Tommy grunted. "I'd settle for a hot meal and a warm bed right about now." "Come on, where's your sense of adventure?" "We're musicians, Tommy boy, living life on the edge and all that." "All right, 1 round of blackjack. But if I go bust, drinks are on you." "You're on." Jimbo settled back and turned to Mickey. So how'd a scrawny bloke like you get into punk anyway? Mickey brushed his shaggy hair from his eyes. When I was about 11, my big brother took me to see Green Day. I was totally blown away. The energy, the attitude, Billy Joe throwing himself all over the stage. I'd never seen anything like it. Soon as I got home, I decided I wanted to be the next Trey Cool. Asked my folks for a drum kit for Christmas, and the rest is history. Jimbo snorted. Green Day? They're barely punk, dude. More like pop rock for sulky teens, if you ask me. They were a gateway drug. Got me hooked on the sound, the ethos. After that, I dove deep into the real deal. Black Flag, Minor Threat, Bad Brains. Never looked back after finding those bands. Layla stirred, turning to look at them blearily. We giving Mickey a hard time about his questionable taste again? Just gentle ribbing, no harm done. Jimbo held up his hands in mock surrender. Mickey shook his head. Laugh all you want, but if it wasn't for Green Day, I'd probably still be playing in some top 40 cover band back home. And we'd all be the worse for it. Layla reached over and squeezed his hand. How you found punk doesn't matter. What matters is, you're here now, with us. She's right, dude. Jimbo nudged him again. It's the spirit that counts. And you've got that in spades. Yeah, cheers. Just hope we can keep that spirit alive, you know? Despite everything, we've got to believe there's something better waiting out there. Tommy nodded, eyes fixed on the horizon. We'll make it to Reno first, get some rest, see if we can find you something to help with the withdrawal. And then back to Philly. Jimbo tapped Tommy's shoulder. How about you, Tommy boy? Tommy shook his head with a small smile. Goes back to elementary school. Oh, cool. You were one of those kiddie punks? Huh, not quite. My third grade teacher, Mrs. Thrift, she used to play Blitzkrieg Bop every day when we were tidying up the classroom. No way, Mickey said. She played punk for a bunch of 8-year-olds? She sure did. Said it was to get our energy out productively. Tommy chuckled. She'd challenge us to get the room straight before the song ended. It was always the highlight of my day, kids racing around, hopping over desks to put things away. Layla grinned. That's brilliant. What a cool teacher. Right. I loved it. The manic energy of the music just spoke to me, even then. Got my blood pumping. Few years later, when I got to high school, I heard some of the older kids playing the same song, asked what it was, and ended up falling down the punk rabbit hole on YouTube. Jimbo leaned forward. Yeah? What did you find? Started with the classics, The Clash, Generation X, Sex Pistols, but then I branched out, found bands like Minor Threat, Rancid, NoFX, Discharge, Operation Ivy, Jawbreaker, Fugazi. I must have spent hours every night discovering new songs, reading up on punk history and culture. He shook his head. It was like realizing there was this whole underground subculture existing right under my nose. Blew my mind wide open. I'll bet, Layla said, finding something you're that passionate about so early, it sticks with you. It really does. Tommy nodded. Those were formative years for me. Learned to play guitar trying to mimic those songs. Put together my first crappy band. Punk gave me an identity, you know? Mickey laughed. We all get you, man. It's like finding your long-lost family. Exactly. The music, the ethos, the energy. It just resonated with me on some deep level. Tommy glanced at each of them and found himself grinning. And now here we are, all these years later. Band of punk misfits roaming the wasteland. Jimbo lifted his fist, united in our love of sticking it to the man, be he living or undead. Yeah, man, Mickey bumped his fist. Jimbo turned to Layla. What about you? Layla's eyes lit up. That would be AFI. They were my everything back when I was a moody teenager. She reached around and pulled down the back of her shirt, revealing a tattoo of AFI's signature black rabbit logo on her upper back. What is it about them that drew you in? So many reasons, Layla said. I love how they blend different styles, punk, goth, hardcore. The lyrics are so poetic, but also deep and emotional. She ticked off her fingers as she talked. Their live shows are insane. Davey Havoc has this intense manic energy on stage, and they've managed to evolve their sound so much over the years without losing that distinct AFI essence, you know? Tommy nodded along. They've got a real strong visual aesthetic too, very punk meets goth. Exactly. Layla said. The visuals pair perfectly with the music, and the community is so passionate. We all feel this deep connection to the band and each other. But more than anything, I respect how they've stayed true to their artistic vision after all these years. The integrity and authenticity really comes through in the music. Huh, Jimbo said. I always thought they sucked. Mickey burst out laughing while Layla swatted Jimbo's arm in mock outrage. You take that back. She wagged a finger at Jimbo. Admit it, they've got some damn good tunes. Jimbo held up his hands, chuckling. All right, maybe they're not so bad, but there's still no black flag in my book. Tommy glanced over at Jimbo. What about you then? Jimbo smirked. Funny enough, I've got my mom to thank for that one. Layla raised her eyebrows. Your mom? She's a punk? Ha, hardly. She's about as unpunk as you can get, total Karen, on the school board and everything. Jimbo shook his head, grinning. No, this was back when I was just a kid. He leaned back and smiled. She went and bought Siren Song of the Counterculture, said she wanted it for that one acoustic song. Swing Life Away, Tommy said. That's the one. Jimbo snapped his fingers. Anyway, Mom pops the CD into the car stereo, all ready for her light rock tunes. Mickey frowned. We're talking Rise Against here, right? Yeah. That's not what I'd call light rock. Right? Not what she was expecting at all. She gets through the first few seconds of the first few tracks, hitting skip every time. State of the Union, skip. First drop, skip. He mimed his mom frantically stabbing the skip button as they all laughed. She barely lasts 15 seconds into Dancing for Rain before moving on. Finally breathes a sigh of relief when Swing Life Away starts playing. Oh man, she must have been so confused, Mickey said, shaking with laughter. Jimbo nodded. Mom pops the CD out after that one song and never listened to it again. But I happily took it off her hands and just played it on repeat. I still get goosebumps thinking about that album. It really opened the door to punk for me. He sat back with a sigh. So yeah, never thought my mainstream mummy would be the one to set me on this path. But hey, life's funny like that sometimes. Chapter 20. Tommy glimpsed the Welcome to Reno sign up ahead. He raised his arm and signaled to the other vans to slow down. The streets, which should have been teeming with life, were silent. Each casino they passed a darkened shell. It was as if Lady Luck herself had abandoned ship, leaving behind nothing but shadows and silence. Reno, the graveyard of dreams, Tommy muttered. Must have been one hell of a party, Jimbo said from the back seat. More like a funeral, Layla shot back, her fingers drumming on the dashboard. Tommy glanced back at Mickey, curled up and shivering on the back seat, his clothes soaked through with sweat. Keep your eyes open, everyone. Tommy scanned the streets ahead, gripping the steering wheel tighter. We can't afford any surprises. Surprises are overrated anyway, Layla said. Let's just grab what we need and get the hell out of here. Preach, sister. With Mickey's worsening condition and the unsettling quiet of the city, there was no time to waste. They needed something to ease Mickey's withdrawal, and soon. As they navigated the lifeless streets, Tommy couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease. The looming casino seemed to mock them, as if daring them to enter and face the horrors within. But he had no choice. He needed to get back to Neve and Sean. And if that meant taking risks and swallowing his doubts, then so be it. Tommy sped up, driving deeper into the city. They passed more casinos, their once bright lights now extinguished. Boarded-up shops lined the streets, their windows dark and lifeless. Dude, this place is deader than disco, Jimbo said. We'll be in and out before you can say anarchy in the U.S. Ha, good one, Tommy. Mickey coughed out a laugh. All right, Tommy said. Keep an eye out for a pharmacy or a hospital, anywhere with medical supplies. Do you think we'll make it out of this alive? Layla asked. Of course we will. He forced a grin. We're punks, remember? We've been defying the odds our whole lives. Damn straight, Jimbo said. Let's just make sure we don't end up like Kim. Tommy shuddered at the thought, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Mickey thrashed on the back seat for a few seconds, then stopped. Layla leaned over to check on him, her brow furrowed with concern. He's looking worse. That's why we're here. Tommy pulled the van into an empty parking lot outside one of the larger casinos. He put the vehicle in park and turned to Mickey, who was still passed out on the back seat. Mick, hey Mickey. Tommy gently shook his friend's shoulder. Mickey's eyes fluttered open, and he let out a pained groan. What? Where are we? We're in Reno. Just stopped to check things out and scavenge supplies. How you holding up, man? Mickey sat up straighter, wincing. I've felt better. But don't worry about me. I'll manage. Tommy frowned. They needed to find something for the withdrawal and fast. All right, just hang in there a bit longer. We'll find what we need. He gave Mickey's shoulder a reassuring pat before stepping out of the van. The other two vans pulled up on either side. As Roxy and Zero stepped out, the hot desert wind whipped around Tommy, carrying with it the faint stench of decay. He tensed, scanning the area. The streets appeared empty, but anything could be lurking just out of sight. He gripped his bat tight, the worn leather handle familiar in his palm. The area was devoid of both the living and the undead, the only movement a fast food wrapper skittering across the asphalt. Tommy strained his ears for any sound, a groan, a shuffle, a cry, but was met with silence. It set his teeth on edge. Doesn't seem to be any zombies around. For now, at least, Roxy said. Her bored tone didn't match her darting eyes. Zero nodded, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. Let's move quickly and quietly. Grab medical supplies, food, water, gas, the basics. No unnecessary risks. Tommy's skin prickled. The stillness felt unnatural, like the desert was holding its breath, waiting. He glanced back at the van where Mickey lay. They were running out of time. Roxy shifted her weight from foot to foot. Well, what are we waiting for? This place gives me the creeps. Keep it together, Rox, Tommy said under his breath. But he felt it too. The longer they stood exposed out here, the more his gut twisted. With a final scan of the streets, Tommy gestured to the others. Zero, Rox, you guys ready to move? Right behind you, Tommy, Zero said, his tone cool and collected. Stay close, Tommy said, his voice tense. I've got a feeling we're not alone here. Since when did we let feelings dictate our plans? Zero said. Roxy laughed. It's just his version of punk intuition. Hey, don't knock the punk intuition, Tommy said, managing a smirk. It's gotten us this far, hasn't it? Zero sniffed. Debatable. Just stay focused, all right? Always do. Layla, Jimbo, and Mickey climbed from the van. Spike, Dee, and Nix joined them. On Zero's signal, they crossed quickly to the casino's side entrance, eyes and ears alert for any signs of movement. Gripping his bat tighter, Tommy steeled himself for whatever they might face inside. The darkness seemed to press down on them, masking potential threats. He focused on the tap of his boots on the floor, the familiar weight of the bat, pushing back the tension. Zero's flashlight cut through the gloom. Tommy squinted to adjust to the dimness after being out in the glaring sun. The cavernous space stood silent, the once bright and noisy slot machines now cold and dead. Tommy gestured ahead. Let's find a pharmacy or medical room or something. Roxy shuffled close, her eyes scanning the shadows. Maybe back that way, where the offices are. They moved cautiously through the casino, flashlights dancing across the walls and booths. Tommy's heart pounded as his light revealed dark smears that may have been blood. Someone had fought here, lost here. He quickened his pace. A raspy groan echoed suddenly to their left. Zero swung his light towards the sound as Roxy raised her machete, but the beam only illuminated a flickering slot machine. Tommy released a shaky breath. Come on, stay focused. They reached a hallway labeled staff only that led to the administrative offices. Roxy put her shoulder into a stubborn door, cursing under her breath as it reluctantly opened. Beyond was a medical office, cabinets raided and supplies strewn about. Tommy's heart sank, but he rummaged through the remnants, desperate to find anything useful. In a toppled drawer, he spotted some packets of antibiotics and basic medical supplies. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Let's grab what we can find and get out of here, Tommy said. Roxy shoved packets and bottles into her pack as Zero kept watch. As they gathered the medical supplies, Tommy noticed a locked metal cabinet on the wall. He jiggled the handle, but it didn't budge. There's got to be more stuff behind here. He tried kicking at the lock, but only succeeded in bruising his foot. Damn it, this thing won't open. Layla shoved past him, tire iron in hand. She wedged the tire iron into the cabinet lock and pried with all her strength, letting out a string of curses. But the lock refused to give. No good. This thing is solid. Layla panted, wiping her brow. Zero stepped forward, rifle in hand. He took careful aim at the lock and fired off a single shot. The lock exploded in a shower of metal and the cabinet swung open. Jackpot, Layla grinned. Now we're talking. Tommy let out a shaky laugh. Nice shooting, Zero. Zero nodded, eyes scanning the room for any more threats. Let's load up and get out of here. What do we have here? Layla rifled through the cabinet. Bandages, gauze, surgical tools, gloves. Roxy picked up a few labeled bottles, reading the names aloud. Oxycodone, morphine, hydrocodone. These could really help Mickey. Methadone, dilaudid. Grab all of those, Tommy said. The stronger meds, too. We just need to ration them to Mickey. Layla squinted at more bottles. Amoxicillin, azithromycin, doxycycline. These should cover us for infections. We need to get him started on the methadone right away, Tommy said. Roxy shoved the bottles into her pack, then searched through more of the cabinet. Medical marijuana. Not sure if that'll help, but I'll take it. Ooh, Xanax. Layla laughed. Focus rocks. Tommy breathed a sigh of relief. Grab it all. Let's move. Working quickly, Layla and Roxy loaded up their packs. Tommy stood guard by the door, bat at the ready, as Zero kept watch in the hall. Layla and Roxy gave a nod and gestured towards Mickey. Mickey stood leaning against the doorframe, his breathing ragged, his eyes unfocused. Tommy opened the methadone, helping Mickey take some. Zero stepped up, a stern look on his face. You really think giving a junkie more drugs is the solution here? Tommy faced Zero. It'll help with the withdrawal. Right now, that's good enough. He's a liability, Tommy. His condition puts us all at risk. We need to think about the group. A tense silence filled the room. Then we'll help him kick it after this. But for now, let's just focus on surviving. Mickey closed his eyes and pressed his back against the wall. Thanks, man. You're a lifesaver. Tommy placed a hand on his shoulder. I want you to promise me something. Promise me you'll kick this habit for good, or at least try. Sure thing, boss. Mickey offered a weak thumbs up. Good man. He turned to the others. Let's get the hell out of here. Zero shook his head. I think we should keep looking around. But Zero fixed Tommy with a glare. This isn't a discussion. We've got what we came for. And I came here to find food. How are your supplies looking? Tommy shrugged. Whatever, man. You win. Episode 10. Chapter 21. Back outside, Tommy surveyed the available options, squinting at the decaying casinos that lined the streets like tombstones. One casino, less damaged than the others, caught his eye. Let's try this one. The sign above its entrance still read Jackpot in garish letters, though some of the bulbs were shattered. All right, everyone, let's go. And remember, we're here for food and medicine. Keep your eyes open and stick together. Oh, so you're still on your captain's trip, eh? Roxy said. Tommy locked eyes with her, jaw clenched. Got any better ideas? We just get what we need and go, Zero cut in. This isn't the time or place for a showdown. Tommy nodded. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the heavy glass doors of the casino. They creaked loudly, echoing in the empty atrium. As the group entered, their eyes darted around the room, scanning for any potential threats. The casino's interior was dark, save for the glow of a few surviving neon signs. Its gaudy decor now covered in layers of dust and grime. Slot machines stood silent with their screens cracked. Poker tables lay strewn with scattered chips and playing cards. Tommy approached the bar, its shelves empty save for shattered glass and dried stains. He instinctively scanned for liquor, but caught himself. Instead, he rummaged through the cabinets beneath the bar, tossing aside rusty corkscrews and broken shot glasses. Damn, not even a moldy peanut. Wow, this place looks like a ghost town, Dee said. Jimbo snorted, more like a grave for gamblers' dreams. Tommy stopped and studied the layout of tables and machines. Hey, Zero. Zero glanced back, narrowing his eyes. I don't have time. It's not that. He gestured to the tables. Look. Zero inclined his head. What am I supposed to be seeing here, Tommy? The layout. It's almost strategic. It's like someone's trying to funnel people in a certain direction. Zero pushed out his bottom lip. I think you might be right. He turned to the others. Everyone. Let's be extra careful. I think this place might be a trap. Tommy leaned in close to Zero. Way to scare everyone. We need to be vigilant, Tommy. I make no apologies for that. It could be from when the outbreak first happened. You don't know if it's a trap or not. Exactly, we don't know. Jimbo slapped a hand on Zero's shoulder. Well, we always said we wanted to play in Reno. Didn't think it'd be Russian roulette. Man, this place is creepier than a Misfits album. Nix muttered, gripping his guitar-turned battle axe. Anyone else feel like they're being watched? Dee said. It's like we're at some twisted gig, waiting for the crowd to go wild. Focus, Tommy said. We're here for food and medicine. Tommy's right, Zero said. Stay sharp. Zero over there, Roxy said, pointing to a sign that read cafeteria in flickering neon letters. They might have some food left in the stores. As the group approached the door, it was clear that someone had forced it open before them. The metal frame was twisted and bent, its edges sharp enough to slice skin. Tommy hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back. He pushed the door open, wincing at the screech of metal. Inside, tables were overturned, food containers lay smashed on the floor, and the stench of decay hung heavy in the air. Tommy moved cautiously, avoiding the pools of congealed blood and gore that stained the floor tiles. Check the cabinets and fridges for anything still good, Zero said. Look for more first aid supplies too, Tommy said. Tommy, over here. Layla motioned him towards a small storage room tucked in the corner. I think I've found something. Tommy and Roxy entered the storage room together, his eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. Dusty air filled his lungs, causing him both to cough and sputter. Roxy screwed up her nose and reeled back. What the hell? Crude drawings and scribbled notes covered the walls, depicting things like maps of the casino layout, escape routes, and areas to avoid. Spent bullet casings littered the floor, along with discarded food wrappers and a ratty old sleeping bag tucked into the corner. A small pile of bones lay in the opposite corner. Tommy didn't want to examine them too closely, but he was certain they were human. What the hell happened here? Roxy whispered, her voice quivering. Tommy shook his head, his throat dry. Let's get out of here. I've got a bad feeling about this place. A sudden noise stopped him in his tracks. Wait. Shh. Tommy strained his ears to pinpoint the sound. It was faint, but unmistakable. The low, guttural moans of zombies. Crap, Roxy said. What do we do? Tommy tilted his head. They're outside. Roxy's eyes widened. They're surrounding us. What do we do? Stay calm, Zero said. We grab what we can and get out fast. No heroics, got it? Right. Layla nodded. Let's do this. As they filled their bags with supplies, the moans faded. Tommy strained to hear. Sounds like they've passed. I think we're good, Zero said. Let's keep looking around, see what we can find. Tommy led the way back out of the cafeteria, his bat at the ready. He slipped around a toppled roulette table, its wheel frozen mid-spin. A crash came from across the casino. Tommy whirled, his eyes meeting Roxy's. She stood at a poker table, a cabinet half open, chips scattering around her boots. She glared at Tommy. If you've got something to say it. Just try and keep it down, yeah? Fine. Roxy slammed the cabinet shut. Tommy raised a hand. Settle down. He moved towards her. What's up? You don't want to know what's up. Is it Kim? She glowered at him. It's not Kim. Look. Tommy's voice softened. We're all feeling. I don't think you should be leading us. Tommy froze. Okay. You're making it up as you go along. Tommy's jaw clenched. They were all stumbling their way through this nightmare, trying to keep it together and stay alive. Maybe I am making it up as I go along, but so is everyone else in this godforsaken place. Someone needs to make decisions. If you think you can do better, you should step up. Roxy hesitated, her gaze sweeping over the others' faces. Silence hung heavy in the air. Finally, Zero stepped forward, his face a mixture of annoyance and determination. Fighting amongst ourselves isn't going to help. Tommy, keep leading. But Roxy, keep questioning, that's how we stay balanced. For a moment, Tommy considered arguing, but he knew Zero was right. They needed balance in this chaotic world, and Roxy's questioning kept them grounded. With a curt nod, he accepted Zero's words. Fine, Roxy said, her eyes never leaving Tommy. But I'm keeping my eye on you. Wouldn't have it any other way, Tommy said, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Oi, Tommy, Spike called out from across the room, holding up a dusty bottle of whiskey. Found something that'll take the edge off. Thanks, but no thanks. I'll stick to sorting out our little punk rock family drama, if you don't mind. Suit yourself. Spike shrugged, taking a swig straight from the bottle. But don't say I didn't offer. As the group resumed their scavenging, Tommy couldn't help but dwell on the precarious nature of their alliance. Hey, Tommy, heads up. Jimbo tossed a can of beans towards him. Looks like we're eating like kings tonight. Tommy caught the can deftly in one hand. Huh, nothing says punk rock, quite like canned beans. Very post-apoc, dude. Let's load up the vans and hit the road. We'll find a safe place to hole up and regroup. Sounds like a plan, Zero said. As they moved towards the doors, Layla sidled up to Tommy. For what it's worth, I'm still on your side, Tommy. Mickey, too. Thanks, that means more than you know. Her mouth twitched. Tommy stopped. What is it? You've been doing your best, and we all appreciate what you've been doing, but do you think Roxy has a point about your leadership? You too, Layla. Even you think I'm not cut out for this? I didn't say that. I asked if you think she has a point. There's a difference. He let his gaze wander around the decaying casino, taking in the other band members as they sorted through their scavenged loot. Maybe she does. Maybe I'm not the best person for this, but who is? He made a brisk nod towards Zero. Him? Layla touched his arm. We've survived this long under your lead. You must be doing something right. All right. Let's see what the others are doing. He narrowed his eyes at the others huddled together. Not sure I like them whispering about me. You don't know that. Tommy cocked an eyebrow. You sure about that? Layla gave a shrug and marched ahead. Tommy joined the others as they gathered around a blackjack table, its green felt now a makeshift inventory space. Roxy sorted through more medical supplies. She glanced at Tommy, then looked away. What did we get? Tommy asked. We got water, Jimbo said. Whiskey, chips, chocolate. Tommy clapped him on the back. Good work. He turned to Mickey. How you feeling, man? That stuff kicked in yet? Yeah, I'm feeling it. Feel like I'm gonna puke all over this goddamn table, though. Please don't, Layla said, rolling her eyes. I've had enough of cleaning up after you guys. Hey, I clean up my own messes. Mickey gave a weak smirk. Most of the time, anyway. Tommy shook his head, trying to hide his concern behind a mask of stoicism. He swallowed the lump in his throat and turned to face the group. We've been through hell together, fought tooth and nail to survive. There's been some questions raised about some of my decisions. But I'm trying to get us through this in one piece. I can't promise we'll make it. But I swear, I'll do everything I can to keep us alive. Touching speech, Roxy said. But actions speak louder than words, and so far your actions haven't exactly inspired confidence. None of us asked for this, Roxy, Layla said, her voice soft but firm. Tommy's been doing his best, just like the rest of us. All right, enough, Zero snapped, slamming a fist onto the blackjack table. The sound echoed through the casino, followed by a tense silence. We don't have time for this crap. Let's get these supplies loaded and get the hell out of here. Zero took charge, directing the band members to gather their scavenged items as efficiently as possible. Tommy, Layla whispered as she approached him, her expression unreadable. Just be careful, okay? Always am. He forced a grin that felt more like a grimace. A sudden bang echoed from deep within the casino, followed by a chorus of guttural moans. We need to leave, Zero said, hefting his pack and grabbing his rifle. Tommy spun towards the source of the commotion. Shuffling figures lurched out of the shadows, too many to count at a glance. Oh crap. Chapter 22. Groans crescendoed as the undead burst through the casino doors, a grotesque symphony of growling and gnashing teeth. Positions, everyone. Tommy snatched a casino chip rake from a nearby craps table, gripping it in his left hand as he tested its weight. The makeshift weapon felt surprisingly comfortable in his hand. Ready for some crowd control? Layla took a defensive stance beside him, her grip tight on her tire iron. Let's show these rotting bastards what punk's all about. Got it, Tommy, Roxy called back, her knuckles white as she gripped a slot machine lever like a club. Never thought I'd be graced with such a captive audience, Dee said, brandishing a guitar like a battle axe. They're dying to hear our latest single. Less talking, more smashing, Nick said, flipping a poker table on its side to shield himself from the advancing zombies. All right, let's do this, Tommy muttered under his breath, steeling himself. As the undead drew nearer, he tightened his grip on the chip rake and bat. He signaled Mickey to grab a cocktail tray nearby. Mickey spotted the tray and nodded. He hurled the glasses like lethal frisbees, shattering against the heads of the encroaching zombies. Take that, you undead assholes. Tommy wielded the chip rake like an ancient spear, driving it through a zombie's head before yanking it back out. With a sickening squelch, he tossed the lifeless corpse aside. Playtime's over, you rotting bastards. He swung his bat and chip rake with deadly precision. We're taking back the night. Layla dashed to a roulette table, spun the wheel, and used it to scalp a zombie that leaned too close. Red 13. Watch your left, Layla. Tommy extended the rake to push another zombie into her path, setting her up for another kill. Dee hurled a cup filled with dice at a zombie. Yahtzee! Keep it up, Tommy said, his heart pounding like a frenzied drumbeat. We've got this. Damn right we do, Dee said. Tommy ducked under a zombie's lunge, sweeping its legs with the rake, bringing it down for Jimbo. Jimbo slammed a poker table down on the zombie, crushing its skull. All in. Roxy, incoming. Roxy spun at Tommy's warning and slammed the zombie's head into a machine. Fade to black, Zero whispered, unraveling a guitar string and using it as a garrote to behead a zombie from behind. Another wave of zombies crashed in from a side door. Tommy's heart raced as he assessed the room. They needed an escape plan, and fast. Spotting the confetti cannon near the stage, he yelled to Mickey, "Use that cannon now." Mickey snatched it up and pulled the lever. It blasted confetti, startling the zombies and buying them crucial seconds. Party's over, lads. The smell of blood and stale beer filled the air as Tommy ducked under a lunging zombie, its rotten teeth snapping inches from his face. He swept the chip rake across its legs, bringing the creature down with a sickening crunch. Jimbo, this one's all yours. Thanks, dude. Jimbo snatched up a handful of poker chips from a nearby table. He shoved them into the fallen zombie's mouth with a smirk. All in. The creature choked and gurgled, flailing helplessly before falling still. Tommy scanned the room, searching for any signs of weakness among their undead assailants. With a guttural yell, he used the rake to trip another zombie, sending it sprawling towards Roxy. Roxy, heads up. Roxy slammed the zombie's head into the side of a slot machine before slamming down with her lever. Guess we hit the jackpot, huh? Damn right, Tommy said, taking a moment to catch his breath. Watch out, he shouted, as another zombie lunged at Spike. Spike ducked and drove his drumsticks into the creature's eyes. He turned to Tommy with a wicked grin. I always hit my mark. Nice one, Spike. Spike nodded and began striking at more zombies' eyes, using his drumsticks like deadly skewers. The creature stumbled and fell, blinded and thrashing. Tommy impaled another zombie on the end of his chip rake and tossed it aside. Stay focused, everyone. He knew the odds were stacked against them, but he'd be damned if he didn't try to keep his friends alive. Failure wasn't an option. Not when Neve and Sean depended on him to get back home. Any bright ideas on how we can get out of this mess, Tommy? Mickey asked between labored breaths, gripping a cocktail tray like a makeshift shield. Working on it. Tommy scanned the room, searching for a way out. As his heart pounded in his chest, He knew that their makeshift weapons would only hold the creatures at bay for so long. They needed an escape route, and fast. "Follow me." Tommy leapt onto a blackjack table, chip rake held high above his head. He glanced around, quickly calculating the steps he needed to take to reach safety. With adrenaline fueling his every move, Tommy used the chip rake to vault from one table to another, creating a precarious path through the sea of undead. His bandmates followed suit as they made their way towards the exit. Roxy swung a bar stool like a club, while Dee sliced through the air with a razor-sharp card shoe. "Damn, these things are relentless," Layla said, her breath ragged. "Welcome to Reno, baby," Nick said, slamming a pipe into a zombie's skull. "Let's just hope we get out of here without losing our shirts," Mickey said. Tommy vaulted over another table, feeling the strain in his muscles as he pushed himself to the limit. He knew that making it out alive was a gamble, but he wasn't about to fold. "Keep moving." Tommy ran at full speed, finally reaching the exit. He turned back, eyes blazing. "Come on!" As the others sprinted towards the doors, Tommy burst out of the casino. Cold night air hit his sweat-soaked skin. "What did I tell ya?" he panted, leaning against the wall as he tried to catch his breath. "The house always wins." "Good call on the exit, Tommy," Mickey said, wiping at his forehead with the back of his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hands trembled. "I owe you one." "We all do. Save it for the next round. We're not out of the woods yet." "Speaking of which," Layla said, casting a wary glance back towards the casino doors. "Where exactly are we going?" "There's got to be some place we can hide out until morning," Nick said. Jimbo nodded. "Somewhere those deadheads won't crash the party." "All right then," Tommy said. "Let's find somewhere to stay." "Lead the way," Roxy said. He met her gaze and gave a slight nod before turning to the others. "All right, but stay close and keep an eye out for those undead bastards." Episode 11, Chapter 23. Tommy glanced back at the zombies still trapped inside the casino, their hands clawing at the glass doors. "Would you look at that?" Jimbo said, moving back towards the doors and tapping on the glass. "Those deadheads can't even figure out how to open a damn door." The rest of the group laughed as they watched the creatures smack against the glass. The doors held firm, keeping them at bay. "Ha, guess they only have half a brain after all," Layla said. She gave one last weary smile before her face hardened again. "But we can't stay out here laughing all night. We need to get the hell out of this city now." Tommy nodded. "No arguments here. Let's grab what we've scavenged already and—" "Wait just a minute," Zero said, holding up a hand. "We can't leave yet. We've barely found any supplies at all. We need to keep searching while we have the chance." Tommy scowled. "Are you completely insane? We barely made it out of there alive. It's too risky to stay in this place." He gestured back towards the moaning horde still pounding on the casino doors. "We need to leave." "Tommy's right," Mickey said. "Can't we find supplies somewhere else?" Roxy stepped forward, shaking her head. "Zero has a point, though. We're desperately low on food and water." "There's got to be a grocery store or something a few miles up the road," Tommy said. "We can stock up there." "And all the small towns nearby have probably already been picked clean," Zero said. Roxy crossed her arms, fixing Tommy with a stare. "Where exactly do you expect we'll find supplies if we just blindly drive off into the sunset?" Tommy shrugged. "What about hitting up some houses in the suburbs?" Spike said, lighting up a cigarette he dug from his pocket. "Could find some tinned goods or something in people's pantries." Layla pushed out her bottom lip. "Hey, yeah, maybe we get lucky and find one of those doomsday prepper types with a loaded cellar." Zero scoffed. "While we're wasting time and fuel searching random houses, some of the stores here still have shelves full of essentials, guaranteed." He waved a hand back towards the darkened cityscape behind them. "The risk is worth the reward if we plan this right. We get in, load up on supplies, get out. Simple." Tommy bristled, about to argue back when Jimbo stepped between them. "All right, dudes. Let's chill before this turns ugly. Let's set out our stalls and put it up to a vote." When no one objected, Jimbo nodded. "Right then. Go on and make your case, Tommy boy. Let's put it to a vote." Tommy took a deep breath. "I just think staying is an unnecessary risk with minimal guarantee of reward. For all we know, the place has been stripped bare already anyway. And if we get trapped again, we're zombie food." He looked to Mickey and then the others. Mickey clearly needs rest, ASAP. And I know supplies are low, but we can ration what little we've found already while we search for a safer place to resupply. There's gotta be smaller towns, gas stations, something within a few hours' drive that'll have what we need. Roxy rolled her eyes. Rox? Jimbo held up a hand. You got something to add? Yeah, there's no guarantee anywhere will be safer or have anything left. Here, we've got more options, more potential untouched stores. You really want to gamble on some wild goose chase instead of grabbing what we know is available right now. Tommy clenched his jaw, but Jimbo stepped in again before he could bite back. Fair points both ways, Jimbo said, casting his gaze across everyone's faces. Anyone else? Zero's mouth twitched, but he remained silent. Layla shook her head. Let's put it to a vote then. All in favor of getting our punk asses out of Dodge as Tommy suggests. Tommy raised his hand, looking around expectantly. Only Mickey weakly lifted his hand to vote with him. The rest abstained or voted against. Well, that settles that then, Jimbo said. We're staying in Reno to resupply first. Tommy cursed under his breath. Zero inclined his head. You got something to say, Tommy? This is bull. We all nearly died in there. He gestured to the casino behind them. You really want to risk getting swarmed and trapped again? For what? Some goddamn cereal and bottled water? Enough, Tommy. Zero spoke in a firm, low voice. It's been decided. We're staying. Tommy bit his tongue before he could retort. He had no choice but to go along with the plan, but that didn't mean he had to like it, and he sure as hell wasn't going to let them go in blind and complacent again. You all want to stay and scavenge? Fine. But this time we do it smart and careful. No more going in unprepared and getting trapped like idiots, you hear me? We hear you, Layla said. So what do you suggest? First step is reconnaissance. We send scouts to get the lay of the land, figure out where supplies might still be stocked. Someplace with multiple exits. He glanced around at the deserted streets and darkened buildings surrounding them. There's bound to be a grocery store we can hit quickly. Zero nodded. That's actually a good strategy. We'll split up, scavenge supplies in teams. The others murmured agreement, but Tommy still didn't like the risk. But short of chaining himself to the van in protest, he was out of options for swaying them. He forced himself to nod. All right, fine, but no unnecessary risks out there. In and out, quick and quiet. And at the first sign of swarming zombies, you haul ass back here. No exceptions, no heroics. Understood? Everyone nodded. We should have a distraction, Nick said. Draw the deadheads away so the others can search easier. Good idea, said Layla. She nudged Mickey beside her. How about you put that cocky mouth to use for once? Stand on a rooftop yelling insults with that big mouth of yours. Lure them away. Mickey managed a weak chuckle. Tempting. But in my state, I'd probably pass out and become zombie bait. I'll handle the distraction. Jimbo turned to Zero. Van keys, dude. Zero fished the keys from his pocket and tossed them to Jimbo. Me and Nix can lead a merry zombie chase while you lot grab the goods. Good plan, Tommy said. Just keep the heroics to a minimum, all right? Stay close and don't take chances. We got this, boss dude, Jimbo said with an exaggerated salute. Leave the grunt work to us professionals. Professionals my ass, Spike muttered. Jimbo just laughed as he and Nix headed for Anarchy's child's van. Come on, Nixie boy, let's go lure us some groupies. The engine roared to life, blasting the refused the shape of punk to come through the speakers. Jimbo cranked up the volume before peeling out into the street. As Tommy watched the van speed off, he still didn't like splitting up. But he had to admit, having a noisy distraction to draw the dead away from them was a smart strategy. Maybe, just maybe, they could pull this off without anyone dying after all. But glancing back at the bloodthirsty horde still pounding the casino doors behind them, Tommy knew the odds were always stacked against them now. He turned to Zero. Where to first? Zero scanned each building along the street. There, he finally said, pointing. Chapter 24. Tommy led the rest of the group down the block in search of supplies. Layla, Mickey, and Dee walked just behind him, with Zero, Spike, and Roxy bringing up the rear. Tommy gripped his baseball bat tightly as he scanned their surroundings. The dark, debris-strewn streets were still for now, the only movement coming from bits of trash skittering along the sidewalk. Jimbo's music echoed through the empty city, leading the zombies on a chase away from their location. "Let's check some of these shops as we go," Tommy said, "but stay alert and ready to bolt." The others murmured quiet agreement. Weapons at the ready, they began methodically trying doors as they passed, but every business was locked up tight. Tommy's frustration grew with each rattle of handles and peer through grimy glass. Were they wasting precious time on a futile errand? "This is pointless," Mickey said as they reached yet another locked door. "Every place is boarded up or looted already. We're just wasting time we could be using to get the hell out of here." Tommy placed a hand on Mickey's shoulder. "Let's just keep looking, man. Check around the next corner up here. There's bound to be some place we can slip into." Mickey gave a listless nod. "All right." After trying a couple more fruitless doors, they finally spotted a small grocery store nestled between a liquor shop and laundromat. Tommy waved everyone to gather round. "All right, this could be our ticket for supplies. Looks like the front door is chained, but we might be able to slip in through the loading bay around back." Weapons ready, they crept to the rear of the building. The metal door stood half lifted, allowing just enough room to duck underneath into a small office at the shop's rear. "Let's load up," Tommy said, nodding towards the store interior. "Grab anything non-perishable. Canned food, cereal, nuts." Roxy glared at him. "We know what food to get, Tommy." "Whatever, Rox, just thinking out loud." They ventured out onto the sales floor. Zero and Tommy clicked on their flashlights, beams slicing between the pitch-black aisles. Tommy swept his torch along the empty shelves to his right, illuminating surfaces covered in dust and rat droppings. Dee said. "When's the last time they had a health inspection?" "Probably around the same time the outbreak started," Spike said. "Damn, this place has been cleared out already," Roxy said. "There's gotta be something left." "Check the lower shelves," Tommy said. "Anyone fancy some artichoke hearts?" Layla said, holding up a dented can and laughing. Dee made a face. "Blah, I'll pass on those." "Ooh, look, marshmallows," Spike said. "Best food group right here." "Keep looking, there's bound to be more." Tommy leaned around a corner. "Jackpot, canned soup and veggies." He shone the flashlight over rows of dusty soup cans. "Nice," Roxy said. "Send some of those bad boys my way." Tommy grabbed armloads and distributed cans out to the others. As they packed away the meager supplies, Mick's phone light flashed over brightly colored bags lined up on a low shelf. He leaned closer to read the label and barked out a sudden laugh. Layla sidled over next to him. "What's so funny? Find something good?" "Oh, I found something all right." Still chuckling, Mickey held up the bag in his beam. "Vegetarian bacon bits." Layla peered closer. "Shut up. Who would stockpile something so useless?" "What's the joke?" Roxy asked. Mickey waved the bag. "We hit the jackpot with these precious non-baconated bacon bits. We'll be eating like kings now." Roxy snatched the bag. "Hey, if you don't want to eat them, maybe we could use them to barter," Tommy said. "Some survivor out there is probably jonesing hard for fake bacon." A loud crash sounded from deeper inside the store, followed by movement in the peripheral darkness. The group fell silent. Tommy spun, his bat raised and flashlight beam darting wildly to identify the noise. When the noise came again, the shuffling movement sounded wrong. Too light. Too erratic. Squinting into the darkness, he lowered the bat, his pulse still racing. Zero cocked his rifle at the hidden movement. After a long moment, he swore and lowered his rifle with a huff. "Stand down. It's just a stupid cat." Tommy swung his beam around to illuminate the area just as a large gray cat darted out from its hiding spot. He caught the panicked glint of its eyes as it streaked past them, disappearing into the shadows. "Scared me half to death," Layla said, placing a hand to her chest. "Damn thing nearly gave me a heart attack." Zero scowled. "We can't afford mistakes like that. Stay focused." As the others stuffed their packs with supplies, Tommy lingered a moment, brow still furrowed. He swept his light over the shelves and floor where the cat had emerged. An idea struck him. "I'll be right back." Without waiting for a response, Tommy hurried down the aisle, pushing through the door the cat had appeared from. It led into a smaller stocking area lined with shelves still loaded with canned goods and boxes. "Guys, get in here." The others crowded into the doorway. Even Roxy looked impressed. "That damn cat was trying to hide its stash," Lila said. The others dived in, filling packs and boxes. 10 minutes later, laden with as much as they could carry between them, they headed back outside. Tommy did a mental tally of their take. Assorted canned veg and beans, canned fruit, soups, tuna, cereal, peanut butter. Not a feast, but enough to keep the whole crew fed for at least a week. A sudden blaring car horn shattered the quiet night. Tommy jolted, his head snapping around towards the sound. Careening around the corner came Anarchy's child's van. Jimbo pulled a handbrake turn, fishtailing to a stop in front of them. He leaned from the driver's window, one hand on the wheel while the other slapped the horn over and over. Get in. We gotta bounce. Now." Chapter 25. Tommy rushed forward. "What happened? Are you guys okay?" Jimbo's eyes were wild, his grin bordering on manic. "We're fine, but our distracting might have worked a little too well. We got company incoming. A lot of company." He cranked a thumb over his shoulder. Guttural moans echoed from the surrounding streets, growing steadily louder. The blood drained from Tommy's face. The plan had backfired. "Everyone in. Now," Tommy said. The crew scrambled to load their scavenged bounty, while the shuffles and moans of approaching zombies carried on the wind. Too many to fight. With everything crammed in back, Zero leapt onto the front seat, next to Nix, while the rest of the crew wedged together on makeshift benches or piles of kit. Tommy dove in last, barely getting his door latched before Jimbo stomped the gas. Tires squealed as they raced off down the street. Heart hammering against his ribs, Tommy craned around to stare out the back window. Zombies emerged from every side road and alley, pouring onto Main Street in staggering pursuit. "Yeah, ain't she a sight?" Jimbo said, weaving around an abandoned car. "Turns out blasting punk at full volume draws those corpses out like bees to honey. Who knew?" "Guess subtlety isn't really your strong suit, Jimbo," said Roxy. He laughed, swerving hard around a corner. Tommy braced against the doors as boxes and bodies slammed sideways. "But we got the job done and then some." Jimbo turned hard again, narrowly missing another vehicle. "Hate to tell you dudes, but we got a lot of company between us and the other vans." The streets around them swarmed with the shambling dead now, the van's wild trajectory barely keeping them ahead of the grasping hordes. "There's so many of them," Layla said. Jimbo made a sudden turn back onto Main Street. "There's too many swamping the main route," Zero said. "Take the next right, I've got an idea." Jimbo jerked the wheel at the intersection. Their bodies slammed hard sideways again amid shouted curses and protests. "Where to?" "Head for the buildings back behind Circus. There's a maintenance area for the parking garages back there. Service elevators. We can get to the top floors and scout an escape route from higher ground." As Jimbo spun them off the main drag, Tommy locked eyes with each crew member in turn. "I know today hasn't gone as planned, but we can still get out of this in one piece if we work together. Just gotta stay smart and stay brave a little while longer." He gave Layla's hand a squeeze where she clung to her seat. "We'll make it through this." She managed a jerky nod, squeezing his hand back. Bouncing violently as Jimbo clipped a light pole, the van screeched up to the garage's bay doors. The crew flung themselves against the doors until a gap opened wide enough for the van to slip inside. They wedged through with mere inches to spare, ripping a side mirror off in their haste. Inside the vast concrete structure, Jimbo drove up 3 levels and pulled the van to a stop and opened his door. Everyone froze. Tommy held his breath and listened. The engine's ticking filled the silence as everyone piled out. "What's the plan?" Roxy asked. Tommy shrugged. "Ask Zero." Zero rubbed his chin. "We stay here until those things have moved on. If those things are as dumb as I think they are, we should be safe up here." Tommy frowned. "Stay here? We have supplies." He patted the van. "And for what it's worth, we have shelter." "Yeah, dude," Jimbo said. "If the tunes drew them out, something else will draw them away." Tommy's nostrils flared. "We don't know that." Zero squared up to him. "This isn't a discussion, Tommy. We stay here until we can get back to the vans. He shrugged one shoulder. Of course, you're welcome to make your own way if you'd like. Tommy held his tongue. You're right. We could all do with some rest anyway. Today's been intense, Zero said. Yeah, but we're alive. And you're right. We've got food. We've got water. I'm sure we can all wait it out up here for a while. Zero gave a half smile. I'm glad we're in agreement. Tommy sucked in his bottom lip and gave a slight nod. Episode 12. Chapter 26. An uneasy silence descended on the parking garage. The crew sat huddled in the back of the van, seeking shelter and warmth as the temperature dropped. Tommy rubbed his hands together, trying to generate some heat friction. His breath misted in the air. Wish we'd grabbed some blankets or something while scavenging, Spike said, shoving his hands deep into his jacket pockets with a scowl. Come here. Layla wrapped an arm around Spike's shoulders, pulling him against her side. Spike grumbled but didn't pull away. The others shuffled closer together too, shoulders touching, clinging to any heat they could generate in numbers. Tommy watched his crew huddle tighter as the cold sank deeper into their bones. They were running on fumes, physically and mentally. Come on, we've survived worse than this. Tommy forced some false cheer into his voice. Remember that week snowed in, at that anarchist collective in Minneapolis? No power, no heat. All of us crammed in that tiny-ass living room burned everything we could find just to thaw fingers and toes. I never thought I'd be so happy to see a bunch of smelly crust punks in my life, Mickey said. We would have frozen solid if they hadn't taken pity and let our sorry asses camp on their floor. Ugh, don't remind me, Layla said. They didn't even have a shower. She rubbed her palms together as if trying to scrub away the memory. I don't think I smelled right for a month after. A ripple of laughter loosened some of the tension. Yeah, but we survived it together, said Tommy. Just like we survived that hellscape gig in that Portland hipster joint. We'll get through this night and get back to Philly same as always. All of us together. Dee managed a jerky nod, though his eyes stayed haunted. Sure hope things work out. An uneasy silence fell again. Zero slipped back into the van from his patrol and cleared his throat. Streets are still thick with zombies out there, but once daylight hits, I think our path will open up. He eased down against the wheel well with a barely suppressed groan. Tommy studied Zero's face, noting the deepening lines etched around his mouth and eyes. We've just got to hang tight a little longer, Zero said. Conserve our energy. Tommy shivered. Anyone hungry? He dragged his pack onto his lap and rummaged inside. We've got a gourmet selection of tinned mystery meat or... He grinned and dragged out the packet. Funky baconated soy bits? Tommy passed around one of the vegetarian bacon packets, insisting everyone take a handful. The crunchy bits providing a welcome distraction. He chewed and smiled. These don't taste that bad. Nothing close to real bacon, but they're actually edible. Jimbo grimaced. No, Tommy boy, they're disgusting. Zero glanced around the van before shifting closer. Doesn't it seem odd to you? A disaster this huge, and we've barely encountered another living survivor for hundreds of miles. Tommy hesitated, then gave a non-committal grunt through his mouthful of bacon-tinged soy. I'm telling you, there's something more at play here. Jimbo smacked his head back against the van. Kill me now. No. No. Zero's voice softened. Hear me out. He looked to the others. There's no way this outbreak was some freak isolated event. It's too widespread, too calculating. Tommy swallowed and shot Layla an eye roll. It's Agenda 21, man. The globalists are behind this whole thing to thin population and undermine civil liberties. Layla snorted. You know the globalist thing is just some old anti-Semitic crap, repackaged for a less Nazi-fied audience, right? Zero nodded. That's what they want you to think. Jimbo groaned. Zero. Just can it, yeah? No one wants to hear your Alex Jones crap. Alex Jones is controlled opposition. No. It's clear to me that the globalists wanted an excuse to declare martial law and force citizens into FEMA camps by the millions. A convenient zombie crisis provides perfect cover for their human rights takeover. Seriously, Zero? Roxy said. You think anyone would come up with a plan like that? That's quite a leap. I'm serious. It all fits too neatly. Engineered disease to enact medical tyranny just like Bill Gates always warned. Layla buried her head in her hands. Oh my God. Zero held up a finger. First wave of outbreak takes hold, decimates majority of population. Second wave, they roll out a miracle vaccine, which actually further mutates the virus. Suddenly you've got phase 3, zombification contagion. He smacked a fist into his palm. And that's how they do it. Jimbo stroked his stubble. Huh, that actually makes a demented sort of sense. He grinned. What if the zombie virus was engineered by the lizard people, though? Unleashed it through the plexiglass shields around their Antarctic bases so it would spread globally. He waggled his eyebrows at Zero. Maybe this whole bloody mess is just fallout from an unauthorized penguin feast by their starving troops. A round of sputtered laughter went through the van, but Zero himself sat stone-faced. Nix leaned over and nudged Zero with his elbow. Oh, come on, lighten up. Nothing wrong with cracking wise to ease the tension, yeah? When Zero's door expression remained unmoved, Nix reached behind the bench seat and retrieved a glass bottle of amber liquid. How about the universal language of booze instead? Kept this baby back specially for dull occasions. He took a generous swig himself before passing the whiskey bottle towards Zero. Warm your parts, Agent Mulder. Zero eyed the bottle a moment. He took a sip and passed it along with a grunt. As the whiskey made the rounds, Tommy waved it off. I'm good. Thanks. Mickey cocked an eyebrow. You sure, Tommy? We could all use something to take the edge off tonight. He shook his head, lips pressed to a firm line. Not for me. I'm straight edge, remember? Need to stay sharp. Mickey sighed but didn't argue further. Tommy watched the whiskey continue circulating instead, each person taking longer pulls to fight the creeping chill. After a while, Tommy leaned close to Mickey. How you holding up, man? Mickey managed a jerky shrug. I'm coping. Starting to feel a bit more clear-headed, actually. He exhaled hard. Still feel like microwaved crap, though. Tommy silently cursed himself for pushing onwards to Reno, instead of seeing to Mickey's health sooner. The methadone was a band-aid over a gaping wound. It would do for now, but he needed treatment. He gripped Mickey's shoulder. You're tougher than you look, you know. We'll get you sorted proper when we get back home. I promise. Mickey blinked before offering a weak smile. Might hold you to that, Tommy. My own detox dungeon in isolation, yeah? You got it, man. Tommy smiled back. Anything you need. Jimbo waved the near-empty bottle. Oi, Tommy, catch. Tommy grabbed at the flung bottle. Amber liquid sloshed over his hands. Whoa, careful. Jimbo guffawed. Take some medicine like the rest of us, dude. Tommy grimaced at the whiskey dripping through his fingers. The sharp scent stirred temptation. Memories of numbing his anxieties and grief with liquor over the years. Was abstaining just delaying the inevitable? I'm good. Tommy shrugged, avoiding Jimbo's look, and handed the bottle to Lila. How long could he keep his own hope kindled before despair, and drink claimed him too? Aw, dude, since you declined a drink... Jimbo looked around the van as if searching for inspiration. He grabbed the discarded bag of bacon bits and gave it a shake. Punk code requires you have second helpings of these gourmet, zombie apocalypse delicacies instead. It's the rules, Spike said with mock solemnity. The tension diffused as Tommy made a show of munching more imitation bacon to the group's amusement. A pained cry rang through the van. Dee scrubbed at his cheeks as tears welled in his eyes. Lila reached over to wrap her arms around his heaving shoulders. Dee, you doing okay? He shook his head, choking back a sob. It's just all so messed up, you know? His voice cracked. We barely made it out back there. Again. And now we're trapped here instead. Hey, it's not so bad. I mean, what's the goddamn point anymore? We can't keep running and hiding like this forever. Sooner or later, those things are gonna run us down for good. He sniffed and wiped his face. Might as well be tonight. We're all gonna die anyway, right? Just like everyone else already has. A long silence met his words. Tommy found himself reaching for the discarded whiskey bottle. What harm would a few soothing gulps do, really? Take the sharpest bite off fear and despair. Layla's hand closed firmly over his wrist. Her eyes pleaded with him to stop. Jaw tightening, Tommy forced his hand back down. I know it feels hopeless now, Dee, Layla said, but we can't give up yet. Dee shook his head. Come on, even if it is just us against the world, we still have each other. If we stick together, I know we can make it back home. The bands are family. Back home to what, though? Dee said. We don't even know if there's anything left back there either. The whole East Coast's probably all walking corpses by now, too. He dragged a sleeve roughly across his eyes, his voice dropping low. You'll see. We'll make it back there eventually, and it'll be empty. Everyone we ever knew just gone. We might as well all be dead already anyway. Tommy stared down at his grubby palms. What were the chances Neve, Sean, and everyone else back in Philly had somehow avoided the outbreak? Maybe Dee was right. Maybe raising his son in this graveyard world was a futile hope. That's enough, Jimbo's voice rang out. I don't want to hear any more moaning from you lot, you hear me? He glared around the group. We're fighters, survivors. So the world's gone to hell around us. We'll keep fighting our way through hell then. Jimbo jabbed a finger towards Dee and Tommy. It ain't over till the fat deadhead sings. We're getting back home, and we're gonna find people still alive there too. Count on it. Dee blinked up at the ceiling. What, like Kim? She won't be there, will she? It's like she never existed. We just left her there without a second thought. A tense silence descended on the group. Zero's jaw tightened. There was no choice to make. She was already dead from the bite. All we could do was keep moving forward. Dee whipped around to face Zero, fresh tears trailing his cheeks. That's bullcrap. We could have done something, tried to help her somehow, but you just... His voice cracked as he made a gun gesture with shaking fingers. The infection was too far gone. She had turned. There was nothing left of who she was. He gave a small shake of his head. I neutralized an active threat before it could spread further or attack the rest of us. Hard decisions had to be made for the good of the group. Yeah, but you didn't even hesitate. You loved it, didn't you? You freaking gun nut weirdo. You blew her away like it was nothing. Zero bristled at that. You think it was easy for me? The person she was had already died. That thing wearing her face wasn't Kim anymore. Dee opened his mouth to respond, but Roxy cut him off. That's enough. She held up a hand, her expression pained. I know emotions are high, but turning on each other won't help. She reached over to rub Dee's shoulder. I miss Kim, too. Every damn day. It's just not the same without her. Yeah, well, Dee said. Just seems so messed up how fast everyone moves on, you know? We lost someone we cared about. She deserves better than to be just forgotten. No one's forgetting her, Dee. But we can't dwell on ghosts either. Kim would want us to keep fighting. She grabbed the near-empty whiskey bottle and took another long swig. Her eyes turned distant. God, it seems like another lifetime when we first met. We were playing some hole-in-the-wall club. Her band opened for mine. She let out a quiet laugh. First thing I noticed was her pink-tipped mohawk sticking up over the crowd. Then when she jumped up on stage, bass slung low, just oozing punk rock attitude. Roxy trailed off, shaking her head with a sad smile. We hit it off right away. We hooked up, ended up talking for hours after the show about bands and songs and life. She idly picked at a fraying thread on her shirt. She just got me, you know? She understood the high I get creating music, bearing my soul to the strings, connected with that passion in a way most people don't. Layla shifted closer, looping an arm through Roxy's. You two did always vibe so well together, she said. Roxy's expression turned wistful. We were kind of perfect for each other in some ways, but the timing was always off. Other relationships getting in the way and crap. The romance angle just fizzled out. She stroked a thumb over the bottle's worn label. The friendship stayed strong, though. Bond like that don't break easy. We'd get together and jam sometimes between tour stops. She'd noodle these bass lines that just changed the whole feeling of my songs. Roxy smiled sadly. She just understood how to take the random chords in my head and ground them into something bigger, you know. Lock it all together into a sound no one else could have imagined. She shook her head. Kim could wail some sick notes, but her songwriting was even more killer. She had these heavy lyrics ripped straight from the heart, just laid herself wide open without fear. She held Dee's gaze. Point is, there was nobody else like her. She left one hell of a void in all our lives. Her eyes softened. I know you looked up to her too. First big tour and all. Dee rubbed at the lingering wetness on his face. Yeah, she kinda took me under her wing, you know? Told me war stories about the punk life. Taught me how to keep guitars tuned. He choked out a weak laugh. Hell, she even slipped me my first beer at that rest stop in Iowa. Said if I was man enough to live on the road with her crew of degenerates, I was man enough to drink pisswater beer too. Laughter rippled through the group. Definitely sounds like Kim, Layla said. She was one of a kind, Spike said. Roxy raised the bottle. Here's to you, Kim, keeping it punk as hell to the end. She took one last swig and passed the bottle to Dee in offering. We carry her spirit with us in our music now. Dee accepted the bottle. He stared down into its near-empty depths for a long moment before taking a shaky sip. We won't let her be forgotten, Layla said. Dee managed a jerky nod as he handed the bottle off. One by one, they each took a sip. The bottle reached Tommy and he raised it before passing it on. An uneasy quiet fell over the group again. Tommy cleared his throat. Tell you what, soon as we get back home, we should do something together. Work up the sickest tribute to Kim. Roxy dabbed her eyes and nodded. Damn right, she'll be looking down ready to heckle our sorry asses if we don't come up with something worthy. She scooped up Dee's hand, giving it a squeeze. But we won't let her down, right guys? Roxy cast her gaze around their huddled circle. We carry on rocking twice as hard and loud to make up for the empty spot she's left. Keep fighting the good fight, because it's what Kim would have wanted. Yeah, okay, Dee said. She'd definitely want us out there kicking zombie ass and taking names. For Kim. For Kim, the rest echoed. Zero rubbed the back of his neck. I regret what happened with Kim. My focus was solely on necessities for group survival rather than personal connection. I didn't know her like you did. Zero cast his gaze down. Perhaps certain choices could have been handled more delicately. If I've come across as cold and clinical, I apologize. Zero glanced between Roxy and Dee's surprised faces. You both speak truth. Her memory carries on in the family she left behind. And perhaps I acted hastily. He opened his hands. But I swear it was not out of malice. Dee's mouth gaped and he shook his head. I don't know what to say, thanks man. Tommy rubbed his eyes and caught Layla swiping her own stray tears. She reached over and embraced him in a tight hug. Zero slipped out as the others lay down to sleep. Tommy closed his eyes and pictured Neve and Sean. He hated not knowing where they were or whether they were still alive. After a while, Zero returned. Good news. The zombie activity out there is finally dying down. If we're making a break for it, I say we go now while the coast is clear. You heard the man. Tommy sat up and shook away the tiredness. Let's get the hell out of here. Roxy shook her head. No, Tommy. We need rest. Yeah, Jimbo said. And half of us are drunk. All right. Tommy glanced up at Zero. That good with you, man? I will take first watch. He stepped back outside and slammed the door shut. Night, everyone, Jimbo said. Hope you don't mind Nick snoring. Episode 13, Chapter 27. Tommy stirred with the first gray hints of dawn, his back protesting from a night cramped in the van. He shifted Jimbo's foot from his face and winced as sore muscles and chilled bones made themselves known. The short hours of restless sleep hadn't been nearly enough after the emotional and physical strains of recent days. But daylight also brought harsh reality back. They were still trapped in this concrete tomb surrounded by the living dead. The parking garage hadn't provided true sanctuary, just an uneasy reprieve. He scrubbed a rough hand down his face and sat up. Most of the others appeared still asleep, though fitfully judging by the grimaces and muffled groans. Only Zero was already up and alert, peering vigilantly out the driver's side window. What's the view look like out there? Tommy asked, his voice croaky. He crawled forward between slumbering bodies towards the front. Zero cast a glance back at Tommy. Still overrun, but movement has thinned overnight at least. I estimate a 40% reduced threat since yesterday. Tommy settled into the passenger seat, wincing again as his spine realigned. He opened the door and stepped outside, his breath misting in the air. Hugging himself against the chill, He ventured towards the parapet and glanced down at the surrounding streets. Dozens of zombies still shambled around, but the morning light was still too gray and diffuse to reveal the true scope of their predicament. He turned at Zero's approach. Why are they still lingering down there? Thought zombies tended to lose interest without active prey. They should have wandered off by now. Zero gave a shrug. Instinct perhaps still draws them to our location if they caught scent of living flesh nearby. Who knows how those things truly operate? Perhaps on some dim collective memory that food source is near. Tommy frowned. Or maybe they just sensed a bunch of juicy punk rock snacks holed up in the van. We're like babies in a shark tank. Zero slid a sidelong look over at Tommy, one eyebrow arched. Your cynical metaphors illustrate nothing beyond fatalistic thinking, which is rarely productive. He raised his chin and gazed across the city. Mental resilience now is key if we have any hope of fighting free. Tommy bit back further remarks, conceding Zero's point with a grunt. Tommy let the quiet stretch while studying the Undead's movements more closely. The passenger door creaking open made both men start. Layla dropped from the van and gave a tired half-smile before joining them. Morning. Hey. Tommy turned back to watching the zombies. What you doing? Layla asked. Tommy shrugged a shoulder. Just trying to work out how we'll get out of this place. Layla leaned over the side. Maybe if we threw stuff to draw them away, created a distraction. She trailed off. I don't know. There's so damn many still. Too many variables and uncertainty about how they would react anyway, Zero said. His eyes remained locked on the milling hordes. Miscalculation risks compromising our one secure stronghold here. There's got to be some way of thinning them out, though, she said. Some tactic or trick we haven't thought of yet. Tommy racked his brain, but his mind was a fog. A scuff and metallic crunch had all three twisting sharply. But it was Roxy kicking at a discarded soda can near the van's rear bumper. We're screwed here. She marched over to join them. If we let much more time go by, they could swarm us completely. Then we're just canned meals on wheels. She glared at Zero. We need a solid escape plan because I'm not dying, trapped cowering in this friggin' parking garage. You feel me? Zero flinched. Then his face became hard. It's funny how the biggest critics never provide answers of their own. Getting each other's hackles up won't solve this, guys, Layla said. Let's keep the brainstorming productive, yeah? She looked between Roxy and Zero before gesturing for the rest of the crew to join them. Maybe with all our brains combined, we can MacGyver our way the hell out of Dodge. The others shuffled over, bleary-eyed. Even Jimbo seemed subdued as he crossed his arms and glowered down at the oil-stained concrete. Tommy dropped his hands from massaging his throbbing temples. All right, the simple fact is we can't stay here. The zombies are thinning out, so I say we get back to the vans as soon as possible. He cast a glance at Jimbo. Zero, I say you should drive us this time. Get back to where we're parked and hit the road. Zero shook his head. That doesn't work for me. All right. Jimbo, you... No, Zero said. Tommy glared. All right. What's your brilliant plan then? Factoring in current levels of undead, we cannot safely eliminate enough to carve passage for the vehicles yet. He raised a hand to stifle Tommy's protests. However, on foot, a small group could plausibly loop a few blocks around towards where we left the other vans. Tommy shook his head. On foot? When we have a perfectly good van? Which also happens to be our only van at the moment. Our only means of transport. Our only protection against those things. Zero eyed each of the bandmates in turn. Tommy ground his teeth, but as much as it galled him, Zero was right. He sucked a sharp breath and met Layla's eyes. Around them, the others shifted on feet or cracked knuckles. Right then, Tommy clapped his hands. Let's do this thing. We don't all need to go, Zero said. I suggest no more than 4. Tommy tossed his van keys in the air. I'm going. Me too, Layla said. Roxy shrugged. I'd best go too. No one knows that van as well as I do. Tommy looked around at the others. Anyone else? Dee stepped forward and raised a hand. Yeah. Why the hell not? Tommy nodded. Let's go raise some hell. Chapter 28. Tommy gripped his bat, his palm clammy on its worn handle. He met each crew member's eyes as they stood tensed and listening. Tommy ushered the others single file down towards the parking garage's ground floor. He strained every sense, tracking the faint raspy undertones of the dead outside, while sweeping alert eyes through the vast concrete. The faintest scrape of dragging footsteps echoed from deeper in the structure. Tommy whipped towards the sound, holding his breath, bat poised. A lone zombie rounded a concrete support pillar ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Tommy used subtle hand motions to direct the crew into concealing alcoves behind the pillar rows. He spotted a promising fire door off the main vehicle bay and risked a subtle shoulder tap to urge the crew onward again. Slowly, warily, Tommy crept from cover, the others following close behind. Each soft scuff of the concrete came like a slap to the face. But step by step, holding his breath, Tommy inched along, drawn by the beckoning side exit just ahead. A sharp crack split the air. Layla gestured down in dismay at the can lying crushed under her boot. The noise grabbed the zombie's attention. Shoulders hunching, it wavered unsteadily around to face the frozen group with milky eyes. Layla bolted. In 3 quick strides, she snatched up a brick fragment and hurled it at a nearby car, cracking its windshield. The zombie swiveled towards the new sound, limbs tangling in its abrupt change of course. Go, go. Tommy signaled for them to move. Keeping low, he led the others ahead. They plunged through the fire door, slamming it shut behind them, and into gloomy concrete service halls. Rounding a corner, he stopped at the sight of 3 zombies wandering vaguely up ahead. Dee collided with his back. Damn it, Tommy, warn a guy next time. Tommy raised his hand and glared at Dee before gesturing to the zombies. We can't go back. Dee's expression dropped. Oh, crap. Tommy pressed himself against the concrete wall, not daring to breathe, his pulse roaring in his ears. After waiting in frozen silence, the last wavering footsteps faded around the next hall bend. Tommy gulped a steadying breath, gesturing for the group to follow again. The outside door came into view past a short loading dock. Tommy motioned the others ahead. Safely through, he eased the door closed a metallic scrape, then leapt down to the alley below. His crew stood slump-shouldered along the alley's opposite wall. Groans and grasping hands grew nearer. Go, go! Other way! Tommy's feet pounded on the asphalt as he sprinted forward, his bat swatting away the encroaching dead. Skidding around another blind corner, the group pulled up, their escape cut off again by a couple more zombies, blocking the alley mouth ahead. Tommy spun back, but the original zombie mob stumbled into view. We're surrounded! Roxy darted forward, frantically flashing a broken bit of mirror out in front of the new zombies. The bright, waggling reflection through the alley shadows seized both deadheads' attention. Lurching towards its bobbing light, they shuffled after it. Brilliant, Layla said. This way, hurry! Roxy gestured the crew through the gap and tossed her flashing lure down a side passage, diverting the small mob further. Tommy waved the others forward, his lungs heaving. New shapes peeled from the shadows ahead, staggering corpses blocking their way. No, Tommy skidded to a halt. He pressed back against the brick wall, clutching his bat with nowhere left to run. The fresh wave slouched closer, trapping them. Tommy snarled in desperate fury. A small, scuffed sound next to him made Tommy glance over to Dee. A silent exchange passed between them as Dee gave a resolute nod. Before Tommy could ask what he meant, Dee broke from the defensive huddle towards the mob ahead. Snatching up a nearby bottle, he began banging it hard against a metal dumpster. Hey, yeah, over here, you ugly skin sacks. Tommy stared. Dee, what are you doing? Go. But, just go. I've got this, Tommy. Dee turned back to the zombies. That's it, come get a taste. The zombies wavered and moved towards Dee. Still smashing his noisy distraction, Dee backed away from Tommy and the others, clearing an escape route. Dee, no! Tommy lunged forward, but Layla grabbed his arm, holding him back. Don't, she said. You can't help him now. Sick understanding crushed Tommy's chest. Dee was buying life for his friends with his own. Bile rose in Tommy's throat as he stood frozen. Tommy, we gotta go. Roxy yanked his numb body back towards their cleared escape route. Tommy tore his eyes away from Dee as the undead tide closed in on him alone. Staggering into movement, Tommy fled with the others away from both the encroaching swarm and Dee's screams fading behind them. Tommy stumbled into the dingy sunlight outside, his vision blurred by tears. He turned back once more as Dee disappeared beneath the churning mass of zombies. The screaming stopped. "We need to go," Layla said. Tommy forced himself to keep moving. The group ran on a few more blocks in silence before slumping against an abandoned storefront to regroup. No words existed. Dee was gone. Tommy roused himself enough to lean over and place his arms around Layla and Roxy, tears streaking their faces. "Come on," he managed. "We've got to keep moving." Layla nodded. Wordlessly, Roxy threaded her fingers through Tommy's own for several moments as they walked before loosening her grip again. Chapter 29. "We're still a way off from the casino," Tommy said, "but I think I spotted a route to slip closer." Roxy and Layla moved in silence, dipping between parked cars and doorways. "Alleys seem clearer for now, and we can maybe climb over that low roof ahead too, stay off the street for a block or so." Layla and Roxy both nodded. "We should maybe find ways to distract and pull more zombies off the main drag too if we get desperate. Noise traps and empty buildings to thin resistance ahead of time." Urgency fueled Tommy's thinking, despite the risks involved. "Let's do this smart and fast." He pointed towards the beckoning rooftop access ladder nearby. "If our luck turns, we can barricade choke points behind us at least, control the field where possible." "You sound like Zero," Layla muttered. "Just trying to keep us focused. It's either that or—" He climbed the ladder with gritted teeth, the muscles in his arms burning. Up on the low rooftop, Tommy made a cautious circuit, checking the roof was clear. He spied the casinos just a few blocks over. With a run-up, Tommy leapt across a narrow alleyway to the next building. A sudden scrabbling on the tar paper roof made Tommy spin, his bat raised and ready. But it was just pigeons startled from their nesting. Layla smothered a choked laugh next to him. Roxy grinned, giving Layla's shoulder a little shove. "Bunch of twitchy chickens we are," Tommy said. "Speak for yourself," Roxy said. Edging past skylights and sagging antenna lines, they drew closer to the casino block. Tommy stopped at the roof's edge and almost wept at the sight of his and Roxy's vans parked half a block away. Opting for speed over stealth, Tommy slipped down a rusty drainpipe. Eyes sweeping their immediate area, he signaled for Layla and Roxy to remain still. Squinting towards the familiar vehicles, no zombies stood between them. "How's it looking?" Tommy started at Roxy's voice. "Clear as far as I can tell." "You sure there's nothing hiding nearby?" Tommy shook his head. "Nope." As they edged towards the vans, Layla gasped and gestured to a trio of zombies shambling past the vehicles. Using hand signals, Tommy directed Layla and Roxy in a wide arc around the zombies. Crouched behind a car, Tommy tightened his grip on his bat. As the zombies drew closer, Tommy gave the nod. He lunged forward, striking hard at the nearest zombie, sending it sprawling. Layla smashed her tire iron against a zombie's face as Roxy darted in with her machete, taking them down by the knees. Two corpses collapsed, hamstrung in a shrieking heap. Channeling all the rage and fear of the last few days, Tommy swung wild blows with his bat, again and again until there was only wreckage left and his lungs burned. Roxy and Layla stared at him, their mouths gaping. "Come on." He pointed his blood-smeared bat towards the vans. "Let's not hang around, eh?" He raced over to his van, keys shaking in his hand. "Do you want me to do that?" Layla asked. Tommy nodded and jogged around the passenger side and leapt onto the seat, slamming the door behind him. Layla started the engine and waved at Roxy, pulling away from the casino. She let out a shaky breath. "Let's get back to the others." Tommy stared from the window, his jaw tight, images of Dee's last moments etched in his mind. "You all right, Tommy?" Tommy's nostrils flared. Never been better. Episode 14. Chapter 29. Exhaustion hit Tommy as he stared from the passenger window. Layla steered through the debris-strewn city, her watery eyes fixed on the road ahead. Tommy shook images of Dee's last moments from his mind, trying to bury them, along with everything else since Berkeley. The parking garage loomed ahead, concrete and shadows concealing whatever remained inside. He hoped Mickey and the others were okay, that the zombies hadn't managed to find their way up to Zero's van. Lila eased their van beside the garage entrance. Squinting towards the upper levels, she let out a sigh. "What's up?" Tommy asked. "I don't want to go back into that place. Could still be zombies wandering the lower floors." Tommy's mouth twitched. "Signal them." Layla punched the van's horn, startling Tommy as the sharp blare cut through the morning gloom outside. Seconds crawled by with no hints of response. Layla hit the horn again, and another blast came from Roxy's van. "Come on, give me a sign here," Layla muttered under her breath. She leaned on the horn once more. A shape emerged from the upper deck. Zero shouted something. Getting only confused looks, he made exaggerated ambling motions, then pointed off down the street. "I think he wants us to draw the zombies away," Tommy said. "We'll pull a Pied Piper, lead the deadheads away with noise, then double back quiet." "Like Jimbo did? It worked, didn't it?" Layla sniffed. "Too well." "If we can draw them away from our way out, fine." She restarted the engine and pulled away from the garage, making her way along the street. "Just hold off the horn for now." As Layla drove at a crawling speed, Tommy watched the side mirror for shambling shapes. A couple of zombies staggered into view, listlessly wandering without aim. "Take that next left and slow down more when you can," Tommy said. "No need bolting away quite yet. We want to give Zero and the others a clear opening, not lead more of those things to block their way." Layla grunted. Tommy followed her worried glance towards slumped Rex. "Let's make sure we don't get barricaded in, yeah?" Layla whirled on him with a glare. "I know what I'm doing, Tommy." He raised his hands. "Sorry, I'm sorry." "No, I shouldn't have snapped at you." Tommy sniffed. "Things are tense. I can take it if you need to let off steam." He forced a smile. "We're cool, right?" Layla nodded. "Always." She gestured to the horn. "What do you reckon?" "Do it." Layla honked the horn and rolled the van forward. She honked again, and again. New zombie clusters wandered onto the street ahead, cutting off an easy detour. Lila muffled a sharp curse, braking hard. "Go faster," Tommy said. Layla slammed her foot down on the gas and hurtled forward. The van clipped a couple of zombies, hurling them to the sidewalk with a resounding crack. "Good one," Tommy said. Layla smacked the horn again and slowed down, drawing out more zombies before speeding forward again. She took another turn, and the parking garage came into view. "They're not there." Tommy gazed up at the garage, looking for any signs of Zero's van. "Damn it. What should we do?" "We keep moving, keep drawing those things away. How the hell are we going to avoid being circled in if Zero's crew gets stuck in there?" Tommy winced at the thought. "We just keep tight loops circulating best we can, buy them a chance to get through." Layla made another loop around the city, blasting her horn and drawing out more zombies. They passed the parking garage again. Layla frowned. Where the hell are they? They must be trying to get out. What if they've already left? What if they're already out of Reno? We'd have seen them surely. We don't know that. Tommy sighed and glanced at the garage in the side mirror. You're right. We'll give them a bit longer. We can't abandon Mickey. We're not abandoning anyone. If Mickey's with them, he'll be safe. Layla sniffed. Yeah, right, he's withdrawing. And I don't think Zero's going to help out when things get bad. We got him methadone. No, you've got his methadone. And if he doesn't get another dose soon, he'll start spiraling again. Silence stretched out between them before Layla spoke. That's 2 full revolutions since Zero's signal. She turned the corner and smacked the horn again. More zombies filled the streets, and Layla hit the gas. She swung them around towards the garage again. Zero's van burst from the garage and raced off down the street. Gun it. Layla followed in Zero's wake, Roxy's van close behind. Tommy heaved sideways as Layla swerved to avoid a cluster of zombies. Block by block, they pushed onward. Tommy finally breathed deep as Reno faded behind them. They were clear. I think we're past the worst, Tommy said. Don't say that, don't tempt fate. Tommy turned to her. We'll get through this, you know? She kept her eyes on the road. I hope you're right. Chapter 30. Tommy stared at nothing as Layla guided the van back onto the open highway. The rural road unfurled under the late morning sun, a more welcome sight than sagging power lines and boarded shop fronts. A heavy silence still choked the van's interior. Lingering exhaustion, and grief resting like a shroud. When the first gas station appeared, Zero pulled off the road. "Looks like we're taking a break," Tommy said. "Thanks, Captain Obvious." Layla pulled their van to rest beside the aging fuel pumps. As the others piled out, Tommy stuck the nozzle in their tank, then leaned heavily upon the van grill, the worn store sign creaking in the breeze. He took slow, steadying breaths as the others began migrating towards him. Jimbo gave Tommy a broad grin and embraced him in a hug. "You missed out on Shea asphyxiation, dude, where windows stayed shut and any fart lingered for 50 miles. It's good to see you, Jimbo. You too, squeezed legroom I can deal with, but let's just say certain comrades kept stinking the place up." He nodded towards Mickey, staggering closer. Tommy chuckled. "You good, Mickey?" Without answering, Mickey came in for a tight hug, slapping a hand on Tommy's back before stepping back, his forehead coated with sweat. "I'm gonna need some of that medicine, man." "We'll get you sorted, Mickey. Don't worry." He shook his head and smiled. "Can't tell you how good it is seeing your ugly face again." Mickey blinked back. "That was pretty intense back there, huh? Was starting to wonder if my number got called back there. One of those dead bastards nearly made me its bitch." "You coming back with us?" "Of course, man. If I hear another thing about the New World Order, I swear to God I'm gonna start ripping my hair out." "That's good, man." He clapped Mickey on the shoulder. "Glad to have you back. And we've got enough of that stuff to help you get back on your feet." Mickey looked past him and gestured to the Minx van. "What's Roxy doing?" Tommy followed his gaze. Roxy remained in the driver's seat, staring into the distance. He shrugged one shoulder. "Been an intense few days." "Yeah, you think she's all right?" "We'll keep an eye on her, make sure she is." Her gaze remained locked unseeing on the middle distance, her hands still tight on the steering wheel. Tommy jerked a thumb towards her. "I'll go speak to her." Before he had chance to move, Zero arrived stone-faced before him. He clasped Tommy's shoulder. "Was starting to worry you were a goner back there." He released his grip. "I'm glad you made it." "You too, man." Zero gestured to the Minx van. "Roxy and Dee are still in there. Think they've had a falling out or something." Tommy bit down on his bottom lip. "Dee didn't make it." "Wait, what?" His fists clenched. "Why didn't you say anything?" "I am saying something." Jimbo tapped Tommy's shoulder. "Did you just say Dee's dead?" Hating himself, Tommy turned to face him and gave a weak nod. "There was an ambush we couldn't outrun in the city. Dee saved us so the rest could escape. He went out hard taking more with him." Jimbo just stared, mouth working silently. Spike joined Tommy's side, his hands fumbling to light a cigarette. "You sure?" His voice wavered. Tommy closed his eyes. "Yeah." Spike turned and punched the van, his face contorting with pain. "Hey," Tommy said. "What you doing, man? He saved us. If it wasn't for Dee, we'd all be dead. He saved us all." Spike glanced down at his knuckles with detached blankness. Tommy shifted his weight. He was a hero. This is your fault, Tommy." He took a step forward and jabbed Tommy's chest. "He'd still be here if it wasn't for you and your stupid plan." Roxy's door slammed, and she marched over to Spike. She took his wrist and turned his hand, examining the knuckles with a clinical eye. She released her grip and glared at him. "Hurting yourself won't ease the loss, and blaming Tommy is a douchebag move." "But, no. He did the best he could back there. We all did. Dee sacrificed himself so we could all live. It was his choice, his call. He went down how he wanted to. Don't you dare take that away, and don't you dare put that on Tommy." Spike looked between Roxy and Tommy, tears rolling down his cheeks. Zero stood nearby, his eyes fixed on Tommy. Tommy took a breath. "You should blame me. It should have been just me and Roxy. We didn't need 4 of us. Probably made things more risky." "Again with the guilt savior complex, Tommy." Roxy glowered at him. "Stop trying to shoulder blame that's not yours." Zero grunted. "The issue isn't Tommy playing leader. It's him making unilateral calls based on ego. I wonder if there's more to this." "Oh, that is such crap, Zero," Roxy said. "Don't pretend you've got some moral high ground judging calls you never had to make. Tommy tried saving everyone, but Dee's the one who actually did it. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you're the one who wanted to stay back guarding the van. It was a tactical decision. The road to hell, blah blah, yeah. Spike shoved between them with an eye roll. How's about we don't all go savaging each other when there's zombies happy to handle that for us? He gestured around the group. We've lost 2 of our own, 2 from our band. Can't even call ourselves that anymore. He dropped his cigarette and stamped it into the asphalt. We've all done what we've had to survive. Ain't our place throwing stones about right or wrong choices. D did what he thought was right. Tommy did what he thought was right. He narrowed his eyes at Zero. So screw you and the horse you rode in on. Nix drifted up beside Spike, wrapping one slim arm round his lean waist. A heavy silence draped the group again. A sudden nudge against Tommy's shoulder made him glance left. Roxy eyed him levelly, her expression unreadable. She searched his face a moment longer, then shook her head. You can't own the blame for group decisions, Tommy. It's wasted energy that just hurts more in the end. She took his hand and squeezed. Trust me on that. Too numb to respond, Tommy managed a grateful nod. Roxy maintained a firm grip for a few wordless moments before releasing his hand. We should say a few words, Spike said, swaying in place, his eyes fixed on the mottled concrete. Another bandmate. He shrugged. I mean, what can I say, man? D was solid, great friend, great guitarist. He gazed up at the sky. I'm gonna miss you, man. Amen, Layla said. D knew how to rock. He was a freaking hero. Saved me, Tommy, and Rox. The fact we're here now is thanks to him. I'll never forget that. Yeah, Tommy said. We can never repay that debt. We can, Zero said. We repay it by getting through this. Exactly, Roxy said. He died on his terms. The best way we can pay tribute is to make what he did mean something. Zero dipped his head. I didn't know him long, but what he did for us speaks volumes. Proxy turned to Spike. Remember that festival spot D scored us in Richmond? Yeah. Spike laughed. Barely into our first tune before Thunderstorm of the Century opened up. Lightning turned the stage boards into an electric chair. It was insane. Both musicians cackled while the others looked on. Right, Roxy said. He was so chuffed scoring that spot. I don't think a wild grizzly could have torn him off that stage once the amps started blaring. Yeah, and I remember him chewing out that promoter, trying to get us to stop. Raw nerve, that one. I swear that promoter nearly pissed himself getting away from D's glare. When the laughter faded, Mickey stepped forward. D saved us all, man. He went out like a goddamn hero. Spike nodded. D was family, but he didn't deserve to go like that. Layla placed a gentle hand on Spike's shoulder. None of us do, but his sacrifice means we have a chance to keep living. Zero sighed. All we can do is keep moving forward together. Nick squeezed Spike's hand. D would want us to remember him with smiles, not tears. Roxy nodded. Nix is right. D loved life on the road. The best way to honor him is by sticking together. Jimbo approached Tommy. No one blames you, man. We all know you did your best back there. He pulled Tommy into a bear hug. Tommy hugged him back, finding comfort in the embrace. When they parted, he turned to the group. Let's not let D's gift go to waste, yeah? Spike wiped his eyes and glanced up at the clouds. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace, everyone echoed. Spike straightened up and gestured to the vans. We should get back on the road. Still got a long ways to go. Zero unfolded a map across the hood of his van, the group crowding round. He traced a line with his finger. If we take this route here, we can reach Salt Lake City tomorrow. Jimbo wandered over to Tommy's van, glancing between the open side door and Zero's map. Hey, mind if I ride with you guys again? Could use a change of scenery. Before Tommy could respond, Zero looked up from the map. Why aren't you riding in your own van? Sorry, dude. Jimbo hauled himself inside. Seats are comfier over here. Now hold on a... Jimbo slammed the van door shut. Tommy glanced at Jimbo, then back at Zero. Guess that's settled then. He climbed into the driver's seat as Mickey and Layla piled in, doors closing behind them. Tommy turned the ignition. The engine rumbled to life and they pulled away from the pumps back onto the open highway. The van setting off in convoy once more. Chapter 31. Tommy drove on through the deserted landscape, everyone in the van seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Despite the bright blue sky overhead, A darkness still hung over them after Dee's sacrifice. Tommy eased up, squinting at the barricade blocking the highway ahead. He could make out figures emerging from two vehicles. Even at a distance, the sunlight glinted off unmistakable weapons. "You think it's National Guard?" Layla said. "They don't look like soldiers." "Could be road pirates," Jimbo said. Tommy eyed the nearest one's military uniform and shook his head. "It looks official." Jimbo leaned between the seats. "Ram through, dude." Tommy glared back at him. "I'm not ramming anything." He pulled up slowly, the other vans coming to a halt behind him. He lowered the window as a bearded man wearing camouflage and wielding a shotgun swaggered over. "Well, howdy, folks. Hate to trouble you, but me and my crew are going to need all your supplies before we let you through." Tommy tightened his grip on the steering wheel, hiding his shaking hands. "We've got sick people with us. How about we share some medicine and food? That would help us both." The man took a half step back and inclined his head. "When you say sick." "Withdrawal," Mickey said. The man grinned. "Oh, well, in that case, we'll be taking it all. Unless you want to taste buckshot." Tommy chewed his lip. They were blocked with no room to turn around. "We're not giving up all our supplies. You lot traveling together?" "Yeah, we're just trying to get home, man." "You look like good kids. Here's what I'll do. I'll save you the effort of unloading your supplies. Instead, you'll be getting out of the van and handing over the key." He shrugged a shoulder. "And because I'm feeling in a charitable kind of mood, you can take the rest of your convoy and go." The man aimed the shotgun at Tommy. "What's it to be? Make the smart choice now. Leave your van, then be on your way." "Best give the dude what he wants," Jimbo said. Layla nodded and unclipped her seatbelt. "All right," Tommy said, raising his hands. Mickey slammed his fist against the window. "We can't just let them take our stuff." Tommy glared at him. "You got a better idea that don't involve getting shot?" "There's more of us than them," Mickey said. "If we rush them, then we all die," Layla cut in. She turned to Tommy, her eyes pleading. "We gotta give them what they want, Tommy. Whatever it takes to save our skins." Tommy nodded. He eased open the door. "Stay here. I'm gonna talk with them." Ignoring the protests behind him, he approached the leader, hands raised. The man eyed him as Tommy stopped a few feet away. "I reckon we got off on the wrong foot." He held out a hand. "Name's Tommy." The man lowered his shotgun a fraction. "You think I give a crap?" "We're trying to get to Salt Lake City. You're right, though, we do have extra food and meds, but we can't give up the van. What if we split it 50-50 with you? Help each other out?" The man smirked. "And if we just take it all?" Tommy nodded. "You could, but we'll fight you for every damn can, and some of your boys might not walk away from that." The man eyed Tommy a moment before barking out a laugh. "Well, damn, look at you, bargaining like your ass isn't on the line." He raised his shotgun. "Now, I'm not here to negotiate. Toss the keys and get your people." A gunshot cracked. Blood sprayed from the man's head and he dropped to the ground. The other robbers moved. Another gunshot rang out. And another. Tommy whirled as Zero lowered his rifle, a cold look in his eyes. "What the hell, Zero?" Zero stared back, stone-faced. "You were wasting time. We need to keep moving." He turned away, ejecting the spent shell casings as the rest of the group emerged cautiously from their vehicles. Tommy grabbed Zero's shoulder. "We could have talked our way through. You didn't need to kill them." Zero scoffed. "Keep dreaming that hippie liberal bullcrap. We do what we need to survive out here, or we die." He yanked his shoulder free and walked off. Fists clenched, Tommy started after him, but Layla pulled him back. "Forget it, Tommy, let's just see what we can find." The group spread out to search the roadblock, an uneasy silence hanging over them. Tommy couldn't get the image of Zero coldly gunning down those men out of his head. Killing the undead was one thing, but killing the living seemed a step too far. They moved among the makeshift barricade of battered vehicles parked across the highway. The fenced-in area beyond appeared to serve as the robbers' compound. Tommy spotted a small concrete shelter just inside the perimeter, likely where they slept. A stockpile of fuel cans stood lined up by a rusty tanker truck. Crates of preserved food, medicine, tools, and weapons were stacked around the shelter. "Jackpot, baby," Jimbo whooped, opening a large footlocker spilling over with guns and ammo. Looks like these psychos were loaded for war. Tommy grimaced as Zero began distributing the weapons and ammo from the stash. The ends would help them survive, perhaps, but the cold execution still gnawed at him. Layla appeared at his side. Try not to let it eat you up. I don't like his methods either, but Zero's mind is set on survival, above all else. Doesn't make it right. We're supposed to be the good guys here. Layla gave his arm a comforting squeeze. Come on, let's see if we can find anything useful in these vehicles. They searched the parked trucks and vans, recovering tools, tarps, camping gear, and other supplies. But Tommy couldn't shake his disgust over profiting from Zero's handiwork. The man's capacity for violence deeply unsettled him, despite understanding its necessity out here, and where it might ultimately lead them, if left unchecked. There's no way we're fitting all this in the vans, Tommy said. Zero shook his head and began lugging amps from the back of his van. We need this. Amps and guitars just waste space. Roxy bristled. Our instruments are part of who we are. Tommy held up a hand. Nobody's leaving instruments, but Zero's right. Survival is priority now over music. Nick stared down at a guitar case covered in stickers. Far as I see it, we won't be playing nothing if we're dead. He kicked the guitar case. Wake up, man. Ain't no damn music careers until this thing's over. A tense silence passed. Layla stepped up and removed her bass from the vehicle. He's right. We'll find new gear, but we can't replace each other if we don't get moving. One by one, the others handed over their instruments with muted resignation. Tommy swallowed hard as he passed his treasured guitar to Jimbo. Roxy lingered a moment longer, before finally adding Dee's guitar to the pile. They redistributed the weight in the back of the vans, and the others crammed inside. Tommy gazed down at the dead men, and wondered whether they would rise as zombies. But they stared blankly at the sky. What should we do with them? Zero strode past and picked through the men's jackets. We take what we can and get back on the road. I meant about burying them, or something. Zero looked up over his shoulder and shook his head. He retrieved radios from the men's belts and rose to his feet. The radio let out a static hiss. Zero tested one and mumbled something. A voice crackled through the speaker. Zero scanned the area, narrowing his eyes. We need to leave. Tommy stared at the gaping hole in the bearded man's forehead. I can't believe you shot them. I did what needed doing, Tommy. You can thank me later. He marched back towards his van. Tommy met Layla's eyes and shook his head. Tommy, Zero called back. I said, we need to leave. Now. Episode 15. Chapter 33. The van rumbled down the empty highway as Tommy drove on in brooding silence. Mickey lay curled up in the back in fitful sleep, while Layla and Jimbo stared from the window. Tommy kept replaying Zero gunning down those men, their bodies hitting the asphalt, the bullet wounds in their head. The cold brutality of it gnawed at him. He'd come to terms with taking down zombies. That was necessary. It was life against death. But this felt different, as if pieces of their humanity had been ripped away. That was intense back there. Layla's voice cut through the silence. With Zero, I mean. Tommy's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. Intense? He straight up executed those men in cold blood. He shook his head, the muscles around his jaw tight. It was murder, plain and simple. I agree it was extreme. Layla placed a hand on Tommy's arm. But without him taking action the way he did, we might have lost our supplies and be a van down. Or worse. But what have we lost instead? From the back seat, Jimbo scoffed. Oh, come on. Zero's always been into guns. I ain't shocked he iced those dudes soon as an excuse presented. He leaned forward. Way back, we played some real craphole biker bar outside Austin. Show went south fast and a riot kicked off. Bodies and bottles flying everywhere. But Zero whips out this freaking hand cannon from the van. Shut that riot down real quick so we could all get clear. Jimbo chuckled. Tommy just stared stonily ahead. Not saying I always dig his methods, Jimbo said. Just that he's never been shy about using force when pushed. Great, Tommy said. So we've got a psycho to worry about as well as zombies and bandits. Layla let out a sigh. What Zero did was extreme, but I'm sure his conviction comes from past trauma too. We all have our demons, Tommy. Maybe they just manifest in different ways. I know, but it still doesn't sit right, him being judge, jury, and executioner. It's messed up, you know? We're supposed to have laws. Laws? Layla laughed bitterly. It's the Wild West out there. There's no laws. Jimbo nodded. She's right, dude. What the world was ain't what the world is. Things have shifted, you know? I get that. Obviously, I get that. It's just... Tommy couldn't find the words. It's just different, Jimbo said. This time last week, we were on the road trying to pick up some new guitar strings. Yeah. Tommy shook his head. And now our guitars are lying with those bodies. He raised a finger. You know, if the police investigate, they're going to find our DNA all over that crime scene. Layla sniffed. If being the operative word there. Tommy, Jimbo's right. What things were like isn't how things are now. Things have changed. Maybe things will get back to how they were, but until they do, we need to focus on survival. Tommy jerked a thumb towards the shotgun now riding in the back. You want to talk about survival? Don't you think it's dangerous having all these weapons around? What if Mickey has a freak out? What if one of us loses our cool? Or the thing goes off by accident? Or one of us gets hit by friendly fire during a skirmish? Layla nodded. So we keep each other in check. Make sure desperation doesn't turn us into monsters, too. Dude, a deep frown etched Jimbo's features. We keep the weapons. It's a bad idea taking them into a zombie fight. But if the living start messing with us, we've got an answer. Tommy's nostrils flared. Right. What is it Zero always says? An armed society's a polite society. Yeah, try telling that to the parents of school shooting victims. Jimbo shook his head. Tommy, you're thinking about this all wrong. That world doesn't exist anymore. You think there's schools right now? We've got more urgent things to worry about. Maybe once this zombie crap is dealt with, we can get back to debating this stuff. But for now, dude, things are what they are. Still, I think we can try talking first. You're right, Layla said. But those men weren't exactly being peaceful. Tommy glared at her. But Zero just killed them. He did, but frankly, his skills may keep us alive out here, as much as they unsettle us. Tommy slowly exhaled, the weight of responsibility pressing down. We can't have members deciding unilaterally who lives and who dies. He's a pragmatist, Layla said. We didn't have time for debate and he made a decision. He's got to live with that as much as the rest of us. Jimbo looked between them. Yeah, but we're still here. And they're not. A soft groan emerged from the back, and Mickey slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes. What are you all talking about? Jimbo glanced at him. Hey man, you okay? Yeah, just a headache. He leaned back on his seat. But we're alive, thanks to Zero. Air whistled through Tommy's nose. He shot them, Mickey. Killed them. Mickey seemed to ponder this for a moment. He saved us, Tommy. Layla nodded. Yes, he did. Zero the hero. Mickey grinned. Hey, that rhymes. He's no hero, Tommy said. What do you mean? He protected us when we needed it most, man. He's a hero in my books. Tommy sighed. I guess. I can see why you'd think that. It's just hard to reconcile, you know? Tommy, my dude, Jimbo said. I think what you're struggling with is the idea that our world has changed. It's not black and white anymore. It's about survival now. Tommy glanced at Jimbo, his shoulders slumping. Maybe you're right. I worry about what we're becoming in the process of surviving. I don't know about you, but I don't want to end up being an asshole, surviving with a bunch of assholes. Jimbo grinned. Hey, I used to be in a hardcore band called A Bunch of Assholes. Mickey snorted out a laugh. No, you didn't. I know. Funny, though. Layla placed a hand on Tommy's shoulder. We'll find our way through this together. We'll make sure we don't lose ourselves in the process. The van fell into silence, each person lost in their thoughts. The road stretched ahead, endless and uncertain. But for now, they had each other, and in a world turned to crap, that was something to hold on to. Chapter 34. The open Nevada highway unfurled under the late afternoon sun, an endless road of cracked blacktop dotted only by sagebrush. Layla drove now, freeing Tommy to brood and Mickey to snore. Jimbo leaned between their seats, his running travelogue helping to pass the time. "Whoa, check that weird circle of cars out there." He pointed to the right. Tommy followed his gaze to several dozen vehicles, parked tightly in concentric rings just off-road. Many had doors flung open, traces of long-abandoned occupants. In the circle's center sat a pyre of ash and blackened bones. "Bet it was a quarantine zone or something," Jimbo said. "Round everyone up infected, torch the middle. Cold man." Tommy suppressed a shudder. They passed ransacked cars, drifts of belongings spilled across the asphalt, corpses in various states of decay, marks of a society unraveling at speed. By late afternoon, the Nevada landscape stretched out in front of them, a desolate expanse of dust and shadow. "Looks like we're coming up on Winnemucca," Tommy said, breaking the silence. He glanced at the others, their faces lit by the fading light. "About damn time," Mickey muttered, shifting in his seat. "Check it out," Jimbo pointed ahead. "What's that?" Tommy squinted at the horizon. A large, fenced-off camp sprawled across the dusty terrain, its outlines hazy in the gathering dusk. Details emerged as they neared. Guard towers, military vehicles, throngs of people in lines, and a large sign spelling out Camp Hope. "Looks like a FEMA camp," Layla said. "Never thought I'd be so happy to see one." Jimbo snorted. "Wouldn't let Zero hear you say that." "No," Tommy said. "Layla's right. This is a good sign, don't you see? It means the government's got this." "Explains why everywhere's been so quiet," Layla said. "We've been on the road. Must have missed the announcements and stuff." Crackling static cut in. He took the radio from Layla as Roxy's voice filtered through. "You see that up ahead? What's the plan?" Tommy keyed the mic. "Looks official. Maybe National Guard. Layla thinks it's a FEMA camp. We're gonna check it out." "Bad call, man." Zero's voice broke in. "I warned you before about getting sucked into government camps. Once they process you in, we'll never leave. That's what FEMA wants. Over." "But we might be able to shelter and regroup," Tommy said. "Get some real rest, fresh supplies. I don't know about you, but I'm done with eating all this processed crap. I could murder a carrot." "No, Tommy," Zero said. "As soon as you step inside, you become a ward of the state. The globalist plan is unfolding just like I was telling you. Disarm citizens, making us dependent, then impose Agenda 21. Tommy squeezed his eyes shut as Zero ranted on. He was too drained for another conspiracy clash. Layla took back the radio. "We're beat and starving. Got no choice but to try our luck here." The radio went silent as they approached the barrier blocking the highway. Beyond the fences, the camp bustled with purpose and energy so long absent elsewhere. Medical tents, mess halls, and endless rows of huts extended for what seemed like miles, with soldiers standing vigilant guard. Despite his unease, Tommy felt drawn to the simple promise of hot food, solid walls, and news from Philly. They crept forward until finally pulling up at the barrier. Tommy lowered his window as a young guard in a mask approached. "Morning, folks. Welcome to Camp Hope. We're advising everyone to seek shelter in the camp here for safety. You know it really isn't safe out there?" Tommy nodded. "Yeah, my friends and I have been traveling a while. Anything you got would help." The guard nodded. "We can get you registered, meals, and a place to sleep. What are your names?" Before Tommy could answer, Zero marched past, his rifle slung over his shoulder. "We don't need charity handouts or registration numbers, comrade." He turned to Tommy's window. "This is exactly what they want. Make us tadpoles in their system. Wake up, Tommy, I told you this was coming." The young guard backed up a step, hand raised. "Whoa, buddy. Let's stay calm, huh? We're just trying to provide aid to citizens, not threaten." "Save your globalist lies," Zero said. "You ain't locking us in your grid like good little slaves." Tommy jumped out to intervene before things escalated further. "Zero, man, let's take it easy, yeah?" Holding up his hands, he stepped over to steer Zero away from the nervous guards. "Look, man, we're beat and need the help. Let's just cooperate, but insist we retain the right to leave later, okay?" Zero wrenched his shoulder away, his eyes blazing. "You all go right ahead then, but I warned you every step what they've been planning for decades." Tommy turned to the guards with a weak shrug. "Sorry about my friend here. We've just had some rough times lately. About that registration." The guard nodded. I get it, rough times for everyone. Let me call my superior. We'll sort this out. As he spoke into his radio, Nick stepped out of the van, his voice calm but firm. Zero, you're making a scene. You're scaring people. We're all on edge, but this isn't helping. Zero cocked an eyebrow. You don't see it, Nix. They're controlling us, taking away our freedom under the guise of protection. I told you this would happen, didn't I? Yes. He rolled his eyes. In great detail. Exactly. And now it's happening right before your very eyes and you still can't see it. How much of a red pill do you people need? Nix took a step closer, his voice low. I hear you, Zero. But right now, we need food and a safe place to sleep. Jimbo, now out of the van, placed a hand on Nix's shoulder. Come on, dude. We're all tired. Let's just rest and reassess in the morning. Zero looked from face to face and shook his head. Go ahead. But if you think I'm stepping 1 foot inside a FEMA camp, you're more stupid than I thought. I understand there's been some concern of internet rumors, a guard said. But let me assure you, our sole purpose is to provide aid and shelter to those in need. It's too dangerous out there. We advise you to stay in the camp for your safety. Like hell we will, Zero said, his eyes narrowing. What are you hiding, huh? You've got everyone locked up like cattle in there. Death squad's not arrived yet. Sir, please can you not raise your voice? Tell me this isn't your plan all along. Hey man, let's just relax, Tommy said. Stay out of this. Zero slipped his rifle from his shoulder. Nix reached for Zero's arm. Zero, don't. Look, we just want to reach our families, Tommy said. We need to keep moving. Fine, the guard said. But you've been warned. It's dangerous out there. We know, Tommy said. Thanks. He turned to Zero. Let's just focus on getting back home, yeah? Zero pursed his lips and backed away towards his van. Tommy turned back to the guard. I'm trying to get to Philadelphia to find my family. Any news? The guard's expression softened. Philadelphia. I have family there too. We don't have much in terms of communication with the East Coast. Oh well. Tell you what I can do. We still have a duty of care to the public. If you need any water or food, I'd be happy to send some your way. Tommy smiled. That would be amazing. The guard spoke into his radio. Any chance you can tell us what the situation is like up ahead? Can't say much. The guard glanced over his shoulder. All I know is that the outbreak isn't showing signs of getting better. You'd be safer in here. We understand the risk. The guard nodded and soon, a group of FEMA employees wheeled out a pallet loaded with water bottles and boxes of dried foods. Tommy, Layla, Roxy, and Spike moved quickly to load their vans with the supplies. Zero stood a little apart, his arms crossed, watching the scene with a deep frown etched on his face. Mickey, standing next to the van, kept glancing between Zero and the others. As Nix moved forward to help with the supplies, Zero grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Don't bother, Nix. I'm not trusting any of that stuff in my van. It's just food and water. We need this. Zero shook his head. No, you don't see it, do you? They could be tracking us with this, or worse. I'm not taking any chances. Tommy glared at Zero. Listen, man, we need these supplies. We've got a long road ahead, and we can't afford to be picky. Zero stared at Tommy. Fine, take their handouts. But I'm keeping my van clean of their control. As the loading finished, the guard opened the barriers for them to leave. Watch your backs, the guard said, his voice grave. There's no telling what you'll run into out there. Thanks for the heads up. Tommy climbed into the passenger seat of their van, his mind a swirl of thoughts, concern for his family, the uncertainty of the road ahead, and the constant tension within their group. Layla took the driver's seat, her expression serious but focused. The van rolled through the barrier, leaving Camp Hope behind. Chapter 35. The sun dipped low, casting a blood-red smear across the sky. Damn, Mickey said. That was too close back there. Too damn close, Tommy said. Lucky you were there to talk those FEMA dudes around. Jimbo said. Yeah, Layla said. You did good back there. Thanks, Tommy said. Zero's a loose cannon, but you got us through, Mickey said. Didn't have much choice. Tommy clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the familiar itch of his straight-edge tattoos. We can't let Zero's paranoia jeopardize our safety, Layla said. What if next time it's not just a standoff? Yeah, man, Mickey said. We gotta keep a tighter leash on him. Tommy clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed on the endless stretch of road before them. We've all got our demons, but we're family. We can't turn on each other now. We'll talk to Zero. Get him to see reason. Good luck with that, Jimbo said. Let's keep moving, Tommy said. That's all we can do. Man, I don't know, Mickey said. He damn near got us killed back there. Can't say I blame him for being paranoid, Layla said. Those people, they're trapped. Trapped? Mickey scoffed. They're safe. That's more than we can say for ourselves. Is it, though? Layla glanced back at him. You think that's what safety looks like? Better than being zombie chow. Look, we're all shaken up, Tommy said, trying to keep his voice steady. But we need to stick together. If we turn on each other, we're as good as dead. Tommy's right, Jimbo said. We gotta watch our backs. If Zero's losing it, we need to help him, not abandon him. Fine, Mickey said. But if he goes off the rails again, it's on all of us. Agreed, Layla said, her eyes meeting Tommy's. We should find somewhere to rest for the night, Tommy said. I'm sure we'll figure things out after a good night's sleep. Maybe we should keep a closer eye on him, just in case. Agreed, Tommy said. He thinks we're all blind to the truth, that we can't see what's really going on. I don't want him to feel like he's alone. None of us do, Layla said. We'll keep an eye on him, make sure he knows we're all in this together. Good idea. Tommy flipped the map open on the dashboard. We should find somewhere to camp near Elco, then head out to Salt Lake City first thing. From there, we'll figure out our next steps, but for now we just keep moving, keep surviving. Sounds like a plan, Layla said, her grip on the wheel relaxing slightly as she fixed her gaze on the road ahead. The van continued to trudge along the deserted Nevada highway, the last light of day slowly fading into dusk. Tommy reached for the radio, his voice steady, but tinged with fatigue. Roxy, Zero. We're going to look for a place to stay for the night somewhere between here and Elco. Let's stay alert and stick close. The radio crackled to life as Roxy responded, her voice clear. Got it, Tommy. We'll keep our eyes peeled for a good spot. Zero's voice came next. Understood. We'll follow your lead. Over. Tommy hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Zero. About back at Camp Hope. I know things got heated, but we need to keep looking ahead. Stay united. There was a brief silence and an unfamiliar voice cut through the static of the radio. You think you can just kill our crew and get away with it? Tommy and Layla exchanged a look, the atmosphere turning tense. When we find you, you're dead. The transmission ended abruptly, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Tommy gripped the radio tighter, his mind racing. Tommy. Layla's voice trembled. Who was that? Tommy shook his head, his eyes scanning the darkening horizon. I don't know, but it sounds like we've got more than just zombies to worry about. Jimbo gripped Tommy's and Layla's headrests. You think they're serious? There's no telling, Tommy said. But we can't take any chances. We need to be more vigilant than ever. What should we do? Layla asked. What else can we do? He glanced at the side mirror, checking the road behind them. We keep moving. Episode 16, Chapter 36. Tommy's hand trembled as he gripped the radio tight. Best floor it, yeah? Layla slammed the accelerator down. The van fishtailed before rocketing forward, the landscape blurring past. Tommy clung to his seat as they tore into the gathering dusk. What the hell was that about? Jimbo said. Someone got an axe to grind over Zero blasting those road pirates? Sure sounded that way. Tommy craned his neck to scan the road behind them, his thoughts racing. He needed to speak to the other bands. But with open radio channels, that was a risky move. He stared down at the radio, expecting that voice to cut through at any moment. But the handset remained silent. Beside him, Layla struggled wrestling the wheel as the van hit potholes at dangerous speeds. They needed to rally and form a plan. "We can't just keep fleeing blindly," Layla said through gritted teeth. "They'll run us into the ground." "If we halt, though, it gives away our location," Tommy said. "Might have to risk it, though." From the back, Jimbo leaned forward. "Bust a U-turn. We outnumber those dudes. We can set up an ambush, take them down before they know what's hit them." Mickey shook his head. "Don't be crazy, man. You're just assuming there's more of us. We don't know nothing about who those guys are. Could just make us easier targets." "So, what? We gonna drive all night hoping to lose mystery psychos threatening to murder us? We're sitting ducks on these roads, dude. We need to make a stand." Tommy held up a hand. "We need a strategy, not panic." He took a deep breath. "I'm pulling us off-road. We need to figure out our next step face-to-face. We can't use those radios for now." Layla slowed the van as Tommy signaled Roxy and Zero to pull over. They bounced onto the roadside gravel. The sudden swerving and loss of speed sent Mickey and Jimbo lurching sideways with muttered curses. Rattling into the brush, Layla parked them behind scraggly bushes and cut the engine. The other vans followed suit. In the abrupt silence, Tommy let out a slow breath. "Everyone out for a quick meet. We gotta make a battle plan now." The other band members filed out to huddle by Tommy's grill, the engine clicking as it cooled. Dusk painted everything in muted grays as the sky continued darkening. Tommy raised his hands before complaints started, his voice low and urgent. I know. Pulling over opens us to attack, but we need a strategy beyond just running down the highway." He swept his gaze across the group. "If they want payback for earlier, seems we gotta stand firm and face them head on." Jimbo nodded. "Damn straight. We make our stand right here. Let those road pirates roll up for an ass-kicking." A few voices rumbled in agreement, but Nick shook his head. "Hold up. We know zilch about who these people are. Could be 2 guys, could be a whole damn platoon. We need intel." Roxy drifted over next to Zero, her jacket pulled tight against the encroaching night chill. "Nix is right. Roadside ambush might just make us easy pickings. We need to scout the situation before charging in blind." "There's no time for that," Mickey said. "While we sit here chatting it up, scary voice dude is coming to carve us up." "Okay, look, both sides have fair points," Tommy said. "We're exposed out here, so we need to keep moving." He gestured down the shadowy road behind them. "But an unknown enemy is just as dangerous if we react blindly without more details." Exhaling slowly, he met their eyes one by one, feeling his responsibility for each. "We need proper reconnaissance first. 2 volunteers to double back stealthily, gather what intel they can on terrain, numbers, weapons, then race back with a report." He glanced around the tight circle of faces. "I wouldn't ask if the stakes weren't high for all of us." Spike flipped his cigarette butt and stepped forward. "Ah, hell, I never been called stealthy but can try playing spy if needed." Beside him, Layla also raised her hand. "I can help." "Okay then. Spike and Layla will scout back, learn what you can, then return fast as able. We'll shelter in place awaiting your report." Zero shook his head. "Let's not rush into things, yeah? Let's hear some more ideas before you start splitting us up on a dime." Mickey nodded. "We could camp out here. We take all precautions. Kill lights, hunker down and watch each other's backs for the night. Let them pass." Zero rubbed his chin. "Maybe. Could leave us open to attack if they find us, though." Roxy nodded. "We can't sit here hoping things will work out." Tommy glanced her way, his brow furrowed. "What did you have in mind?" "Before everything went to crap, I did this drive a dozen times. I know the back road's pretty solid. Could get us on those roads if we want to vanish a while. Throw them off our scent." "You really want to risk these dirt paths in the middle of the damn night?" Spike said. "One puncture out in the wastes and we be zombie food by dawn." Roxy cocked an eyebrow. "You got a better idea?" "I say we double back to that FEMA camp instead. Strength in numbers and shelter to boot." Zero scoffed. "Right. Good idea putting our fates in the hands of military imprisonment. Hey, why not just ship ourselves off to Gitmo? At least we know that place'll be secure." "Stow it with the propaganda," Roxy snapped, glaring over at him. "Last thing we need is you frothing up more chaos." "It's not about chaos. It's about avoiding their traps." Okay, we're going down this road again, huh? Zero rolled his eyes. I think it's clear what we need to do. No. Tommy crossed his arms. No offense, man, but we're not looking for excuses to shoot our way out. Zero held up a hand. Just hear me out. We use those radios to run some deception tactics, broadcast a false position to misdirect them. Tommy blinked. Could definitely work in theory. Cloak and dagger stuff while we ghost towards Elco. Bait and switch, baby, Jimbo chuckled. Make them mugs chase their tails trying to pin us down. All right, unless anyone objects, we try it Zero's way. Tommy began to pace. Broadcast we're doubling back to Camp Hope while we carry on for Elco. Should buy us enough lead time to lose any tails. He pointed at Zero. But no hero stuff, got it? We steer clear of confrontation. Zero returned a mocking half salute. Sure thing, boss man. We do it your way. His smile didn't reach his eyes. The bands dispersed to prepare. As the vehicles rumbled to life, Tommy glimpsed Zero regarding him sidelong. Back in the van, Tommy stared down at the radio as the last light faded. He took a steadying breath and keyed the mic. All right, folks, we gotta make tracks back towards Camp Hope if we're gonna plead our case. Here's hoping they'll let us in after dark, Roxy responded. But we might need your sweet talk skills again getting us past the gate. Maybe if I bake them some cookies too, they'll take pity, Tommy said, trying to sound relaxed despite the pulse pounding in his skull. He kept one eye glued to the highway, half expecting headlights to come screaming out of the darkness in pursuit. If cookies don't work, maybe we can bribe them with a private concert, Zero said. Though if Tommy's singing, they might just lock us out faster. A few strained chuckles answered before Roxy keyed in. As tempting as Tommy's siren call might be, perhaps we offer watch duty shifts instead. It's settled then, Tommy said. We'll offer up our questionable music talents and our first batch of burned cookies as tribute. Sounds good, Roxy said. It's worth a shot, Zero said. Tommy set the radio down and waited for a response or taunt or any hint that their pursuers had heard their message. He watched the road. Dead silence. Tommy resisted the urge to hail Roxy and Zero again. Layla reached over to squeeze his wrist. It was a smart play. Have faith. They sat immobile for agonizing minutes, but no vehicles rode along the highway. He thought of Neve and Sean again, the need to carry on for them, eclipsing every other drive now. What should we do? Layla asked. Tommy glanced down at the radio. I don't know. Maybe I could mention going to Camp Hope again or something. Layla shook her head. Bad idea. They might have heard the previous messages. Yeah, and they might not. He puffed out a breath. I hate not knowing. Finally, he clicked the mic again. I can see Camp Hope ahead. We sure this is the right play? Yep, Roxy said. I see it now, Zero said. Let's hope they've got some spare beds. My back is killing. Not the only thing that's killing, Tommy muttered. He turned to Layla. We should get moving. The engine rumbled to life and Layla pulled the van back onto the highway. Tommy held the radio tight, scanning for threats in the darkness. And with each mile closer toward Elco, the knots in his gut twisted tighter. The first buildings glimmered past a rise. Elco, and hopefully reprieve from pursuit. Chapter 37. As the band's vehicles approached, Elco's outskirts emerged from the darkness dotted with floodlights, illuminating a towering barricade. Layla eased up, squinting. Guard towers loomed over the perimeter, with figures patrolling catwalks armed with rifles. Unease rippled through the van. Layla blew out a slow breath. Looks like some kind of military facility. Maybe we should double back, find a way around. Jimbo scoffed. And go where? Dopes back there probably still chasing their tails. He leaned between the front seats, nodding towards the barricade. I say we nose on in. Clearly these dudes ain't messing around. Safety in numbers. Might be able to help us out. Tommy hesitated, weighing options. He toggled the radio. Roxy, Zero, you seeing this up ahead? Yep, clear as day, Zero replied. Camp Hope, looking good. Tommy clicked the mic again. I say we proceed in carefully. If the scene feels off, we just politely retreat. But we need rest and shelter tonight pretty badly. Agreed, Roxy said. We case the scene at least. Gear up in case things go sideways. They approached the reinforced gate slowly. Heavily armed men and women eyed them warily, fingers resting on triggers. A muscular bald man stepped forward as Tommy lowered his window. "Evening, folks. Name's Tommy. My friends and I have had a rough go lately just trying to find safe harbor. What are the chances you might have space to take in some weary travelers for the night?" The guard's stern face cracked slightly with a hint of sympathy, but suspicion still lingered in his stare. "You'll have to pardon our precautions, friend, but plenty of desperate folk would lie, cheat, or kill for the security we worked hard to carve out of this place." His eyes assessed the vehicles critically. "So what's your business passing through these parts exactly?" Tommy licked his lips. "We're in bands. We were on tour back in California. We're trying to get back home to Philly." The guard whistled. "That's a long way." Tommy sniffed. "You're telling us." The guard looked inside. "Any bites, infections? You're not hiding some infected friend in the back or anything?" "We're all clear, man." "Good. Looks like you're pretty stocked up in there. You looking to trade?" "Maybe." "All right. You can come in. Leave any weapons in your vans, and if there's any trouble, you'll have to leave." "Thank you." Layla nodded. "We really are very grateful." The guard waved the vehicles through the gate into a parking area. "All right, folks, everyone out. Weapons stay locked up." His stern face had softened, almost welcoming now. As they exited the vans, Tommy took in more details of the fortifications and layout. The main street bisected a small town that looked halfway converted into a military base. Sandbags and concrete barriers formed checkpoints at major intersections. The bald guard strode over. "Name's Reggie. I'll give you the nickel tour so you know the score around here." He gestured for them to follow, his boots crunching on gravel. When those freaks first came boiling out of the cities, small towns like ours were overwhelmed fast. We barricaded inside the sheriff's office at first, losing good folks left and right trying to maintain order. Layla fell in beside them. "But you managed to rally and take back control, it seems." Reggie nodded. "Most abandoned the area, but some of us refused to quit our home. We scavenged the highway, nearby farms, anywhere to find supplies for fortifying this place. Cleared the streets inch by inch until we carved out this safe zone you see now." "Hell of an achievement," Tommy said. Reggie shrugged. "Maybe so. But we paid a heavy price. Course threat still lurks all around, but we handle things best we can." Tommy cleared his throat. "We passed a FEMA camp earlier. Camp Hope. Are you affiliated with that at all?" Reggie's mouth twisted. "You mean those government handout camps with enforced curfews? No interest being herded around like cattle after all the blood we shed claiming this place as our own." He turned down a side street. "We've seen their buses come through encouraging everyone to board up for proper aid and housing." He snorted. "Just rounding up survivors like livestock to lord over." "Can't say I blame you," Tommy said. "Seems you carved out something good on your own terms here." "It's home. That's what matters." Reggie nodded towards a large communal hall beside a church. "Food line's still open if you folks are hungry. We can talk more inside." Tommy followed him in. After days subsisting on canned beans and protein bars, the smell of cooked food made his mouth water. Long tables filled most of the hall. A melting pot of families, former soldiers, and random survivors, all ate and talked beneath strings of light bulbs. The outpost was a buzz of activity, despite the late hour. Children chased each other laughing, while adults tended tasks like darning clothes or cleaning weapons. The atmosphere felt jarring after endless days among only the band. Reggie found them space at a table before leaving to fetch food. Mickey shook his head. "Man, oh man, forget the food. Just soaking in the normalcy here is worth stopping in." Layla nodded, tension easing from her face for the first time since the radio threat. "It's pretty inspiring seeing what people can accomplish when bonded together." Reggie returned balancing plates of hot stew. "Bonds here run deeper than blood after all we endured together. But we welcome good folks to help keep this place alive." As they ate, Reggie waved a hand towards various people around the hall. "Take Dale over there, for example. He owned the local auto shop before things went belly up. Now he keeps our vehicles running and fortified up with metal plates." Dale looked up from where he sat cleaning a rifle part, raising a grease-stained hand in greeting. And that woman stacking chairs is Teresa. She was a middle school teacher. Now she runs classes for the young uns and helps run the kitchen. Mickey paused eating, his eyes widening. Whoa. Back up. You still have actual school here? With kids learning math and junk? Reggie chuckled. Well, maybe not quadratic equations these days, but we've got a mix of parents and former teachers doing basic reading, writing, some history and such. Nothing fancy grade-wise, but structure and learning matter for giving kids hope beyond just survival. Teresa set a chair down and made her way over, smiling warmly. I don't know how much they're retaining these days, but we make do. Mickey snorted. Man, if I had algebra class in the apocalypse, I would have just pieced out. Oh, I don't know. Layla grinned and elbowed him. Remember how you were the one who handled dividing our gig payouts? Yeah, okay. Mickey laughed. Maybe math matters a little out here. Reggie waved over a muscular, gray-haired woman assembling a rifle. Our fortifications are Kristen's domain. She was a mason before. Now she oversees wall reinforcements. Kristen clicked a rifle piece into place. My crew might not be pretty, but they can brick and mortar with the best of them. Impressive setup, Tommy said, shaking his head. It wasn't easy, Reggie said, but consolidate enough folks together and you can achieve a lot. Having access to hardware shops and resources around town made it possible. Tommy raised his coffee mug. I'll toast to that. What you carved out here goes beyond just surviving day to day. It's living. And that gives hope. We've been lucky we've kept the electricity running and we've still got warm running water. Seriously, you even have steady running water and power? That's huge. He regarded Tommy. The point is, we stuck together and carved this place out through cooperation and elbow grease. No government involvement needed. That's what matters most these days, I'd say. Yep. Tommy swallowed a chunk of beef. It's tough out there. We've Spartan quarters if you folks need a safe place to bunker down a while. And of course, you're welcome to a hot shower. Tommy exhaled. That'd be incredible, thank you. Reggie clasped Tommy on the shoulder. I'll leave you folks to eat in peace. We open up early if you want to resupply or upgrade any gear before heading out. As he moved off, the group dug into the first hot meal they'd enjoyed in weeks. Around mouthfuls, Mickey grinned. Man, I knew small-town folk could be welcoming, but this is above and beyond. Seriously, Tommy said, sopping up the last streaks of gravy with a piece of bread. These people fortified the place through sheer grit. Electricity, running water, defensible walls, it's amazing. They seem to have a good thing going here, Layla said. Zero paused. Yeah, they welcomed us in fast. Almost too welcoming. Roxy rolled her eyes. Something on your mind there? He held up his hands. Just saying we shouldn't let our guard down completely, that's all. Here we go, Spike muttered. Zero nodded, pointing his fork at Roxy. We don't ultimately know these people or all their motives yet. Time out, Tommy put his spoon down. I know tensions are still high for all of us, but some faith in humanity wouldn't hurt sometimes. Zero glared over his bowl. Faith won't stop a knife in the back, Tommy boy. Tommy sighed. It's called optimism, man. As the group debated, snippets of conversation from nearby tables cut through. A pair of scavengers had just returned from a supply run to Idaho. They spoke in low tones about skirting the outskirts of Salt Lake City. Can't believe you went so close to that hellhole. Once bandits and raiders moved in, the place was done for. His friend shook his head. Wasn't that bad, actually. The Mormons dug in hard when things first turned ugly. Whole chunks of the city center are still functioning. I heard the exact same thing, an older woman said from the next table. My cousin was holed up there before coming here. Swears it's secured by militia types. The man next to her scoffed. That's horse crap, Diane. Reggie said Salt Lake's been dark for days now. Overrun or full anarchy or some such. All I know for sure is we give that place a wide berth no matter what, the first scavenger said. An icy chill crept down Tommy's spine. He met Layla's equally sobered gaze. Chapter 38. The next morning, Tommy awoke feeling truly rested for the first time since setting off on tour from Philly. The smell of coffee brewing coaxed him from his bed to meet Layla grinning in the communal kitchen. Could get used to this, eh? She topped off 2 mugs. No joke. Tommy inhaled the rich aroma before taking a sip. Let's go check on the others. We should do a supply tally. Take on anything we critically need for the next leg while we have the chance. She looked Tommy up and down. How was the shower? Amazing. I know, right? Felt like I was covered in grit. He chuckled. Yep. I don't know about you, but I feel like a new man. They took a seat with the others as a bowl of boiled eggs made its way down the table. Tommy peeled an egg and set it down to cool. So what's the plan here? Do we hang around here a while or do we keep on toward Philly? Philly's still a long way off, Spike said. Tommy nodded, looking down. Yup, but the longer we hang around, the longer it'll be. I just want to get back to my kid, you know? Zero tilted his head. I get the urgency, Tommy. But we should think this through before charging ahead. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Parts of Utah sound dicey at best. We could be heading into a war zone. Maybe we scout around first, get concrete intel on what areas are actually stable. Tommy sighed, glancing at Layla and Mickey. I'm torn. I don't want to rush blindly if it puts everyone at risk, but I can't abandon Neve either. Layla put a hand on his shoulder. Whatever we decide, we'll get through this together. Mickey stared into his coffee. I'm with you to the end of the line whenever that may be. Tommy managed a small smile. I appreciate that, Mickey. After a lingering silence, Tommy exhaled. Okay. We gear up the best we can here, then carry on cautious but steady. We all watch each other's backs no matter what we find farther inland. The others murmured agreement and carried on eating. After breakfast, they traded supplies and tracked down Reggie to thank him again for the hospitality. Happy to help out, Reggie said, shaking Tommy's hand. You folks stay sharp out there. Take care of each other. Back in the van, Tommy sat in the driver's seat. As they pulled out of Elco, Layla kept scanning the road behind them. The radio crackled. We're still coming for you, punks.